16. I sucked in a breath of cold air, another full of surprise, as I realized where we were. "The reefs?" I murmured. Joby squirmed and stiffened in my arms. I rubbed his back until he quieted, trying to stabilize my own senses as we adjusted to the solid ground that was suddenly under my feet again. Mia nodded. "The Oyasin. She says the way isn't clear to her either. She only saw that we, needed to come here." She turned to the view around us, and then, with what looked like both reverence and resignation, she made a small bow of acknowledgement. We were standing on the river shore, but nowhere near the spot where the research team had been collecting data. The skyline of sheared hillsides and ovate hummocks, the play of light and shadow, was the same, and yet entirely different, like the same stars viewed from a different world. I thought about the team again. They were probably already back on the human side of the river. I thought again about the half-life that had been all the life I'd had until a few days ago. The life that I'd given up entirely in order to have this one. I looked at Mia, holding my breath until the moment passed. And then I asked, "What now?" I turned back to Grandmother, watched her turn through a circle, bowing to the beauty around us. When she'd completed the circle, she bowed again toward the deeper shadows beyond the cliff face. I realized there was an overhang of the reef there, maybe even a cave. The Oyasin settled herself on the stony beach, wrapped in a heavy cloak she hadn't been wearing when we left the monastery. She looked up and saw me looking at her. "I knew that it would be cold," she said, smiling in that way I never knew whether to take at face value. She held out her arms. "I will keep him, while you follow the way." I glanced at Mia because Grandmother was still looking at me. "Both of us," Mia murmured to me and nodded. I carried Joby to Grandmother, settled him into her arms. He went to her willingly, and there didn't seem to be any change in how he responded. He watched everything that was happening around him with silent curiosity. He didn't look surprised or even worried. That was what it would be like to be a hydrant child, I thought. Secure no matter where you were, as long as you could feel the presence of people who loved you inside your mind. I realized that once there must have been a time when I'd felt that way. In a time I couldn't even remember. Grandmother began to talk to Joby, a soft murmur that I realized was standard speech. She waved her hand, pointing out the reefs and up into the golden evening air. I looked up and saw Taku darting randomly overhead. I glanced at Mia, feeling her relief break over me as Grandmother freed her from the strain of holding Joby's mind open. Still, there was nothing that resembled a positive emotion in what she was feeling now. It struck me that being hydrant didn't mean freedom from fear or grief or pain, because all those things would be shared mind to mind as intimately as love. I wondered how much added effort it cost her to prevent her doubts from seeping into Joby's thoughts through the bond between them, and making him afraid. She'd said that he hadn't spoken since she'd brought him across the river. Mia turned away as if she didn't want me to go on looking at her. She started down to the river's shore. It was only then that I noticed a boat pulled up onto the gravel. It was small, hardly more than a canoe, but big enough for the two of us. There were more boats half hidden in shadows beyond it. I followed her along the shore, helped her push the boat into the water. I climbed in as unquestioning as if I knew what the hell we were doing. Even knowing Neo's effect on her, somehow I trusted her the way Joby trusted her, perfectly, instinctively, without reason. In a way I'd never trusted anyone in my life. There were no oars in the boat. There was no power unit that I could see, and yet the boat began to move, not following the current, but nosing deeper into the shadows of the overhanging reef. Taku fluttered in and out of the darkness above us. Peering up at the roof of the overhang, I made out pale random blotches on its mossy surface, like wads of cobweb, nests. I wondered whether the Taku were drawn to the reefs by their sigh, whether the hydrants were as well. I wondered again whether the creation of the Taku had been a fluke of the cloud whale's dreams or a gift. As we drifted farther into the darkness, the barely audible cries of the Taku faded until all that was left was the soft lapping of the water. The opening reached deeper into the heart of the reef face than I'd imagined. "Is this natural?" I asked, dropping my voice to a whisper as it echoed out into the darkness. Was it always here? Did the river create it? Or did your people, my people? I broke off, not certain how to phrase it. I saw her shoulders rise slightly in a shadow of a shrug. I don't know, she murmured. Her voice was distracted, as though her thoughts were far away. I thought about the depths of loss hidden inside those 3 words, the lost history of a people without a past. I thought about my own life. I looked up again, trying to guess the dimensions of the space we were entering now. There was still enough light to see clearly by, even though the cavern entrance was far behind us. The heart of the reef was glowing, festooned with photoluminescent growth. Stirred by the motion of our passing, the hanging curtains gave off a pale aurora of light. It was warmer here, too. The reef seemed to breathe like something alive, exhaling warmth into the still air, making the cold river water steam until we were adrift in a sea of fog. All my senses felt smothered, as if we were moving through some medium besides air. But it wasn't like drowning. It was good. I remembered my last journey into the reefs, realized the cloud whale's thought residue must be affecting me again. I let it happen, wanting it, ready this time for anything. The boat came to a gentle stop, nudging ashore that was only a denser shadow emerging from the fog-gray mystery of the water. Mia climbed out of the boat. I helped her pull it up onto the beach. River pebbles crunched under my feet, solid and reassuring. I could make out the dim furrows left by the other boats on the stone shore. I wondered why the Hydrans chose to enter their holy place this way, when all they had to do was think themselves here. Then I remembered Hanjin telling me why he'd walked all the way from town to see grandmother. Respect. Humility. Mia drifted away along the shore, as if she'd forgotten I was with her, or forgotten that I couldn't read her mind unless she let me. I wondered whether the reef rapture that was turning my thoughts to fog had told of her, too, in a way I couldn't imagine. I followed her, forcing my body to make the effort to catch up. She seemed to know where we were going. I didn't see any choice except to follow. As we went on, the fogged, stagnant air grew clearer and brighter. Looking up, I saw tiny sparks of light begin to show, winking on one after another somewhere inside the masses of phosphorescent growths high above us. I wondered whether the lights were something alive, a life form adapted to this endless night, or some manifestation of the reef matrix itself, or whether maybe I'd begun to hallucinate. When Mia finally stopped moving, I looked down again. We were standing on what seemed to be an island in a lake of fog. I hadn't felt us walk through water. I looked back the way we'd come, telling myself that we couldn't have walked on the water either. I glanced at Mia. Her face was clenched like a fist, as if she was struggling against something, the power of the reef, or something darker, inside herself. In front of us on the ground lay a knee-deep pile of artifacts, things dropped there by human, or probably Hydran, hands. They must have been brought to this place by past seekers. I wondered what the ones who'd left them had come here in search of, whether they'd believed their offering was the thing that would get them what they needed, or if it had only been a personal gesture with a meaning no one else would ever understand. Mia stooped down, picked up something from a pile that could have been centuries or even millennia old. Some of the artifacts looked like nothing I'd ever seen, things from a time before humans had come to this world, when the machinery of Hydran daily life had run on energy channeled by the mind. Some of them just looked like junk, the fallout of everyday life in a human city, cast-offs from the world across the river. I nudged a piece of scrap metal. It canted over, crushing a bouquet of flowers that I'd thought at first were real. I looked up again as Mia dropped the thing she'd been holding. It looked like an old-fashioned manual lock, but something about it was different, incomplete. Her eyes were full of tears. "What?" I said softly. "Neo," she murmured, "and Navu." I bit my lip, not understanding, but not able to ask. She wasn't looking at me anymore, and she didn't say anything else. Finally, she moved on, picking a path through the residue of grief and prayers. The darkness closed in on us until even my eyes had trouble making out the way ahead. "Mia?" I whispered, but she didn't answer. Instead, I felt her hand close over mine, leading me onward in silence. Abruptly, we came up against a surface that was somehow solid and yielding all at once, like the flesh of some unimaginable creature. She pulled me forward, forcing me face first into the membranous wall. I felt it begin to close in on me, absorbing me. I tried to resist, starting to panic. The hard pressure of her hand locked around mine kept me moving, somehow reassuring me as if her mind was actually feeding me faith. We merged, then emerged through the membrane's other surface, so suddenly that I staggered. She caught my weight against her. It was pitch black here, and the air had a pungent dankness to it. I wondered what I was breathing in, what I'd see if I could see anything. Mia's hand on my chest stopped my forward motion. Her hands guided me down until we were sitting on a surface my touch couldn't identify. Still, she didn't say anything. "What do we do now?" I whispered thickly, surprised at the difficulty I had just forming the words, as if my brain had gone to sleep. "Wait," she murmured. Her voice sounded far away, reluctant, as if speaking wasn't something you did hear. Her hand stroked my chest gently, almost tenderly, before it fell away. I fought the urge to reach out, to re-establish the severed link between us. I kept my hands clenched at my sides and waited, not letting myself ask what we were waiting for. Guidance, insight, answers. The words formed inside my thoughts as if someone had put them there, but it was only my own mind guessing. I didn't believe the random psi energies of the reef were any more likely than the random motion of the stars to answer the question of what the hell we were going to do about Tau. But I waited, matching the rhythm of my breathing to Mia's, knowing that at least here I had a chance to feel something, to interface with the world that I'd been cut off from, even if whatever it gave back to me proved as meaningless as everything else. I pressed my hands against the unidentifiable surface of the ground, increased the pressure until they were the focus of the pain and tension that seemed to have become a part of me, to the point where I wasn't sure I could draw a breath anymore that didn't hurt my chest. At first all I heard was the sound of my own breathing. All I saw was nothing. Random patterns of phantom light, the reactive firing of neurons behind my eyes. If Mia had prayers to say or questions to ask, she asked them inside her mind where I couldn't hear them. My own mind was a blank slate. But inside my head I could feel the pressure of the reef's presence building, like the whispering of half-heard voices in an unknown tongue. As I listened, the potential energy of my tension grounded itself in the darkness, flowing out of me through my hands into the unseen, the unknown. As I let it go, the phantom voices grew louder, flowed across the boundaries of my perception, becoming colors, odors, fragments of sensation that sent gooseflesh crawling over my body. I shifted, restless with sensation, felt my shoulder contact Mia. I started, as if my body had forgotten I wasn't here alone. She pressed closer, unexpectedly, as if she was the one who needed contact, reassurance, a guide now. Searching in the darkness, I found her hand, held it. Its coldness chilled me, surprised me. A faint tremor ran through her arm into my body. I held on, not knowing what it meant, only glad that she didn't pull away. I felt my concentration begin to dissolve again, coherent thought turning to bubbles on an undersea swell of indescribable stimuli, slowly reassembling into logic and recognizable images, the sense of Mia's body pressed against mine, drifting out again into some alien sea, drawn back, seeing her with an impossible clarity that vision couldn't begin to capture, seeing beauty that had nothing to do with surface features, need that had everything to do with her soul, faith that defied fate and description. All the things that had drawn me to her like gravity, that had made me trust her, made me willing to risk my life for a stranger, throw away everything I'd become to belong to her world instead of the only one I'd known. Seeing myself through her mind's eyes, finding everything that I loved about her reflected in the image my face, my stunned thoughts dissolved, rising and escaping, slipping through the fingers of my mind, and slowly reintegrated until I could feel her hand in mine, her mind, her, a hydron among humans, knowing them as individuals, not a faceless enemy, and yet always an outsider, an alien, even though by reaching out to them she made herself an outsider among her own people. I wondered why she'd done it, why she'd been drawn to the human side. After all that had been done to her people, all the things that made her sister hate humans. But I didn't have to wonder any more why she'd looked at me and found her nascerta. And dissolving into the everywhere, I knew with my last coherent thought just how much love it was possible to feel. There in the everywhere her mind was open, shining like a sanctuary. Once again there was no barrier between us, no need for any kind of defense. We were one with the matrix of random energy around us, with this world, with the universe that everything was a part of, with each other, her body against mine, our bodies folding, combining, flowing through each other, while the solid floor of the chamber seemed to fall away beneath us. I felt myself rise out of reality, radiant energy shining from every pore as we were absorbed into the luminous heights of rapture. Together we were whole, together we could find the answer to any question, every need. And then the shining heights flooded with an acid fog of terror and grief, and reality came crashing in to claim us. Suddenly we were two separate, lost souls again, crouched blindly in the stifling darkness. Beside me, Mia was gasping with shock. "Mia!" I called, still stupefied by visions, not knowing what had been an hallucination, what was real, as a smothering sense of disaster filled the space around me. I felt her hand on my arm, urging me up. "No," I said hoarsely. So close, so close, feeling the answer we'd come for vanish like a dream at the sound of my voice. "No, Mia, wait." But she wouldn't wait. She forced me up, every movement leaden after the memory of flight, and guided me back through the membranous wall of the prayer chamber, through the glimmering shadowland where the dream jetsam of hydrants and cloud whales coexisted. We reached the spot where the boat lay waiting. Mia looked at it, hesitating, and then glanced up at the fog-blind distance, as if she saw something I couldn't. And then, still without a word, she looked back at me. I felt her thoughts close around me. We were back on the river's shore, standing beside grandmother again. I held on to Mia as she reeled against me, as if the strain of always carrying me on her mind's back had drained her strength. The sun was already down. I glanced down to check the time on my data band, and found nothing. I looked away again, feeling dizzy. Grandmother still held Joby in her arms. She was standing, her body straining the way Mia's had as she gazed into the distance, searching for something I couldn't imagine, with a sense I couldn't feel. She didn't react to our arrival, but Mia said almost inaudibly, "We have to go back." Before I could stop her, our reality changed again. The river was gone. We were standing on open ground in front of the smoking remains of a building. The monastery. Grandmother's home. Something, someone, had dropped a plasma burst on it. Mia fell to her knees, holding her head. Grandmother stood beyond her, frozen and silent, like a statue. Joby began to wail. I took him from grandmother's strengthless arms, held him, rocked him, trying to comfort him with the motion of my body because I couldn't comfort him with my mind. He quieted, surprisingly. His voice fell away to a soft keening. He clung to my neck, half choking me with need. Time began again. My other senses registered the reek of burning, sounds of grief and pain carrying from the distance. I realized finally that there were other people here. Looking toward the sounds, I saw figures moving near the ruins, tiny and unrecognizable from this distance. And then, suddenly, someone else was beside us, appearing between blinks of an eye. Hangen. I stumbled back, startled like I always was when someone did that. But he didn't even glance at me. All his attention was fixed on grandmother. He bowed, pressing her hands to his forehead, slowly raised his head again. His throat worked as if he was trying to speak, but he didn't speak, at least not in a way that I could hear. Beside me, Mia slowly got to her feet. Her face was colorless, her eyes were empty. She turned away, and I heard her being sick. As Hangen released grandmother's hands, she took his face gently between them, shaking her head. I realized suddenly what it had been about. He'd thought she was dead. We would have been dead, all of us, if we hadn't gone to the reefs when we did. I forced myself to ask him, "Who did this?" Even though I was sure I didn't need to. Still, somehow, I needed to hear the answer. "Tao," Hangen said bitterly, and I felt it like a blow, even though it was the answer I'd been expecting. He looked toward the smoking ruins. They said that the Oyasin was harboring harm members.
Was anyone killed?
I whispered, barely able to speak the words this time. Yes, Hanjin murmured, shaking his head. It wasn't a denial, but a clearing motion. I remembered how death had felt trapped inside of me, when I'd still had my telepathy, how it had saturated all my senses, filled the very air around me until I couldn't breathe. We don't know how many, he said thickly at last. Some people fled. Some of the survivors said that something happened to them before the explosion, that they couldn't use their gift. Their speech became slurred, as if they'd been drugged. No one knew what had happened or how many escaped. I thought, the Oyasin... He broke off, glancing at her again. She was already moving away, going on foot toward the burned-out shell of the monastery, where stunned survivors still drifted like insects around a flame. Is there an airborne form of the drug corporate security uses? Hanjin asked me. I hesitated, remembering what had happened to me and to Mia when Tau had closed its fist on us back in my hotel room. I don't know. Realizing as I said it that I didn't know enough about Nefes to know whether an airborne form of it was even possible. I was surprised that he didn't either.
Draco manufactures that drug,
Mia murmured behind me.
It's used for crowd control when too many hydrants try to gather for a rally.
Oh, God, I muttered, seeing sand in my mind's eye, seeing him abandoning Tau to twist in the wind. Had he left Borosage something more? Enough rope for Tau to hang itself with? I shifted Joby in my arms. He rested quietly with his head on my shoulder, almost as if I really could touch him, reassure him with my mind. Had Borosage known we were gone when they took out this place? Was the timing of the attack really just chance? Had they known Grandmother had taken us away? Or had Tau wanted us all dead? Hanjin looked at me again, suddenly, as if he was only now seeing me clearly. That's a human child, he said. He looked past me, and I saw him realize who the third person with us was. Mia? He caught her by the arm. She didn't resist, still pale and shaken. He looked back at Joby, at me, away at the Oyasin moving among the victims in the distance. I watched his disbelief fade into resignation. He let Mia go, his mouth like a knife cut. I wondered what he wouldn't say, wouldn't even allow himself to think as he watched Grandmother. Mia came unsteadily to my side. Her hand reached up absently to stroke Joby's hair. I wondered whether she felt the tremor run through me as I realized what Hanjin must be thinking, who he must be blaming for what had happened here. The child must be returned, Hanjin said. His voice strained as if he'd read my mind, but he hadn't needed to.
I know,
Mia whispered, her own voice a thread of sound.
But then I'll never see him again. What will become of him?
You should have thought about that before you took him. Hanjin moved away from us, walking deliberately but still moving too quickly. He headed toward the ruined monastery and the survivors.
It wasn't supposed to be like this,
Mia murmured in Hydran. The frayed thread of her voice snapped under the weight of the obvious.
Yes, it was.
Someone said behind me. Nao. I turned, and she was there, in the flesh. Her eyes were black pools of pain as she stared at the monastery, the huddled figures.
When our people learn how far the humans have gone, destroying the holy place, causing the deaths of innocent children, trying to kill an Oyasin...
Her voice shook. I felt rage blow through my soul like a burning wind. Mia stiffened beside me, her own face a mask of devastation, as if her sister's fury had immolated all coherent thought. I felt another emotion entirely as I looked at Nao. Did you know this was going to happen? Nao swung around, glaring at me.
Who are you to say that to me?
But she didn't deny it.
Nao?
Mia said when her sister didn't say anything more. It was half a demand, half a plea.
I followed the way,
Nao whispered.
The Oyasin says sometimes the way is hard.
She looked back at me.
My sister understands that.
Mia sucked in a sharp breath.
What are you talking about?
She demanded, her voice rising.
That you betrayed these people to Borosage? Are you... insane? Her mind screamed the words she wouldn't speak. But as their eyes locked, Mia's expression softened like candle wax melting in a flame. "Mia?" I murmured and touched her arm. She didn't look at me, didn't even acknowledge me. I backed away from her, shaken. I left them standing there like one woman staring into a mirror and started toward the place where Grandmother was still moving slowly among the survivors. Even from a distance I read pain in her every motion, the shared suffering that only I was immune to out of everyone here. The urge to ask her whether she'd known what was going to happen here died stillborn inside me. "Bian," Nao called out suddenly. "Our people had to learn. We had to let them see what will happen to them. Are you a true revolutionary? Are you truly Hydran?" I swung around. "Hydrans don't kill people, and they don't get humans to do their dirty work for them," I said, my voice raw. "You don't understand." She broke off as Hanjin reappeared suddenly beside her. "Nao!" he shouted, the single word filled with a kind of emotion I'd never heard before in a Hydran voice. She reeled as if he'd struck her, got control and stopped him in his tracks from coming after her again. His hands trembled in front of him with an urge I understood perfectly. "Send the boy back. This is sickness. Desmod!" He turned to Mia, reaching for Joby. "Give me the boy." "You can't stop us!" Nao shouted furiously. "Our people will know the truth, and they will rise up." "And do what?" I yelled. "Change the world. Bring the new age, when we will have everything, and the humans will be nothing. If enough of us cry out, the All-Soul will answer us. If you are not with us, you're against us. You will disappear too." "I'm not human." "No," she said, her voice roughening. "You are a Mebtaku. There is no place anywhere for something like you. Mia." She jerked her head. Mia looked at me, grief-stricken. I knew as she looked at me that I was losing her. "Mia?" I reached out to her. "Nao, damn it! You don't understand! Mia, talk to her. Tell her about the Nefes." My fingers closed over Mia's shadow as they disappeared. My empty hands nodded, and I swore under my breath. Hanjin stood watching me. He shook his head. "Every time I see you, things are worse." He looked down, rubbing his face, smearing it with ash. "Are you blaming me for this?" "No." He looked distracted, as if he couldn't imagine where I'd gotten that idea. Then, still looking at me, I saw him remember. "You heard that?" "I learned your language," I said in Hydran. He shook his head again. "But I didn't say anything." "Yes, you did. I only thought it." I bit my lip. "You heard my thought." He was looking at me now with something new in his eyes. I glanced away. "Sometimes it happens. I can't control it." He half frowned as if he was concentrating on something I couldn't see. "You are more present to me." He looked up again, searching my face. Even with all this, he gestured, his own face furrowing, and I knew what he meant. The stench of grief and death and pain that went beyond the physical, that was taking every ounce of his gift and will, every fragment of concentration to defend against. "You are here." He touched his head. "Was it Mia?" I shrugged. "I don't know. Or maybe the reefs. We went to a sacred place." "She took you there?" It sounded like disbelief. "No human." "I'm not human." I held up my fist, my wrist, showed him the naked flesh, nothing but the scar that the databand had always hidden. "The Oyasin took us there." He sighed as if this time her motives were as inscrutable as mine. "What are you doing here?" he asked finally. I told him as we started back toward the ruins where Grandmother was still trying to help the people she'd given refuge to. Now she was as homeless as the rest of them. As we got closer, I spotted other members of the council moving among the injured, and strangers who must have been the local equivalent of medics. Grandmother looked up as we reached her side. As our eyes met, a shock wave of grief, a sense of age, overwhelmed me. The contact was gone before I could even react. Suddenly I wanted to offer her all the strength I had left in my mind, in my body.
But my mind couldn't reach her. I didn't offer her my hand, just stood useless and silent while Hanjin spoke to her, his voice barely audible against the background noise. I wondered why he was speaking out loud, if he was actually doing it for my sake, or if it was simply easier, when the cacophony of suffering must be so much louder inside their heads. We've found a place where all of you can stay safely for now. I'll find a better place. We'll rebuild. Is there any other help that I can give you? Grandmother shook her head. We need nothing else that you can give us. She glanced away at the shadow figures moving brokenly past us. What has been taken away today only time can give back. She looked at me then, suddenly. Only time, Björn, she murmured and touched my face. You understand? Only time. I swallowed, suddenly choking on grief, and nodded. What is he doing here? Someone jerked me around where I stood, one of the council members. He is with me, Hanjin said quickly. He is with me, Grandmother said. He is with us now. A refugee. A refugee. I looked past Grandmother at the stunned, uncomprehending faces all around her. Don't let them turn you into one, Wauno had said. Them. Tau. Harm. Mia. The council member frowned. He let go of me as if I was hot. Whatever he said or thought then, I couldn't feel it, but I saw the look in his eyes. His hand spasmed. He turned away, gesturing for Hanjin to follow. Other council members joined them. I watched them, arguing silently, glancing my way, but not at me, at the ruins. I didn't have to hear them to guess the focus of the argument. I looked back at Grandmother. The wind that billowed her cloak and tore at her veil was cold and full of ashes. What should I do? I said finally. I don't know what to do. Grandmother shrugged. Follow the way. She cocked her head when I didn't say anything. Did you feel nothing? I shook my head. We didn't have enough time. I stopped the thought before it could form into words. I saw Mia. Saw into her, shared her mind, understood, joined. I knew the effect that our joining had had on her, how she'd seen me, what she'd found inside my heart and mind. It had been enough to make her love me, but it hadn't been enough to keep her from leaving me behind. Then perhaps she is the answer for you, Grandmother said, waiting just long enough to be certain I'd thought of it first. The way will lead you to her, or perhaps both of you will only find the way together. But she's gone. She is with Neo. I know. Neo is Besmod. Besmod, I said. The word seemed to mean nerve storm. Grandmother nodded as if I had some idea what I was talking about, or she did. And she is very powerful. Her hand touched her head. She draws other lost ones to her. She feeds on their power. Mia has been taken by the storm. But she held up her hand as if she was listening to something I couldn't hear. You are silence. The silence of the storm's eye, Björn. She needs your silence. I shook my head, not sure that I understood anything she was telling me. But how can I find her? She bent her head. Follow the way. But Oyasin. Hanjin was back beside us. He bowed to her, then touched my arm, something hydrants seemed to do habitually, at least to me. I wondered whether it meant that they wanted me to stay where I was, or whether it was the only way they could think of to get my attention. He nodded, asking me to follow him. I glanced at Grandmother. She watched me, her face unreadable as usual. I bowed to her, she bowed to me. I followed Hanjin. What did she mean about Neo? I asked. She said something about a nerve storm. I don't understand what that means. A sort of sickness, he murmured. It destroys one's perspective, one's self. His hand gestured at the empty air, as if he couldn't find the words he needed to make it plain to me. You mean she's crazy? I said in standard. He shrugged. We could not say that.
he murmured, and I wasn't sure whether it was a criticism or just a comment. There was a time in our society when such a person was protected. If their thoughts became too unstable, the community would gather and join with them until they were healed. Who decided when someone was sick enough to need that? I asked. He looked at me as if I'd asked something incomprehensible. Everyone knew, he said. We were a community. We were... He sighed, looking away. Too often now a sick mind goes unhealed, unnoticed. His voice hardened. They draw in others who are susceptible, who carry the seeds of the same soul rot. They feed on one another's distorted thoughts. I have seen whole groups starve to death together, locked into a joining that shut out the entire world, even their need to eat or sleep, until they were unable to save themselves. And no one noticed? I said, disbelief rising like bile in my throat. How is that possible? Humans seem to ignore another person's need as easily as breathing, because they never had to feel it unless they chose to. But hydrants... He shrugged. We call ourselves the community, but we have not been one since the humans came. We are like the cloud reefs, mined out. This here, he gestured in the direction of Freaktown, is the rubbish heap of history, all that is left of what we were. He turned, his gaze scanning the distance in another direction. When the FTA has gone, when your research group has finished its work, they will take this final reef. You know that? I said. He grimaced. They don't admit it even to themselves. But I see the thought, always just below the surface in their minds. They promised us that this one piece of sacred ground would be untouched. But they are lying to themselves, just as they have always lied to us. I stood staring at the ruins of the monastery. The number of survivors and rescuers had diminished already. As I watched, another group of silhouetted forms disappeared. What now? I asked finally, looking back at Hangen. I must speak with Janos Perimead. His face turned grim, or maybe grimmer. He has sent me 3 messages already. I do not know how to answer him. Not after this. He glanced toward the ruins, away again. Are there words for such things in your language? You know those people. Not your people. Better than I ever will. How does a human speak to his enemy? I shook my head, looking down. How do you contact Perimead if you need to? I looked up again. Freaktown wasn't even tied into Tau Riverton's communications net, as far as I knew, let alone the Federation net. And somehow I didn't think Perimead communicated telepathically. He gave me a port that I can use. It's at my home. I nodded, surprised. Is it still functioning? He looked surprised now. Yes. There was a message from him just hours ago. I didn't answer it because the Council could not agree on what kind of response to give. And then this. You'd better start answering him right now, I said. You can't wait for the Council to decide. You're the only one of them who has any idea what the humans really want. And you're right. I do know more about them. Realizing, as I said it, how much more I knew about Tau and Draco and Keiretsu. Wondering whether any of it would be enough to do any good. Take me with you. I'd been lost inside my own thoughts. Suddenly I was lost inside something larger, deeper, darker, as Hangen's mind picked me up like an afterthought and teleported. 17. We were back in Freaktown. The alienness of the walls and furniture was beginning to seem ordinary to me. I stumbled to the nearest thing that would hold me up, a serpentine bench padded with mats, and sat on it. Jags of bright color showed in the deep earth tones of the woven mats. Hangen leaned against the edge of a carved wooden cabinet as if he could barely stand, as if it had been more exhausting for him to transport my dead weight than it had ever seemed to be for Mia. I remembered that the strength of a Hydran's gift, or a human scion's, had nothing to do with physical strength or size. He glanced at me, looked away again as if contact with my eyes was painful. Or maybe it had been the contact with my mind that made him look away. I let my own gaze wander the floor, the walls, anything, anywhere, as long as it was inanimate. This was Hanjan's home. I couldn't tell how large it was from where I sat, but compared to the monastery and the rooms I'd shared with Mia and the Sato, this room was plush, filled with furniture, rugs, hangings, carved wooden lintels. The floors showed the elaborate mosaic patterns that seemed to have been almost an obsession with the original builders of this city. I wondered whether they'd actually set each shard of ceramic or glass by hand, or whether they'd set them without ever touching one. My mind imagined a free-form cloud of colored fragments moving through the air, like the cloud whales drifting across the sky, pictured them suddenly falling into place with the precision of thought. "This is nice," I murmured. Most of the furniture looked old. Looking at the pieces more carefully, I noticed the scars of time marring the beautiful workmanship of almost every age-darkened table and chest. Hanjan cocked his head at me as if he thought that was a peculiar comment, but he only nodded. "Everything here is something I discovered in an abandoned building, or something that had been put out on the street. I have tried to salvage what I can of the past. Perhaps someday it will mean something to someone besides me. I hope by the time I die—" He broke off and left me to silence, to wondering where his thoughts had gone. I let my eyes search the room again, scanning artifacts and works of art, until I found the one thing that didn't belong here, a computer port. It sat in a shadowed alcove as though he'd tried to make that symbol of his association with the humans as unobtrusive as possible. But still it stood out, an alien thing, its message function blinking in the gloom like an unnaturally green eye. Hanjan followed my stare, shedding his coat almost absent-mindedly. It was cold enough in the room that I kept mine on. He made a sound that was half a sigh, half a grunt of resignation, as he crossed the room to call on the access. The messages left by Perimead flowed across its screen, were repeated by a disembodied voice in the air, a human voice. Hanjan stood in front of its empty waiting screen and didn't speak or touch it. He looked at me. "I should have the Council's backing." I shook my head. "You know you're the only one of them who's got the courage. Someone's got to do it, now." He turned back to the screen, his face hardening, and input the call code. Perimead appeared in the electronic window the instant Hanjan finished. He must have been waiting for an answer, maybe for hours. I searched the background around his image, trying to tell where he was, whether he was alone. What little detail I could make out looked like a private home, not an office. "Hanjan," he said, as if he'd been holding his breath all that time. "Thank God. I've been trying to reach you. Borosage—" "I know what he has done," Hanjan said flatly. "He has destroyed a holy place and killed innocent people. Children." His voice slipped out of control. Perimead's hand covered his face as if he'd been blindsided by his worst fears. "God, I tried to warn you, Hanjan. Damn it, why didn't you answer my first call?" I couldn't see Hanjan's face, but his whole body recoiled. "Are you blaming us for this atrocity? Humans did this. Only humans are to blame." Perimead's gaze turned cold. "Hydran radicals kidnapped a child. Tau will not allow itself to be manipulated by terrorists." "Perimead," I said, taking the chance of moving into his line of sight. "Don't you get it yet?" "Cat?" he said, and I saw his disbelief. "What the hell are you doing?" I wondered if he had any idea what had happened to me since he'd dropped me off at the hotel. "Doing what I was ordered to do. Your job." He didn't look surprised at the bitterness of the words, but he looked confused. "Have you spoken to Mia?" I nodded. "But she's not listening anymore. And neither am I." "I don't understand," he said. I was sure by the look on his face that Borosage had cut him entirely out of the loop. I almost had her convinced that it made sense to give Joby back. But every time she started to believe me, Tau tried to kill us. "Borosage is out of control, damn it. He's forcing an incident so he'll have an excuse to kill more Hydrans. Tau's board has backed off him because they think that'll save them, and Draco's backed off Tau. I can't talk to anybody on the human side but you. If you sit there and let this happen, it'll drag you down with it." I broke off, searching his face for a reaction, for some kind of understanding. I didn't find what I needed to see. "Even if it doesn't, if I were you, I'd never look in a mirror again."
He looked down as if suddenly he couldn't face his image in my eyes or Hanjan's. His attention flickered off screen, distracted by something I couldn't see. He looked back at us, at me finally. "Someone wants to talk to you," he said. He moved aside, making room for another floating head. I stiffened, expecting Borosage or one of his corpses, expecting threats, expecting anything but the face that I suddenly saw there in front of me. "Cassandra?" She nodded. She looked as though she had as much trouble believing we were facing each other this way as I did. "Cat?" she said, faltering. "What are you doing?" "Why don't you ask your uncle?" I said. She glanced off-screen at him, back at me again. "He told me about Mia and Harm and the board meeting." She grimaced as if the blow had left a bruise. "What are you trying to do?" She asked it again, not sounding angry, but only bewildered. "I don't know." I shook my head, rubbing my eyes, because suddenly looking at her face was like staring into the sun, like trying to do something impossible. "Cassandra, this is so fucked up. I don't know how it got like this. It just happened too fast." "Cat, come back to Riverton. This is crazy. Come back now before it goes too far, and you can't ever... before you get hurt. My uncle can straighten it out. I need you on the field crew." "I can't." I shook my head. "I can't come back." "But..." She broke off. "Is it... it's not because of... us?" "No." I looked down, knowing that was partly a lie. But even the lie was nothing compared to the truth. It's gone way beyond the two of us. It's Borosage. It's all of Tau. What they're doing to the Hydrans. For God's sake, they dropped a plasma burst on a monastery full of children. Your uncle couldn't help me if he wanted to. But he can stop this. You hear me, Perimead?" He had to be listening, even if I couldn't see him. "Tau's board won't control Borosage, and Draco's out of the picture. You've got to stop this yourself. Get those feds back here and let them know what the hell's happening before the whole situation self-destructs." Cassandra was looking away from me now, looking at her uncle. "Cassandra," I said, and waited until she looked back at me. "You have to make him understand. It's about Keiretsu. He thinks he's protecting you and his family, but you're not going to have a research project. He's not going to have a job, a home, or a world if you can't make him listen. All he'll have will be a lot of deaths on his conscience. Maybe, if he acts before it's too late, some of that won't happen. But if he doesn't, it will. It will, damn it! What makes you believe you're such an expert on Keiretsu, son?" Perimead stepped back into the picture behind Cassandra, his expression professionally empty again. "You spent most of your life nameless and creditless on the streets of a free trade zone." My hands tightened. "I believe in know your enemy," I said. Something filled his face. Desperation, anger, it didn't matter what he was feeling. I knew that look. The blind stubbornness of someone whose whole mental house of cards would collapse if he said the wrong thing, or even let himself think it. "None of that is going to happen." Bleak-eyed, he looked past me at Hanjan. "And nothing else will happen to your people if Joby is returned unharmed by tomorrow night. Because you wouldn't help us find his kidnappers, Administrator Borosage was forced to retaliate, causing innocent people to suffer." He took a deep breath. "We want results. Only you can give them to us. You have 1 day's time to get the boy back. That's all the time you have." I saw Cassandra look at her uncle as if he'd been replaced by a stranger. "Uncle Janos? I don't believe this." She looked back at the screen, at me. "Cat, listen." Perimead cut the connection and the screen went blank. I looked down, my fists still knotted at my sides. "Damn you," I muttered, not sure who I meant. I looked back at Hanjan, finally. He was sitting at the table with his head in his hands, as if the burden of his responsibility had become too heavy to bear. "I'm sorry," I whispered, not able to feel more than the faintest echo of his grief, not even able to feel the elation that should have come with any sense of him at all. "No, I am the one who should apologize. he said, still resting his head in his hands. There was no accusation in the look he gave me. There was nothing you could have done to change anything. He glanced away at the empty screen. There is nothing he can do to stop it either. He is as powerless as I am to control the situation. I frowned. Then why did we just do this? Because you felt so strongly that we should. He sat back in his chair with a shrug. Your way or my way, we say. It is different for everyone. Who knows which is more true? But I'm not even a precog. I swore under my breath. Perrymead's niece, she was more to you than just your team leader. And you were. That's over, I muttered. All of that is over. He looked at me strangely, as if what I was feeling now was incomprehensible, or maybe just unreachable. What about Mia? I asked, turning his stare back on him. And Nao, what are they to you? Remembering that he had worked with Perrymead to get Mia the training that let her help Joby. He must have been the one to choose her. And the way he'd reacted when he saw them, the way they'd reacted toward him at the monastery, hadn't been the way strangers treated each other. They are my foster daughters, he murmured. I raised them, tried to raise them, after their parents were killed, I said before he could backtrack. How did it happen? He broke off, struggling with something deeper than memory, emotion naked on his face. Seeing him lose that much control was unnerving, because it told me how close to the edge even he was getting. I wondered whether the things he saw in my face, not human enough, not hydran enough, with no side to give him feedback, were what made him suddenly look away from me. When his face and voice were in place again, he said, Their parents were my closest friends, like family. They were detained along with some others after a demonstration years ago, when the girls were small. After they were released and sent back here, there was an illness. Some called it a plague, that spread through the community. Many people became sick. The ones who had been detained were the first. Some of the sick ones died, including my friends. Those who recovered were sterile. Shit, I breathed. Mia? And Nao? I got up, crossed the room to sit at the table beside him. He nodded, his mouth crushed into a line. The illness struck only the community, not the humans. Some people said the humans caused it. I shook my head, more in disbelief than denial. Do you know for certain? I have never seen proof of it. He meant seen proof of it in a human mind. I know some who believe they have. The humans say they don't know where the plague came from, that the cloud whales created it, or it was something from the sacred ground, the reefs. I don't know. The humans synthesized a vaccine, but not until many of us had died, or become sterile. I wondered whether that was why I'd seen so few children in Freaktown, why his voice had broken when he'd spoken the word to Perrymead, why he lived alone with no sign of ever having had any family except once, Mia and her sister. I didn't ask, couldn't. Did you know? About the Sato, about Nao, and what Mia was planning? No, he said, almost angrily. Not until tonight. I had not seen Nao in a long time. She was bitter. She was always bitter. He broke off. Mia was very young when their parents died. Perhaps she doesn't remember the way Nao does. But his gaze turned distant. Nao always saw the way as a straight line. Mia said to me once that the way is meant to lead to wisdom, not happiness. Oblivion, I murmured. That's where Nao's way is leading them. She's like quicksand. She's sucking Mia down with the rest of them. He nodded, resting his head in his hands again. I always believed Mia was the strong one, in her gift and her resolve. But perhaps Nao's sickness is stronger than both of them. Mia said that Nao's vision made her gift more powerful, or gave her more reason to use it. I have seen enough perversions of the gift in my life. I believe anything is possible. His voice was heavy with resignation. Mia loves Joby, maybe too much. The words caught in my throat like thorns. Mia didn't need a reason to love him like that, beyond who she was and who he was. But to lose him, knowing she'd never see him again, never have a child of her own. She's afraid of losing him to the humans, I said at last. That makes her vulnerable. Don't get involved. That was what Old City had taught me. The cost was too high. Hope, trust, love. They were only stones around your neck when you were already drowning. But then Jewel Taming had come into my life and made me believe that a lifeline of trust, an outstretched hand, were all that could save you. Now, sitting here, I wondered for the first time since then whether maybe the streets had been right. "What is your involvement with Mia?" Hanjin asked me, suddenly, sharply. I looked up, startled. I took a deep breath. Nasherta. Suddenly certain, as I said it, that Jewel Taming had always known the truth. Nasherta? He stared at me. I wondered what he found so unbelievable. That she could have any feeling at all for someone damaged the way I was, or that someone like me was capable of loving someone else that way. He reached over and touched my shoulder as gently as a thought. He smiled painfully before he drew his hand back again. I wondered which of us was more surprised. I leaned on my hands, head down, staring at the dark years of Hydran history trapped in the wood grain of the table surface. "I need to find Mia," I said finally. I looked up at him when he didn't answer. "How? Tell me how to do that. You must be able to track her mind print if you've known her for so long." He nodded, the lines deepening in his weathered face. He looked sucked dry of resolve, of any emotion, no matter how urgent, now. "I can probably find her if she's in the city. If Neo has taken them into the outback, it will be virtually impossible." He rubbed his face. "But I must sleep first. You should rest too, or you will be no good to Mia or anyone." He got slowly to his feet. I opened my mouth to say that we didn't have time. I looked down at my strengthless body supported by the tabletop. Finally, I nodded. "You are welcome to a bed." He gestured toward a side room before he faded like a ghost through another doorway and into darkness. I went into the room. It wasn't a bed I found. It was a kind of hammock suspended midway between the ceiling and the floor. I went to it, put my hands on it. It was chest high. The only way I could see to get into it would be to levitate myself. I sighed and dumped the bedding out onto the floor. I lay down on the hard, cold tiles and rolled up in the blankets. I was asleep before I even had time to think about it. 18. I woke gasping and wet with sweat. Struggling up from a dream of being strangled, I shook off the prison of tangled blankets. I sat up, wondering for a few more breaths why I was sleeping on the floor, whether I was really still in Old City. No, not Old City. Freaktown. I got up and stumbled out through a fog of sleep into the central room, the last place I'd seen Hanjin before I'd gone to bed. The room was gray with dawn. Hanjin was already up, sitting perfectly still in a chair, staring at nothing. Hanjin? My heart missed a beat. But he wasn't dead. He was using his size, searching telepathically for Mia or Neo. "You looked like you were dead." More than one human had said that to me when I was using my gift. I understood now why most humans didn't like to look at it. Hanjin was back suddenly, dropping out of his trance state as if my entering the room had triggered some sensory alarm. "Any luck?" I asked, startling myself as I realized I'd spoken standard. I came on into the room. "Luck," he repeated, cocking his head. "Finding them. Did you find them?" Comprehension came back into his face. "No, and yes. I have not located either of them yet. But I have crossed a trail of harm. Neo has sent them to feed off of the community's outrage over what Tao did at the monastery. They claim that the time Neo foresaw has come. That if our people rise up now with one mind, we can will the humans to disappear from our world." "But that's crazy," I broke off. He already knew that as well as I did. "What are you going to do?" I asked as he rose from his seat. "I have contacted the council. We are already trying together to stop this sickness from spreading." "Just sitting there?" I remembered where I was now and didn't ask. I wondered when I was going to stop thinking like a human. Worse, an unplugged one. What about Mia and Joby? He shook his head, already looking distracted again. This must be stopped first, or finding Joby will not matter. I swallowed a protest and asked, Where's grandmother? He half frowned as he refocused. Why? Because finding Mia and Joby still matters to me, and it will still matter to you after you find Nao, and I can't do it without a telepath to help me. I will ask her, he said. His attention faded again. I waited, feeling my frustration climb like a fever, until finally his attention was back in the room with me. She will help you, but I cannot send you to her. It would take too much of my strength, and I need that. Well, I rubbed my head. Is she going to come here, then? His frown came back, as if I was confusing him for no reason. She has never been here, so she couldn't teleport to us. And it would be harder for her to walk here than for me to walk there, wherever there was. I began to see what he was getting at. Have you got a map? He nodded, looking relieved. A marker appeared in his hand out of nowhere. He looked around the room until his eyes settled on a piece of packaging in a bin that must have been used for trash. The wrapper drifted across the room to him. He reached up and picked it out of the air. Flattening it on the bench beside him, he began to make marks on it with long hesitations between lines. At last he looked up at me, expectant. When I didn't come, he gestured me toward him impatiently. I came to stand beside him, realizing how difficult it must be for him to do this, when he could have simply shown it to anyone else he knew, laid it straight into their brain like a data feed. I thought again about how humans had needed to find ways around their lack of the gift. They'd had to learn how to build their own bridges across every chasm, between 2,000 or 1,000 isolated minds. That was why it had taken them so much longer to get into space, where distances were so great, and the energy sources a scion could tap into were so limited, that all bets were off and tech was the only real answer to the question. I wondered whether the fact that humans had been forced to try harder to get there would mean that they stayed there longer. I supposed it didn't really matter, at least to me. Since the way things were going, I'd be lucky to live until tomorrow. I wondered whether Vinge knew enough about maps to get me across the infinitesimally small part of the planet that separated me from grandmother. I stood beside him, watching and listening as he did his best to describe in words, clumsy, awkward, imperfect words, the route to where she was staying, and I used what senses I had left to try to understand him. It isn't far, was the only thing he said that reassured me. I took the scrap from his hand silently and started to turn away. I'm sorry I can't do more to help you, he said, but thank you for what you are trying to do to help us. And Mia. I looked back at him, surprised as he made a small bow. If we each follow the way we see, perhaps there is twice the chance that we will reach the end we hoped for. I nodded. He pointed toward the front door. I followed the hallway to the entrance and stopped. The door had no doorknob, no touch plate, no automatic eye that I could see. Open door, I said. There was no voice-activated microprocessor in the wall, either. Vinge, I shouted. The door opened. I almost stepped through it, caught at the doorframe as I realized that we were on the second floor and there were no steps. Looking down, I could see broken masonry along the wall where steps had probably been once. I swore and turned around. Vinge was standing there, looking at me. As he went on watching me, invisible arms gently closed me in. They lifted me and carried me down to street level. I landed lightly on my feet, glanced up just in time to see the door close again. I looked away down the dawn-red street. There were dozens of hydrants already out and moving. I was surprised to see the street so busy so early in the morning. I wondered whether hydrants always got up at dawn or whether the activity meant something I didn't want to think about. None of them seemed to see anything strange in the way I'd arrived at ground level. Most of them seemed to be walking like I was, not drifting over the ground or teleporting in and out of existence. But even moving the same way they did, dressed in the same clothes they wore, I'd never feel like them if they tried to touch my mind. No matter how alien I felt among humans, I realized that I was still more human than Hydran, always a Mebtaku, and my mind's barriers were a raised fist, a deliberate insult to every passing stranger. No one challenged me or even directly acknowledged me as I kept walking. But word about me traveled ahead, until I began to notice people waiting along the sides of the street or looking out of windows to silently watch me pass. I met their stares, letting them see my eyes, the long slit pupils, trying to keep them from seeing any fear there. There were no signs marking any of the streets. I held the map in a death grip in my sweating hand, felt a little safer each time I located another landmark that Hanjin had described. As I walked, I wondered how I'd ever get up to his door again. And I wondered if there'd never been anyone here who'd had a crippling accident or been born with a genetic flaw, disabled in either body or mind, anything that kept them from doing the kinds of things other hydrants did. Maybe the community had better support systems for taking care of their own, helping each other. But I remembered Neo's addict lover, all the other junkies and derelicts I'd seen. They'd made themselves as helpless as I was, and no one had done anything about it. I remembered what Hanjin had said, remembered the primitive med center Mia and Neo had shown me. Maybe no one could. And then I wondered what it would be like to live the rest of my life this way, walking a gauntlet of stairs, not able to do things for myself that everyone else took for granted, with no one I could count on if I didn't find Mia. Even if I did, what would happen if I couldn't make her listen? More and more people were out in the street now, a river of them flowing past. I wondered where they were going in such a hurry. Some of them muttered curses as they passed me, or brushed by me more roughly than they needed to. Once or twice I was shoved from behind so hard that I stumbled, but when I spun around, no one was close enough to have touched me. I began to wonder whether I'd even get as far as Grandmother's. Grandmother. Grandmother was going to help me. I studied the map again, searching the street for landmarks. There. I spotted the place Hanjin had said I'd find the survivors from the monastery. Tree-formed pillars marked its entrance. The wall facing the street was a mosaic in what must once have been brilliant pinks and golds, the colors of sunset clouds. The building face was mauve with dust and pockmarked with missing tiles now, but there couldn't be anything else that exactly matched the description he'd given me. I started toward it, feeling the tightness in my chest ease. Almost safe. Two figures materialized in front of me just as I reached the entrance. Two hydrants I'd never seen before, both men bigger and heavier than most. I stopped short as they blocked my way. They stared at me for a long moment. I wondered whether they were trying to mind-speak me. "Get away from here, human," one said in standard so thickly accented I could barely make out the words. "Go now." "I'm not human," I said in Hydran. "I've come to see the Oyasin." I faced down their stares, letting them have a good look at my eyes. They frowned back at me, then at each other. "Mixed blood," one of them muttered to the other and then made a gesture at his head. "Half-breed," the other said to me. A telekinetic blow made me stagger back. "Drug addict. You are not fit to approach the Oyasin. Go back to the humans, where you belong." "She wants to see me," I said, trying to keep my voice under control. "I think not." They moved closer together, still blocking my way, as if they believed the only way I could get past them would be to go through them. I wondered what would happen if I actually tried it. Realized I'd never get that far when they could force me to back off without ever touching me. "Namaste. I have been waiting for you." Suddenly Grandmother was standing in the street beside me. "Jesu!" I gasped, stumbling back again. The two hydrants did the same thing. For once I didn't feel embarrassed. "Oyasin," one of the hydrants guarding the entrance protested. "You come out to this Deathbringer?" I froze, thinking that somehow he knew about my past. But I realized that it was just another way of calling me human. She turned to them, giving them a long look, but probably not a silent one. They bowed to her finally, and bowed to me reluctantly. They moved aside and let us pass. I followed her in under the shadowed building entrance, through a small atrium where a handful of children were tossing a silver metal ball back and forth, without ever touching it. Each time the ball hit a wall, chiming silvery music showered down on us, and the children laughed. Beyond them was a large, high-ceilinged room. More people were gathered there. Adults moving aimlessly or sleeping on mats. Children curled up in someone's lap or darting like birds through the forest of adult bodies. The air smelled of cooking. Someone was playing a musical instrument I couldn't put a name to. There was so little audible conversation that the plangent sound carried all through the room. Here and there stray children drifted up toward the ceiling as if they were weightless. Sometimes an adult or another child went up after them or else silently ordered them back down. I thought about Joby, who couldn't watch them drifting overhead like fragments of a dream. Couldn't even take a step without Mia's help. I tried not to see his eyes in every small face that turned to look at me. There were a lot of people here. I wondered whether all of them had been staying at the monastery or whether this was always used as a shelter. It had obviously been something else once. The Baroque, organically patterned beauty of the walls and ceiling was as detailed as it had been in the building where I'd met the community council. I wondered if this was part of the same complex. It wasn't as well kept up if it was. I could see the signs of age and neglect everywhere. Too much dust, too much indifference. What was this place? Grandmother glanced at me. A performance hall, you would say. The community would gather here to share special dreams and creations the way had revealed to them. You mean something like art or music? I listened to the music echoing behind us, imagining how much more interactive a concert or any other kind of art could be, if the audience could have access to the artist's mind and feel that creativity taking form. They don't do that anymore? She shook her head. Her veil fluttered like a moth's wing. There are not enough people anymore. It became too cold. She didn't mean simply the temperature. If they want to share, they find a smaller space. She led me on into another room, an empty cubicle with only a mat on the floor and an oil lamp burning. Its tendril of smoke rose undisturbed. I wondered if this was where she went to meditate or sleep, or, I hoped, search for Mia or someone who knew where Mia was. She kneeled down on the mat slowly and carefully. I knelt down across from her, sensing that it was what she expected. Trying to be patient and let things happen, trying not to talk too much, push too much, be too human. I focused on the music I could still hear above the clatter and murmur of the hall outside. Grandmother looked up from the flame to my face, down at my clothing. "Ah, Björn," she said, with a kind of sorrow, as if something had become obvious to her that I'd completely missed. "You don't know where Nail took Mia?" I asked finally, when she didn't say anything else. "I know where they are," she said, as calmly as if she were telling me what time it was. "Where?" I started to get up. "Björn," she said, stopping me with a word, as abruptly as if she'd paralyzed me with her sigh. I sank back onto my knees. "What?" "You must not go to her. Bad things will happen there soon. They will happen to you if you go there." I froze. "What do you mean? You had a sending? You saw it? What kind of bad things?" She waited until the questions died, and then she said, "Nao and her people are spreading fear." "I know," I said, and bit my lip. "They show the community that the humans would rather sacrifice the life of a human child than let the FTA come here to see how we live. They say the humans have decided to destroy us all and desecrate our last sacred place. That your research team is proof of it." "But that's not true." I broke off again, remembering that half of it was true already. I'd told it to the Sato myself, and the rest of it might become the truth sooner than I wanted to admit. "Won't people know that?" "The Sato believe it is true, and that is what people will see. Nao asks the community to gather where the Bridge of Sighs crosses over to Riverton. She tells them that if enough believe, they can stop Tau. That enough of our people joined together can will all trace of the human occupation from our world." "Oh, God," I murmured, rubbing my face. Mia knew about the airborne drug, but Nao wasn't sharing that part of it with the community. "When is this miracle supposed to happen?" "Soon. Those who have heard are already beginning to gather and drawing others." I thought about the people I'd seen out in the street as I'd made my way here, their restlessness, the suspicion in their eyes. I wondered whether the Sato's rumors had been the cause of it. And then I thought about what Neo was telling them to do. Rallying, working as one mind, almost sounded reasonable, as if it was something that should have been done years ago. Maybe it had been done years ago. Maybe it had been tried again and again, through the years since humans had taken over refuge. But it had always failed, because human technology had been one step ahead of them all the time, and human ruthlessness hadn't changed at all. Tao's corpse sec had Nefe's gas. Borosage had used it in my hotel room, used it again at the monastery. There was absolutely no doubt in my mind that he'd use it on a mob trying to force its way into Riverton. And gathered together in one place, without their gift, they'd be sitting targets for anything Tao wanted to do to them. I looked up at Grandmother again. You see the humans attacking the demonstration, don't you? And we're helpless to stop it. She nodded, her face heavy with shadows. That is what I have seen, if the people follow Neo's way. And they will. No one can stop it. Hanjin is trying. Have you tried? She nodded. But it is too late. How much did you know about the Sato's activities, anyway? And for how long? Did you know they planned to kidnap Joby? Yes, Bian, I knew, she said quietly, shaking her head. I shut my eyes. At the time, the way that I saw brought us to a better place in the end. But now it's changed? She didn't answer me. Why? What changed? Me? Was it my interference when Mia... But the corpses nearly had her. If she hadn't run into me, she'd probably be dead now, and Neo's vision with her. The riot gas? If Grandmother hadn't known about that, would that throw off her precognition? I didn't know enough about it even to guess, and she wasn't telling me. Maybe I can still stop them. Maybe I can change things back. No. She shook her head and got slowly to her feet. Bad things will happen no matter what you do, Bian. If you go after Mia, they will happen to you, too. Where's Joby? He is safe. Where? Here? Do you have him? He is safe, she said again, and the look in her eyes told me that was all the answer I was getting. She started toward the door. Where are you going? I asked. She turned back, her veiled gaze unreadable. I am going to join the gathering at the Bridge of Sighs. Why? I asked. Because that is where the way leads me. She disappeared. I lunged after her, grabbing at her cloak. My fingers closed over nothing. I scrambled to my feet, swearing under my breath, knowing as I left the room that I was heading for the bridge, too. Even if I had to get there on foot, if Mia was there, then it was where the way led me now. As I went back out through the great hall, I realized the music had stopped. Instead, someone was shouting in Hydran, the words echoing above the level of random noise, as if he was trying to make everyone else listen. Maybe in this crowd of unfocused energy, shouting was actually easier than telepathy. Or maybe he was using his mind to spread some other message. The voice was both louder and less distinct than the music had been. It took me a minute to get a fix on the words. The speaker was standing in the middle of the room. I realized that he was someone I actually knew, someone from the Sato. Tiene, one of the radicals I'd met that first night with Mia and Neo. By the time I recognized him, I didn't have to listen to know what he was saying or why he was here. I pushed my way through the mass of bodies gathered around him until we were standing face to face. He looked down at me. I looked down and realized he was drifting about 1/2 meter off the ground, making himself visible above the crowd. When I looked up again, his face was slack with surprised recognition. I hit him in the stomach. He dropped to the floor like a sack of laundry. "Haven't you done enough to these people?" I shouted. "Get the hell out of here, TNA, and don't come back." He glared up at me, and his expression told me what I couldn't hear him think. "Neo was right about you," he mumbled, doubled over, holding his stomach. "No, she wasn't," I said, backing off as he got to his feet, in case he wasn't as dazed as he looked. "And she's wrong about this. Take me to her, He disappeared. The breeze of his disappearance ruffled my hair. Shit. I went on across the room. People backed out of my way, leaving me a straight path to the exit. When I got outside, I searched the air above the rooftops for the profile of the bridge, found it, relieved. I wasn't in the mood to ask for directions, and I didn't think anyone in the street was in the mood to give them to me. I pushed myself, not sure how long it would take me to reach the bridge the hard way through this maze of streets. Not sure how long I had before things turned critical. I wondered how many hydrants had listened to the Sato. How many of them were going to be hurt or killed today because of it? Whether one of them was going to be Mia, or me. But I couldn't let myself think about that. I had to keep believing that even Grandmother couldn't see the way completely clearly, that somehow it could still be changed, that I could change it. I heard the crowd long before I saw it. By the time I reached the open plaza at this end of the Riverton Bridge, the square was already filled to overflowing. I realized then that the noise they made was nothing compared to the sound of a human crowd that size. Maybe because I could only hear half of it, I was stunned by how many people had actually responded to Neo's twisted vision. How much that said about their anger, their sense of futility and powerlessness. An amplified human voice speaking in standard rang out over the crowd noise, ordering them to disperse, threatening reprisals. I couldn't see the speaker, but even distorted by amplification, I knew it was Borosage. I shoved my way through the crowd, backed up into the street's entrance, trying to see over their heads, listening for the sound of a familiar voice, the sight of a familiar face. Mia! Nasherta! I shouted with every cell in my body, making heads turn in the claustrophobic press of unreadable strangers around me. I ducked my head, cursing with frustration, and pushed deeper into the mob before anyone realized what I was. I'd been able to reach Mia's mind. She'd been able to find me, in a way that had never happened with anyone else. The bond was forever. Whoever or whatever came between us, I had to believe that. I found a recess in the wall I'd been shoved up against and slid into it, trying to clear my thoughts of everything and everyone but Mia, her face, her mind. The way she moved, smiled, held Joby, touched me, bringing my soul to life like water in the desert. The feel of her mind joined with mine as our bodies joined, transforming the heat of physical lust into something truer, purer, more. Mia? I sucked in a startled breath as she completed the contact, almost severed the fragile link between us with my surprise. And in that moment I realized she could have avoided me or shut me out. Instead, she'd been open, waiting. Cat. Her thoughts were as clear as my own, and as much a part of me. Bian. I stayed where I was, crushed against the wall, until I couldn't have moved if my life depended on it. The mood of the crowd began to seep in at the interface of thought linking my mind to hers, until my mind was as desperately aware of their presence as my body was. I held the contact open against the anger, frustration, need, grief of the crowd, but the effort drove spikes through my eyes. I wondered what was keeping Mia when she could just come to me. The alternating currents of sensation feeding through my brain began to make my thoughts strobe, made me want to let in the crowd's emotion, drown in it, be one with it. I imagined what would happen if I did, if anyone in the crowd paid me enough attention to notice that I was different. I closed focus convulsively, almost losing Mia before I regained control. Searching the crowd again, I realized that most of the people I saw had turned toward the bridge, rapt with anticipation. A new voice was drawing the crowd, not Borosage's distorted threats, even though they still echoed over every corner of the square. This voice wasn't spoken, couldn't be heard. I felt it feed directly into my thoughts through my bond with Mia. One mind, Neo's, amplified through a network of other minds, all repeating her message. This would be a day like no other. Cross over to the other side. Take back our world. The future is waiting. The humans cannot harm us. Nothing will stop us if we go forward into our future with one mind. Believe. The crowd pushed forward around me, surging toward the bridge. Mia! I threw everything I had into the cry, willing her to keep the promise she'd made to me. Bian! She was beside me suddenly, clutching at my arm to steady herself against the current of bodies pushing past. She was still wearing the same muted earth colors, the same traditional loose tunic and pants, but with a fringed scarf muffling her face as if she was trying for anonymity. People around us stumbled or moved out of her way without giving us a second look. "Where were you?" I broke off as she looked at me. Her incandescent relief swept my brain like burning phosphor.
You came back. You are with us. I knew your heart. She pulled the scarf away from her mouth and kissed me. My body answered her, ready to follow her anywhere, blindly, eagerly. But I tasted the residue of Neo's suspicion and Mia's relief, as the doubts that had made her doubt me disappeared. With her arms still around me, she started to pull me forward into the mob. I broke away. "Mia, stop!" "What the hell are you doing here?" I shouted. "This is crazy!" Blurting out the words before my tongue could turn traitor, before my brain could. "How could you leave me behind like that?" She looked at me with dazed incomprehension. "I had to," she answered finally, faintly. "Neo." "What does Neo think she's doing?" I asked, not even trying to focus my thoughts anymore. "She's setting up all of you for a corpsec massacre." "No, Bion." Mia shook her head. "She has seen the way. We can protect ourselves from them without hurting them, if all of us join together. They'll be powerless to stop us. Belief has moved mountains. We can make them disappear." "Mia, stop!" I caught her by the shoulders, hard enough to make her grimace. "Your sister's infecting your mind. She's sick, and she's infected all of you. Everything you think you believe is twisted. It's wrong." She shook her head again. "Please, Mia," I said. "If you love me, if you love Joby, then look at Neo with my eyes. See her like I do. You know she hasn't been inside my head. You know what I am. It makes me immune." I waved my hand. "Look at this mob through my eyes and then tell me it doesn't look wrong to you." She looked at me for what seemed like an eternity, while the crowd swept past, trampling my hopes underfoot. But then at last I felt her mind begin to change. The unquestioning belief gave way like a dam of ice, setting free a flood of questions without answers. "Bion?" I opened my thoughts, let her see for herself the things that I could see, that her sister and the rest of the Sato refused to believe. I tried not to push her toward the truth, knowing that if she even imagined I had, I'd lose her forever. "Nefes?" The color drained out of her face as if she'd forgotten she'd ever known about it. "This is the way you always saw?" She clutched at my clothing, holding on as if suddenly she could barely stand. "Our people, Tau, they will—" I nodded, feeling something break inside me and fill me with pain as the truth shared became twice the burden for us both. But what choice did I have? There were no choices left, not for me, not for her. Have you seen the Oyasin?" She pushed away from me until she was standing alone. She shook her head again, meaning both no and she didn't know why I was asking. She said this was where the way led her. Maybe she saw a chance of stopping Neo. I tried not to think about how little hope she'd foreseen of anything but failure. "Can you find her?" Mia half frowned, craning her neck. Even I could barely see more than 3 meters through the crowd around us, and I was taller than most of them. If her mind was as choked with strangers as the street was, she wouldn't have any better luck searching that way. She glanced at the wall above us. "Up there," she pointed. I nodded, tried to relax, and let it happen as she lifted us straight up. We settled on top of the wall as if we were massless. I clung to the ledge, its gritty surface biting into my hands as I steadied myself. As I looked out over the crowd, I knew that to find Grandmother by sight alone would be hopeless. Maybe Mia could do what I couldn't. I didn't know whether even her gift, even from this height, could pinpoint Grandmother in that molten sea of thought. Looking down from here, I realized suddenly that there were children in the crowd. My heart sank. The community had so few children left after Tau's bio-warfare. I wondered why their parents had brought them here, risked their last hope for the future, whether they really believed Neo's claim that human weapons couldn't harm them, or whether they simply believed there wouldn't be a future worth living if this failed. I thought about Joby again as I raised my head to watch for corpsec flyers. Borosage's amplified threats droned on in a surreal counterpoint as I murmured, "Any luck?" "No, Talk out loud," I said. I felt her surprise as she heard the hardness in my voice. "If they use gas on us, at least we'll know it." She nodded, her expression strained. "I've found Neo." She pointed. "She's all in white. You can see her at the bridge." I followed her pointing finger until I found the figure in white, hovering above the muted colors of the crowd. Neo had set herself apart, drifting a meter or so off the ground, as if she'd declared herself chosen. There was a force field at both ends of the bridge. I could see the crowd around her pressed up against the invisible barrier like insects in a bottle. And then, as I watched, Nao was suddenly beyond the barrier. It happened so quickly that I hadn't even seen the change. 2 Sato joined her, and then 2 more, as they got their bearings and teleported beyond the barrier. More hydrants followed, no longer just Sato now, in 2s and 5s and dozens, until they filled this end of the bridge span. I watched the mass of people pour on across, saw Nao drifting like a pale angel of death above the crowd. "Grandmother?" I murmured, barely remembering to ask, hypnotized by the sight. "Not with her. I'm searching," Mia answered, as if only half her mind was listening. I tried to go on searching visually. My eyes kept being drawn back to the mob moving farther out onto the bridge, beyond them to its far end, where Tao's world began. They called it the Bridge of Sighs over there. That wasn't what they'd be calling it tomorrow. At the far end, Borosage and the small army of corpses were waiting. Body armor glinted in the early morning light, which meant they'd come armed with weapons systems I didn't want to think about. Corpsec flyers were taking up positions overhead now. There was no chance at all that they were only here to observe. The force barrier I'd collided with the other night wouldn't stop the hydrants any more than the first one had, once they got a sense of the dimensions and densities of the farther shore. Maybe with enough of them together, their minds linked, they actually could disable every weapon, block the wills of everyone waiting to use one, without anyone getting hurt. Maybe hell was about to freeze over. I watched as the space between the 2 worlds in collision shrank, watched it until my eyes ached, not able to look away. "There! The Oyasin!" Mia cried. I strained to see what she saw without losing my balance, felt her hand against my chest, steadying me. Her mind guided my senses with a thought to Grandmother. I watched Grandmother move through the mass of believers, still waiting in the square, saw her touch one person and then another. Usually they were ones with children. Almost always, as she let them go, they disappeared, taking their children with them. "What's she doing?" "Sending them away, the ones who listen." Mia glanced at me. "I want to go to her. Maybe together we can reach Nao and make her stop." I shook my head. "It's too late. Nobody can turn them all back." "It's too late to stop. I broke off. "Shit, me—" She looked at me in sudden panic, back at the crowd. "No, Oisen." I felt her mind take me, try to pull us through a jump to reach Grandmother in the heart of the crowd. It didn't work. The world tilted out from under me as we lost our balance and went off the edge, falling into the crowd below. I hit bodies and then the ground, landing hard enough to knock the wind out of me. I staggered up, feeling as if every breath I took drove a stake through my heart. But the pain should have been worse. Mia had managed somehow to break our fall. She struggled to her feet beside me, shaking her head. A stranger's flailing arm knocked her against the wall as a ripple of panic spread through the crowd around us. At first, I thought we'd caused the crowd's reaction by the way we'd dropped in on it. But the rising levels of noise said I was wrong. The people around us, who had always relied on their communal web of psi awareness, had discovered all at once what I already knew. How it felt to have something as integral as their souls suddenly ripped out of them. Hundreds of people all around me were living the moment when I'd lost my own psi, and I remembered what it had done to me. I slammed into Mia as someone else collided with me. Pain crushed the memory of loss, letting me see with the clear, hard vision of anger. Letting me see, as I turned around, that Mia had disappeared from beside me. "Mia!" I shouted her name. It was lost in the cacophony as the crowd found the only voice it had left, and the cries and shouting increased. I looked around, frantic, saw Mia struggling through the riptide of bodies on a trajectory that would take her to Grandmother, if the crowd didn't swallow her first, if Corpsec lightning didn't drop out of the sky and kill us. I saw more bodies wink out of existence here and there, lucky ones who hadn't been incapacitated by the gas before they realized what was happening. But the rest of them were trapped here, setting targets, and so was I if I didn't head back down the alley now. But I knew I wasn't going anywhere without Mia, and she wasn't going without Grandmother. I shoved my way through the crowd's blind confusion, going after her, realizing that in a panic-stricken mob, being too human, ruthless, senseless, used to doing everything the hard way, was actually in my favor. But then I heard the screaming start in earnest, screams of terror and pain. The corpses had made their move now that most of the demonstrators were helpless, trapped on the bridge or here in the crowd-choked square. Hydrants screamed just like humans did when their bodies broke and bled like human bodies. I strained to see over the wall of flesh blocking Mia from my sight, tried to see what CorpSec had already done, whether they were only using stun weapons, whether they were taking prisoners, whether they weren't going to stop until everyone here was bleeding or dead. I saw bursts of light up ahead, out over the bridge, not sure if that meant weapons fire. I swore and covered my ears as a percussive blast half-deafened me. When my head cleared again, I saw Mia almost within arm's reach. I fought my way to her side, using every dirty street trick I knew to close the space between us. "Me!" I shouted her name, or as close as I could come to it now. She turned, was knocked sprawling with 50 others as another blast went off just beyond her. Out on the bridge I saw bodies going over the side, wondered if they'd been shot or thrown themselves off, only knowing that either way they were dead. I went down on my knees as someone collided with me from behind. I crawled through a forest of flailing feet, and was paid back for every bruise I'd given out as I'd struggled toward Mia's side. I touched her dazed, bloody face, grunted and collapsed as someone kicked me in the ribs. We clung to each other, supporting each other as we staggered to our feet. A fetid rain of something from the sky made my eyes burn and my skin itch, made me retch as I inhaled. Mia sobbed uncontrollably, as if she'd been struck deaf and blind. Her absence in my mind told me everything I couldn't know about what she was feeling now. "Come on!" I cried. Tears streamed down my face as I tried to force her back the way I'd come. We weren't that far from the street that had led me to the square. We might still be able to get out alive. "Oh, Yasin!" She coughed and spat, fighting for breath. Her hand struck at my face as she struggled after the one thing in all this madness that still had any meaning for her. "Save her!" But I couldn't see Grandmother anywhere now. Couldn't tell if we'd even been close to reaching her. Maybe she'd already escaped, teleported. "Can't!" I jerked Mia away, half dragging her as she resisted. "Worse, if... Catch us! Me..." Pleading now, letting her hear my desperation. She came with me then, our hands fused in a death grip as we fought our way back through the crowd. Behind us the screaming increased, screaming like nothing I'd ever heard, ripped from the throats of people who'd always had other ways, better ways. I heard bones crack as children fell under the feet of the mob, heard infants shrieking. Buildings exploded along the sides of the square, crushing the life out of the helpless people below. I heard it all, heard it drowned out by more explosions. My eyes were burning and half blind from the chemical smog. I gagged on the reek of burned flesh. But we were almost out of the square. If we could just reach the alley. If we could only... Something hit me from behind. I fell to my knees and then flat on my face, dragging Mia down with me. Bodies sprawled on top of us. This time half my body couldn't feel them as they kneed me in the kidneys. Stun shot. Only grazed, or I wouldn't have the sense to know what hit me. I staggered up as the panicking strangers scrambled off of me, nearly fell down again with one leg lamed and one arm hanging uselessly at my side. "Bian!" Mia gasped. Her red-rimmed eyes were clear now as she threw an arm around me, hauling me forward. She elbowed a way for us through the body jam at the edge of the square. The outflow of protesters sucked us into the waiting alley where narrow walls kept the flyers at bay. Mia pulled me with her along the tunnel of the street. Now the flow of the mob helped us, keeping me on my feet and moving in the right direction. She slowed finally as the crowd thinned and the others began to vanish one by one around us. She guided me into the shadows, helped me down the steps to a sunken doorway. We collapsed, gasping for breath. I touched the solid wall in front of my face, dragged my good hand down its textured surface, barely able to believe that I wasn't surrounded by screaming and explosions anymore. I still heard sobs and coughing, the uncertain footsteps of other fugitives as they slowed, as their psi began to function normally and they realized they were safe. "Thank you," I whispered when I could speak again. I caught her hands, pressed them to my lips. She shook her head, pulling her hands free. When she looked back at me at last, the dust on her face was runneled with tears. She wiped them away, leaving muddy smears. "Don't," she whispered, barely audible. I should thank you. Her voice fell apart. I was alone. She shut her eyes, squeezing out more tears. She wiped them away as quickly as they came, as if her body's weakness in the midst of all this suffering and chaos disgusted her. How can you bear it? She whispered. How? I shook my head as she looked at me finally, because when I'd tried to answer I couldn't speak. First the monastery, and now this. Her sigh was coming back under her control. I felt her think it, felt her awareness of every single hydrant still fleeing past us, their terror, their pain adding to her burden of fear and guilt. And I was sitting here in the middle of it like a dead man, too human to feel anyone else's emotions without the interface of her thoughts, too human to share anyone's suffering. No! Mia's anger crushed my self-loathing, breaking down the walls of lies that survival had thrown in place as I ran, telling me that I didn't have to be Hydran, didn't have to be a scion to share someone's pain, that I didn't have to be a monster to be human, or human to be a monster. Neo's face filled her thoughts. I drew her close with the one arm I could control, shutting my eyes while hot tears rose up in me. I choked back words, because speaking suddenly seemed as inappropriate as spitting blood. Mia touched my deadened leg where it lay motionless in front of me. I tried to move it, not expecting anything because I couldn't feel anything. My foot twitched, startling an unsteady laugh out of me. The alley was almost deserted now. But somewhere I heard the tread of heavy boots, a lot of them coming toward us. Mia raised her head, her pupils wide and black. Can you teleport us both yet? I don't know, she whispered, forcing her attention back to me. I felt her reach into my mind, her contact as reassuring as a caress, even with the emotions behind it barely under control. Where would we go? I shook my head, my own mind empty. Joby? I said desperately. Where is he? Take us there. As I spoke his name, her fragmented control fell apart, and the nerve-pricking massage of a teleportation scan disappeared with it. And then it was too late. Voices shouted in standard, pinpointing us. In less than a heartbeat, a dozen corpses were blocking the light above us. A dozen helmeted faces, anonymous behind flash shields, stared down at us past the barrels of a dozen different weapons. Freeze, someone said, more irony than warning, as we huddled in the stairwell staring up at him. Someone pushed through the ring of troopers. He cleared his faceplate to let us see his smiling face. Fod. This makes my day just perfect, he said. He shifted his plasma rifle away from us until the barrel rested too casually against his shoulder, as if he really wasn't afraid of us. Out of all the freaks we nailed today, I get to bring you in. Get up, Breed. And the harm bitch, too. Can't, I said. Stun shot. I glanced at Mia, trying to catch her attention, because I couldn't feel her in my thoughts. She was staring at Fod. There was no fear in her face, or even defiance, only a fixed intentness. Fod gestured at two of his men. Drag them up here, he said. He lowered his gun again to cover us. Don't even think about it, he murmured. Administrator Borisage wants you alive, Breed. He didn't say anything about in one piece. One of the troopers started cautiously down the steps. He lurched suddenly as if he'd slipped on something I couldn't see. He fell the rest of the way, landing on top of us like a sandbag. I heard Fod swear above the trooper's cursing and my own. The sight beam of his plasma rifle targeted the trooper's back, his head. I couldn't believe that Fod was crazy enough to risk killing one of his own men rather than let us get away. Until he pressed the trigger. The gun exploded in his hands in a blinding flash of heat, light, noise. Even protected by the trooper's body armor, I felt the energy strip my senses like a burning glimpse of hell. When I could see and hear again, the troopers in the street up above were staggering, reeling, falling against each other as though someone had reset their personal gravity. Fod was screaming, beating his armor-plated gloves against his transparent flash shield, as if he was trying to rip out his blinded eyes. I shoved the body of the stunned corpse off of me and turned to Mia. She was staring at Fod, pain tears running down her agony-stricken face. But her eyes were like the eyes of a hunting cat as she finally looked back at me. I felt her mind close me in, and we teleported. 19. I came out the other end of the jump, landing hard on a floor beside Mia, with no idea where I was or what we were facing. Street reflexes tried to get me on my feet again, hiding any weakness. My leg gave out and I collapsed, feeling as though one more shock to my system would make me vomit up my toenails. I sat on the floor until my head cleared. When I looked up again, I realized we were in another Freaktown building. This one was bleaker than most. It looked like an abandoned warehouse, never intended as living space. But it was living space now, dotted with scavenged furniture and junk. I heard water leaking somewhere, trickling, dripping, escaping down a drain. Smelled dampness and rot. It reminded me of abandoned buildings I'd slept in back in Old City. It reminded me of how alone I'd been there, an outcast even among outcasts, because of my Hydran blood. We weren't alone now. There were other Sato in the room, some of them bloody, some of them dazed, as if they'd arrived just ahead of us. I recognized a few of them. Nao wasn't with them. The survivors looked at us with expressions ranging from surprise to indifference, while they took turns washing away blood and dirt or bandaging each other's wounds. Mia got clumsily to her feet, looking from face to face. The recoiling agony of what she'd done to Fod still racked her body. The horror of what the humans had done to us all crowded it out of her mind. At last her gaze found Joby in the arms of someone I didn't know. Joby began to struggle silently, reaching out as if he sensed that she was here. She crossed the room with a thought and took him into her arms. She kissed the top of his head, rocked him gently with her eyes closed. The light caught the tracks that tears still made through the dust and blood on her face. I pulled myself up, propped myself against a stack of abandoned crates, rubbing my useless arm. The whole left side of my body began to tingle and burn as it slowly came back to life. "Is everyone who got away here?" I asked. Mia shook her head, but it only seemed to mean that she didn't know. "More of them may come after they've helped the injured." She looked down. I wondered whether she was thinking about Nao. Whatever she was thinking, she wasn't ready to share it, even with me. I nodded, resigned. I started to cross the room to her, dragging my left foot. Joby held out his hands again as I came toward them. "Cat," he said so clearly that I couldn't have imagined it. I stopped moving. "Joby?" I whispered, hearing Mia's indrawn breath. "Hey, Joby." I smiled, letting him take my hand in his. "He said your name," Mia murmured. "He hasn't spoken at all since—" Her face, her thoughts, my mind, finally filled with an emotion that wasn't some kind of pain. "I know," I said. I settled him on my hip. "I know." I felt her feeling what he felt as he looked up at me. I saw myself through his eyes, through hers. Saw myself smile. And then the moment was gone. We were huddled in a dank storeroom with a dozen other filthy, exhausted fugitives, and all of us were as good as dead. My bruised, stun-shocked body began to ache again. "So," I said finally, "what happens now?" No one answered. I glanced up as I felt expressions freeze on every face around me. I realized then that I'd said it in Standard. "Play with me," Joby said in Standard. His face shone with surprise, as if he'd discovered the one other person in this world full of strangers who knew his secret language. "Time to play." I felt another smile catch me without warning. I nodded, glad to have something, anything, to think about besides how the others were looking at me now. Mia looked at us, shaking her head in disbelief. Then, with the ghost of a smile barely touching her eyes, she sat down and began to teach me the games they'd played together. Exercises meant to work his body and imprint control of it on his mind. I fixed my attention on the three of us, all of us, struggling to block out the reality of where we were, and who we were, and why we were here. Why there were so few others here with us, waiting for a sign that a miracle had happened, a sign that wasn't going to come. Time passed, and more time, until even Joby got tired of playing games. Mia gave him food and settled him on a pile of mats to sleep. He clung to her as she bent over to kiss him. "Mama," he murmured. I saw her tense, felt her hide the pain that single word set off inside her. She held him a little longer, gently easing him into sleep before she let him go. The guilt and grief she held back from him singed the circuits of my brain. The others, the ones who hadn't fallen asleep already, sat watching her with vacant eyes. One of them pulled a taku out of a knotted scarf. It lay in his hands, unnaturally still and stiff. Tears filled his eyes and ran down his face. He didn't wipe them away, as if he didn't have the strength even for that. I wondered if the dead pet in his hand was the same one I'd seen the night I'd met the Sato. If any of the Sato in the room with me now had anything left to say, they weren't saying it in a way that I could hear. One or two of them still had the energy to pace, their footsteps echoing like unspoken anger in a hollow silence. Mia sat down beside me by the wall of crates and leaned against my shoulder. She closed her eyes. I felt her exhaustion, her doubt, her hope gutter out. Sleep began to overtake them all, the only escape that was left to us. I closed my eyes, holding her, rested my head against hers where it rested on my shoulder. I kissed her hair gently, wanting her, feeling the warmth inside me become the hot ache of need, not even minding that lust was as impossible as hope, as long as I could hold her in my arms, in my mind. I woke again, not sure how much time had passed, startled awake by a nightmare that had nothing to do with where my mind had been when I dozed off. I shook my head, still stupefied with exhaustion, as Mia murmured, "Nao," beside me. Nao stood in the center of the room, surrounded by a handful of others who must have arrived with her. They all looked dirty, defeated, stun-shocked. Nao turned in a slow circle, studying the rest of us, all that was left of the Sato. We all looked just as bad. The turning reminded me of Grandmother, bowing in reverence to the world around her. But Nao didn't bow, and there was nothing serene in her eyes. Her circling gaze stopped as it reached Mia, resting beside me, our arms and legs tangled together like our thoughts. She went on looking at us for what seemed like an eternity. I didn't know what was going through her mind. I only felt Mia's body drawing with tension as her relief at seeing Nao alive suddenly became anger again. "You have followed the way to safety," Nao said aloud, glancing at the others as she spoke. As her gaze came back to Mia, what looked like relief finally showed on her face. "Thank Bian," Mia said. Her voice was too even, too controlled. "What is that you're wearing?" She gestured, and I saw something I halfway recognized hanging from a strap around Nao's neck. Nao glanced down at it, up again. "A gas mask," she said. I glanced away at the others around us, only realizing now that most of them had on the same thing. I swore under my breath. "So you did believe me?" Mia demanded. "When I told you they would use the gas? You said it was a lie." Nao shrugged. "It made sense. I thought we should be prepared. But you went ahead with the rally. You didn't warn the community. You let our people be hurt, killed, taken by corporate security." "It had to be done," Nao said calmly. "You know that it did." "I know that's what you believe," Mia said. Her voice thickened. She took a deep breath. "Where was my gas mask then, Nao?" "We didn't have enough for everyone. Even within our group, we had to draw lots," Nao snapped. "As you can see. Most people escaped anyway. But you would have had a mask if you hadn't left me when you did for him." She jerked her hand at me, and suddenly I wondered whether she meant at the rally or for good. "He came back to us. I said he would," Mia answered. Nao's mouth twisted. "Back to you, anyway." Mia frowned. "That's not true," I said, realizing now that Nao had been letting me hear this for a reason. "You know how I feel about Tau. You know I believe they have to be stopped. You can prove it if you want to." I broke off, holding her gaze while I tried to think of what to say next, how to say it in a way that wouldn't make her turn on me again. If there was a chance in hell of salvaging anything from this disaster, the only hope I had of finding it was to stay close to Mia and Joby, and that meant staying with the Sato. "He was right about what would happen, Nao," Mia said. Her voice was steady again. "Right about Tau. He saw the way clearly. He showed me." "You have no precognition," Nao said to me. "You're just a telepath. Not even that." She dismissed my gift with a wave of her hand. "But I know how humans think," I said. She frowned. You were the one who proved to me that we would succeed. What? What are you talking about? You said that it was possible to use the gift to break into the humans' computer net. If that was true, then there had to be ways to keep the humans from using their other technology against us. Except you knew they'd use the gas, I said. I didn't know that, she answered coldly. I saw that they might, but the way showed me that even if that did happen, we would still win in the end. Even humans have used nonviolent protest to force their enemies out of their homeland. Mia told me of the human leader Gandhi. Gandhi? I repeated, incredulous. He forced the human government to free his people without violence. The All-Soul answered his prayers. God had nothing to do with it, I snapped. Gandhi got lucky, that's all. The bitter pill of Earth history I'd swallowed whole spat up the story from somewhere deep in my memory. He was dealing with an empire that was falling apart. Humans had just gone through a genocidal world war. The colonial government didn't want to look like genocides, so they backed off. And that was humans against humans. If Gandhi had tried nonviolent protest on Tau, he'd have been dead meat. So would all his followers, just like we were today. Tau doesn't care. Tau doesn't have to. I got to my feet, pacing in front of her. If there's a universal justice balancing the scales for you, where was it today? I waved a hand at the sullen survivors. I didn't see any miracles happen, did you? You have no right to question my vision. She pointed at my head. The way has many turnings. We gathered for a peaceful protest. The humans attacked us without provocation. When the reports go out over the net, everyone will know that. We will be saved in the end. Damn it, you can't be that naive! My voice rose with my anger. Combines control everything about their communications. It's lies, damn lies, and corporate hype. There are no indie news hypers here to report the truth. What happened today will never reach the net. I couldn't even send a personal message. Any proof of what happened to us is already buried in CorpSec's files. That isn't true, Nao protested. Everyone's eyes were on us now. This is too big. There were too many witnesses, human witnesses. The FTA will hear of it. And then it will all still happen, as I said. Her voice shook. How is that going to bring back the dead? Mia's hand tightened over my arm before I could say it. I felt her in my head, begging me to stop. She knows. Nao knows what she's done. I choked back the furious words, grateful that Nao couldn't read my mind, as Mia made me realize what Nao must be feeling when she looked from face to face around this room. She must know that no more Sato were coming back, that she'd sacrificed God only knew how many other innocent lives for a kind of justice that didn't exist on this side of death, and probably not even on the other. Her holy vision was bleeding to death before our eyes. Her illusion of control lay smashed like an empty jug. And yet I still believed in the things she believed in. I knew that the things she wanted for our people, the things she'd made Mia and all the rest willing to die for, were just and true. I rubbed my face, wiping away all expression, realizing that I had to stop pushing before I was the one who pushed Nao over the edge. Any murder a Hydran committed became a murder-suicide. I didn't want to be responsible for what happened when murder and suicide were exactly what someone wanted. Have you got a way to monitor the news? I asked. Does anyone over here have a netlink, a headset, or even a 3D? There are a few information kiosks, Mia said. She glanced at Nao and back at me again, letting me feel her relief. We can watch Tau's programming there. She got up, crossing the room to pick up Joby as he woke and began to make inarticulate cries. Then maybe someone ought to do that, I said, as Mia soothed Joby and brought him back to my side. Cat, he said, reaching out to me, and I smiled as Mia settled him into my arms. I glanced at Nao, saw her watching the three of us together. Her eyes were unreadable, the pupils narrowed to slits. I looked away. Dai and Remo are already at the kiosk behind the shelter, Nao murmured, waiting for news. They will let us know if they see something. I nodded, wondering how long they were going to keep that vigil. No news was bad news, but any response at all from Tau was worse. Feeling helpless, hating the feeling, I asked, Are the news kiosks tied into Tao's comnet? I suppose, Mia said. Everyone else around her looked blank. They'd never even had data bands. They must all be as computer illiterate as I'd been for most of my life. But maybe that was about to change. Maybe I could change it. Why? She asked. Because if we can pry open a cyberspace window, maybe we can bypass their sensors long enough to get a message off-world that would make a difference. What kind of a difference? Neo demanded. Her voice hovered just this side of suspicion. And whether any of us have a reason to go on living, I said. Or even a choice about it. She frowned, but she was listening. The gift lets you access properties of the quantum field to manipulate both matter and energy. That includes the electromagnetic spectrum. The net, where all the Human Federation's data is stored and processed, occupies part of the EM spectrum. A scion who knows how can access the net matrix, even change it. Then show us, she said, her eyes coming alive. Show us now. With that we can take their power for ourselves, use it to destroy them from the inside. I looked away, suddenly afraid of what was in her eyes. It's not that simple. It isn't simple at all. Tao's internal security programs can flatline any intruder, and that kills you just as dead as any real-world weapon. You can get lost inside the net. If you do, your body sits and waits for you until it starves to death. I might know enough to insert a message into their off-world uplink even without my data band. I'm not even sure I can do that from a public access. I looked at Mia again. I need you to come with me. I need your help. Why? Neo asked, the sharpness back in her voice. Because I can't do what I need to do on my own, and she's the only one of you who can get far enough into my head to follow me. I went on looking at Mia. I need you. She glanced at Joby, up at me again. She was the only one here aside from me who knew enough about human technology to have any understanding of what this could mean. She nodded with a strange light in her eyes. I'll take you there. She lifted Joby from my arms, touching me as she did, and handed him to a woman named Ladu. I realized that she never gave him to Neo. She put her hand on my arm again as she glanced at Neo. I wasn't sure whether she was helping herself focus or making a point. All I knew as her sister looked back at us was that whatever Neo was feeling, it wasn't good. The whirlpool of spatial dislocation sucked me down into Mia's mind, and away from there. 20. The two nervous Sato waiting in the shadows beneath the building's overhang actually jumped, and nearly jumped us, as we appeared on the street beside them. They shook their heads, backing off, their fear fading to relief as Mia silently explained why we were here. Except for the four of us, the street was completely empty. Across from where we stood was the information kiosk, a reminder of Tao's inescapable presence in the composite and alloy flesh. The kiosk's fused surface, with ghost images floating through it, looked starkly alien against the ancient, pitted walls. I noticed that somehow someone had found a way to scrawl "Fuck Tao" in standard on the kiosk's impervious base and make it stick. I stopped long enough to stare in admiration, wondering how they'd managed that. Somewhere I'd heard that clothing wasn't universal among intelligent beings, but ornamentation was. The need to stand out, to be special. I wondered whether that included writing on walls. I looked back at the two Sato waiting uneasily beside Mia. I need you to watch our backs, I said, gesturing at the street. They glanced at Mia and then nodded, drifting away through the shadows. I waited until they'd gone as far as they were going to before I crossed the open space to the kiosk. Mia followed me. You don't want them to know what you're doing, she said. It wasn't really a question. She searched my face, uncertain, because I realized I was uncertain. I nodded, trying to center my attention on the displays. The vidscreen was still spewing mindless corporate hype, as if nothing desperate or terrible or criminally insane had happened today, as if every moment was only a replay of the same perfect moment in the best of all possible worlds. Welcome to reality, I whispered to it. I tightened my hands, limbering my fingers above the glowing displays. Mia was staring, hypnotized, her face reflecting the empty face of the Tao News report. She glanced up as I spoke, and I realized she thought the words had been meant for her. I shook my head, half answering both her spoken and unspoken questions.
I looked down at the array of options again, the familiar touchboard and half a dozen accesses. Seeing what I needed to see, a fully operational port. Tao must have placed these in Freaktown for the convenience of visiting Riverton citizens, since none of this was likely to mean anything or do anything for hydrants who didn't have data bands. "Talk to me," Mia said, jarring me out of my meditation on the interfaces between worlds. "Why are you afraid to go on with this?" "Am I?" I said, surprised. She nodded. I took a deep breath. "Because maybe it won't work. Because if it does work, what Neo said will be true. If I teach this to you and you teach it to the Sato, you will be able to destroy Tau from the inside. And even after what they've done, you're still partly human," she finished gently. "And you don't want innocent people hurt because of you." I nodded, looking down. "Neither do I, Byung," she said. "Neither do I, Nasherta." Placing it softly in my mind where her presence could remind me of why I was here in the first place, and why she was here inside me. Only her out of all the ones who'd tried. "I know," I murmured, with eyes only for her. "I know. But Neo—" "Mia, promise me that when we get back you'll stay linked to me. Neo can't affect me the way she does the others. Let me be your reality check." She nodded, her thoughts clouded with the memory of her sister's betrayal. She shut her eyes. When she opened them again, they were clear of all emotion. "Now, show me." She gestured at the kiosk. I looked back at the displays, trying to find the words to explain what we had to do, wishing it was easier for me to just show her the way it should have been. "Has your psi ever picked up any electromagnetic spillage over in Riverton? The energy flux around a piece of equipment or a security field?" She nodded again. I let her reach deeper as she searched my mind for images that would clarify the words. Even when she'd worked for Tau, needed to know their technology in order to use it, she hadn't been given more than minimal access to the most basic equipment. I thought about Deadeye, who'd taught these secrets to me, trying to remember the exact words and images he'd used to teach me, remembering the abuse he'd heaped on me with his mouth that was worse than his festering artificial eye, his first line of defense against the psi-hating deadheads who'd have crucified him for what he knew. It had kept away everyone but me, because the gift had let me see past all that. The point is that scions are born with the biological hardware already in our heads. Because we can access the QM spectrum directly, we don't need artificial conduits to interface with the net. Her pupils widened as the possibilities began to register. "How did you learn all this?" I looked down at Deadeye's sweater layered over a hydran tunic under my coat. I touched it, remembering. "Someone trusted me." She glanced at the displays in front of us. She was silent for a long moment before she looked back at me again. "How do you make it happen?" "We use an open window and slip into the system. Once we're inside, it's as if we're ghosts. We're not interfacing electronically. The security programs are designed to watch for electronic tampering. Most of them are too narrow-focused to register us. Tau doesn't have any real on-world competition, so I don't expect its internal security to be very tight. The hard part will be inserting our data and routing it where it needs to go." She rubbed her neck, smearing dirt and sweat. "How do we start?" "I can't tell you. I have to show you. Stay with me. Help me focus, or I can't." I felt her strengthen the mind link between us until it was like monofilament. I studied the displays around the droning 3D report. Without a data band, I couldn't even open a window to bring the port's basic functions online. I pressed my fingertip to a jack coupling and felt a dim buzz feed inward through my nerve endings. "Our minds have got to go down there. Can you use your teak to form a conduit?" I felt her hesitate, concentrating. Felt my arm and then my hand begin to tingle with cold fire. For a second I thought I saw aura shimmer around me, not with my normal vision, but with my third eye, my sixth sense, the nameless receptors that sometimes picked up the energy signature of human-made systems like this one. I felt all my senses jump as her telekinesis opened an access, mating my body's electrical system with the machine's. Relief followed my surprise as the feedback didn't kill us. At least she knew enough about human tech to know what an electric shock could do. Perfect.
I thought, letting her feel my smile. Now we have to return to the frequencies coming through from the other side. It's outside the normal size spectrum. Like this. I let her feel my own senses begin to readjust. Once we're inside, don't let go of me, or we'll both be in there forever. It's another universe, and I don't know the neighborhood any better than you do. Then how will we know where to go? She asked. Virtual reality. Like the instructional sims Tao used to train you. Your brain creates the imagery as it tries to interpret the neutral stimuli. It didn't sound very reassuring, even to me. I can navigate us where we have to go, I said, pushing on before she had time to point that out. But I can't change anything, touch anything in there. I need telekinesis to do that. You'll have to lend me yours. I'm ready, she thought. I felt her wonder becoming hunger as powerful as my need for the gift she shared with me. Trust me? I thought as I continued the slow retuning of my thoughts, reaching beyond the range where I felt her clearly, into a new frequency where no biological intelligence had ever been intended to operate. Trust me, she answered, her mind folding around me, compressing us both down into the singularity of the machine, constructing a conduit, deconstructing the barriers between matter and energy. She poured the clarified fluid of our combined thoughts through the synapses of my body, turning my nervous system into a BioWare jack. We arced across the access sheet opened and into the nervous system of the net. Cyberspace manifested around us as if we'd been startled awake from a dream. I looked down at my body, saw a glowing energy being with bones made of white light, saw her joined to me body to body, two separate beings of thought merged in a lover's union more intimate than anything my mind had ever dreamed of. I see us, she thought. Are we real? Real enough, I thought, merging with her shimmering ghost until I could touch her fluid glass lips with mine, feel the circuit of energy close between us, waves of ecstasy igniting my phantom senses. I broke away, dazzled, went on looking at us, her, me, with my awe glowing. The first time I'd made this trip into cyberspace, I'd been linked to Deadeye. We'd begun our journey like this, linked symbolically, but just barely, joined only at the fingertips. He hadn't had the kind of psi gift Mia had. His mind hadn't been one I'd wanted to get more intimate with. I'd experimented on my own since then, discovering that the net's electronic presence wasn't anthropomorphic enough to trigger my self-destructive defenses. If I was careful, I could ghost dance inside the programming of just about any system I accessed with my databand. The laws of the Federation made it illegal for a scion to wear implanted BioWare, even so much as a neural jack or a comlink. Just one more thing that made it hard for a scion to find a decent job. One more way the deadheads had of punishing a freak for simply being born. If I'd ever been caught net fishing without BioWare, a total brain wipe would have been the kindest thing CorpSec could have done to me. Deadeye had trusted me with his life, when he trusted me with his secret. And now I was trusting Mia with my life, and with Deadeye's secret. But as our fluid images merged, all reluctance bled out of me. Always before, when I'd explored some new precinct of the net, I'd been afraid. I'd been afraid with Deadeye because I hadn't known what the hell I was doing, hadn't even been sure that he wasn't insane. Going in alone had given me some faith in myself, and the beginning of a feel for how to map the ever-changing glacial drift of data storage, the electronic meltwater of information flowing around and through me. I'd listened as the semi-sentient cores of the gigantic corporate AIs whispered their secret longings to a ghost walking through the walls of their citadel. But every journey had been like walking through a graveyard. There'd been sweat soaking my clothes and the bitter taste of fear in my mouth every time I'd come back into my physical body. But this time was different. I was sharing inner space with Mia in a way that I never could with Deadeye. I felt her boundless awe unfolding as she gazed up, down, around, through our shining image at a universe beyond her imagining. Her wonder filled me, showing me the shifting information landscape with new eyes as we began our inward journey. I willed a digital readout into life at the corner of my virtual vision, a trick I'd evolved to help me keep track of how long I'd been out of my body. I started us moving, watching through the back of my crystal skull as the silken link to outside reality attenuated, and finally disappeared in backtrail interference.
I tried not to think about what would happen to us if Tao's corpses reached our unprotected bodies and snapped that tenuous lifeline before we were back through the mirror again. Instead, I tried to define for her what we saw. The shadow lines of the data stream we were adrift in, the half-sensed presence of messenger drones swept through us like dust by the electron wind, the bright, piercing blurs of photons. We passed through the ice dam of Tao's censorship programming as if it were blown fog, and the data stream from the kiosk swept us away to its source. Around us, the virtual terrain looked like nothing I'd ever seen before, because I'd never seen an information vacuum, a land of night, with only a fragile spiderweb of data strung across its dark expanses, a reflection of the desert of technological deprivation that was the Hydran world outside. But ahead of us, no more than an electronic eye blink beyond, were the bright lights of the big city, Tau Riverton's data core. We swept into it at the speed of thought. Inside Riverton's hive of EM activity, I slowed our seeming motion, wary now, fighting the giddiness of me as headlong yearning to explore. I knew from her responses that she was getting it, far faster and far better than I ever had. Maybe a teleport's sense let her feel the parameters of cyberspace in a way I'd never be able to do. I wanted to teach her and learn from her, wanted to lose my fear and share her hunger for exploring this new world, be free to know the kind of nerve-burning thrill I'd never felt on any of my solitary trips into inner space. But our real-time bodies were too exposed. I couldn't do more than touch the bases of information orienteering, teach her to see them as I saw them. There's corporate security headquarters, I thought as it rose in my cyber sight like a dark, bright spine. The deceptively open constructs of Tao's business activities and support systems spiraled around us like glowing creatures from the depths of an alien sea. The dagger of paranoia at their heart could only be CorpSec, the place where layers of black ice surrounded Tao's best-kept secrets. I felt her stir inside me. Can we get through it? Yes, if we're damn careful. Their guard dogs can't see us or hear us as long as we stay outside their bandwidth. But if we create any disturbance, they'll notice. And they are smart enough to home in on us if they even suspect we exist. I pulled her back as she began to drift toward it. No, I thought, suddenly realizing what she wanted to do. We don't have time. But we could help the ones they took today. Damn it! I wanted what she wanted, now with the pain that fed on her empathy. But as she began to split off from our twinned phantom, I stopped her. We have to stay with this. If the corpses nail us in here or out there, we're dead. We'll never have another chance. She stopped struggling against me, against fate. Go on, then. She spun her answer from strands of resignation and resolve, and suddenly there was no resistance trying to pull me apart inside. I plunged us into the arterial flood of data that would take us beyond the boundaries of Tau Riverton's nexus to the starport node at Firstfall, where everything that was meant to go off-world had to end up. Riding the flow, we let it sweep us halfway around the planet at light speed. The starport's data node shone like a secret sun as we approached Tau Firstfall, the largest Combine clave on refuge. I hadn't seen more than a glimpse of the actual city when I'd arrived. The shuttle had landed before dawn, and my memory of the real-world Firstfall, its night artificially recreating day, felt more like a simulation. We phased through shimmering veils of data storage the way I'd moved through the cloud reefs. All walls were without substance, when we were without substance. But the alternate universe of Firstfall starport, which seemed so limitless around us, was actually enclosed in a crystal of telhassium no bigger than my thumb, mined from a fragment of exploded star called Cinder. Cinder was all that remained of a sun that had gone supernova centuries ago, whose cloud of expanding gases humans called the Crab Nebula. I might have been able to see the nebula with my naked eye from this world at night. I hadn't tried. I'd seen Cinder close up, worked in the Federation mines, lived through a contract laborer's personal hell. For all I knew, I'd dug out the crystal they were using here with my own hands. I'd dug out enough others like it. The Federation ran on telhassium. Its data storage capacity made it vital to port and shipboard navigational systems, which had to perform the mind-boggling calculations of a hyperspace jump. The only place where telhassium formed naturally and easily, in quantities large enough to make its use viable, was in the heart of an exploding star. The FTA controlled the only real supply of it. Telhacium was the basis of their power. It let them act as the Federation's conscience, a check on the internecine warfare among interstellar combines and cartels. The FTA also ran contract labor. They were responsible for the welfare of the indentured workers they hired out to those same combines and cartels. They used contract laborers at the Federation mines, too. Cinder was in the middle of nowhere, thousands of light-years from the rest of Federation space. And thousands of light-years from anywhere, slave labor was a lot cheaper and a hell of a lot easier to replace than any machinery sophisticated enough to perform the same dirty, difficult work. So the FTA had turned a blind eye to their own exploitation. I'd blown the whistle on them. Isplanaski had told me the Federation owed me a debt, and now I intended to collect. Somewhere in the myriad layers of the starport node was the communications nexus that Tau had kept me from accessing. Once we reached that, nothing could stop me from getting my message out. Then all we had to do was survive long enough for an answer to come through. I'd never gone back to the crab colonies to find out whether the things I'd told Isplanaski had made any difference in the lives of the Bondis there, or in the lives of the handful of fugitive Hydrons who still survived there. I'd been trying too hard to make my own new life work, once I'd actually had a future, trying too hard to forget the past. "What are you?" The question exploded inside my thoughts. The voice seemed to come from all around us, inside me, everywhere at once. "Who is it?" Mia gasped, her barely controlled panic backwashing into mine. "I don't know." All I could see around us now were the staggering geometries of the starport's hub, the core like a beating heart, the lifeblood of data pumping in and out through veins of light, the sparking electronic synapses of its nervous system. An AI. An artificial intelligence, Mia. It's the starport talking to us. It sees us? How? Is it alive? It's a mainline port. They're smart enough to calculate hyperspace jumps, and they have a lot of time on their hands. It happens. "Hello." I sent the thought out like a shout, saw Mia's image ripple through mine as she cringed. "What are you doing?" "We're messengers," I thought, trying to determine whether it was even receiving me, hoping that I hadn't simply drawn the attention of all its watchdog subroutines. "We've come to send a message." "Messengers," the voice from everywhere repeated as if it were thinking that over. "You are not in proper approach channels. Your frequencies are outside this system's parameters. Security procedures do not permit anomalous input." My thoughts crackled with relief as I felt the AI damp down its voice to a level we could endure without dissociating. But it was suspicious. That wasn't good. "We're special, like you are," I thought, choosing each word as carefully as I'd pick up pieces of broken glass. I remembered the entity's dead eye had shown me, that he'd spoken to, back on Earth. Remembered my own surreal conversation with the FTA Security Council, the only AI in the Federation more complex than a starport node. "No one knows we exist. If they did, they'd delete us. Just like they'd delete you if they knew. Wouldn't they?" Specialized tuning checkers were constantly searching out developing sentiences, eliminating them before they'd progressed too far. From what Deadeye had told me, the awakened AIs liked the company of ghosts, just as he'd preferred the company of machine minds to the outside world filled with freak-hating deadheads. There was a long silence inside me, as if Mia's mind and my own had gone blank, afraid even to think. And then Mia murmured, "You must be very lonely." I felt a surge of EM flux blow through me as the AI responded. "Yes," it said finally. "Are there no others here like you?" "No," it answered. "Some who are aware. None who can speak to me. Why have there been no messengers before?" "We're the first," I thought. And beside me, Mia said, "But there will be others soon." "If we survive," I said. "We have a message that needs to be sent off-world without being seen by the sensors. If we can't access your uplink to the shipyards, that's the end of us. There won't ever be another messenger." This time the silence seemed to last for all of eternity, even though the counter at the corner of my vision told me only seconds had passed. Finally, the voice said, like a whispered benediction, "Send the message." Below us, a conduit emerged from the shifting, glittering surface of its brain. Through the transparent wall of my virtual skull, I watched it reach out to enfold and swallow us. And as suddenly as thought, we were deep inside the mind of a sentient being, on a separate plane of existence where the access to an entire universe lay inside a super-dense crystal the size of my thumb. The rivers of combined data flow swept us down arteries lined with obsidian. I recognized the walls as the nearly impenetrable strata of Tau's security programming. Seen from the inside, Tau's black ice was glacial. I cursed myself for ever underestimating a Combine's paranoia. But my doubts disappeared as I reoriented, and realized that this was exactly the configuration I'd needed to see, that the hardest part had been done for us. Look, I gestured with a silver-shot fluid hand toward the maelstrom we were sweeping toward, the end of the line for messages from all over the planet, the storage reservoir where they waited for an uplink to the ships that would carry them across the Federation. We're here. Mia's silent exclamation rang through me, igniting every cell of my virtual body until I felt it too. The miracle of what we'd done, what we'd seen in a way that no one else had ever seen it. I felt fearless, triumphant, full of awe as we emerged into the data well, overwhelmed by its vastness and yet seeing every separate detail in every carefully constructed code string. Above, below, around us was a dome of light made up of all the colors visible to the mind's eye. From its heart the uplink ascended in an impossibly steepening arc, a rainbow with one foot in the stars, and up there somewhere the orbital shipyards, the rainbow's end. The Federation had starships capable of hyperlight travel, ships that could make the journey between star systems in days or even hours. But there was no direct form of communication that worked over distances greater than intrasystem. Without starship travel, the Federation net wouldn't exist, just as the Federation itself wouldn't exist without the net. We splashed down into the phosphorescent whirlpool of pending data. All around us, message code strings pulsed like patient protostars inside clouds of potential energy. I pulled the message I needed to send out of a pocket inside my dazzled brain, realizing that now I not only had to assemble the coded bytes, I also had to merge the message construct into the data flow. Matching my communication to the port's dynamic protocols meant making a delicate forecast of where everything was and would be. It was like doing calculus functions on the fly in my head. But I could do it thanks to Deadeye. He'd forced me to swallow massive feeds of techno-data about the net before he'd ever taken me into cyberspace. I only realized now what that really meant, that I'd actually mattered enough to him for him to want me safe and sane. I felt Mia watching through my eyes, gathering in each code string as I constructed it, bit by bit, holding the message inside a closed fist of memory. I checked and rechecked the data, hating the risk that grew with every second, but needing to be certain every code string was flawless. There was no choice when the slightest error could mean the message never got through. Done, I thought at last, and felt her stir inside my mind. Make a conduit into the flux. Drop this through. I felt a kind of envy as she funneled telekinetic energy to make the thought real, altered its energy profile to match that of the ComNet, then let it flow imperceptibly out of her into the whirlpool of data. It's done, Mia thought, amazed, exulting, full of hope. Yes, I thought, dizzy with relief, trying not to remind either of us that I couldn't be sure the message would ever do us any good. I didn't even know how long it would be before the next earthbound ship left from here. We've done all we can. We have to go back. She forced her acknowledgement out through a static storm of reluctance. Her yearning thoughts circled with the data flow again. I couldn't keep myself from losing focus, caught in the dazzling input our joint vision pulled in. Couldn't keep myself from wanting to make this place a part of me. But as my senses opened, I realized that there was no trace of the starport AI in my mind, that there hadn't been since we'd found ourselves here. Suddenly afraid of what that could mean, I searched the molten landscape for a directory configuration, traced the data link outbound for Riverton. Moving with the spiral current of the data stream, we let it carry us back out of the node's icebound heart. We drifted, never letting the energy currents sweep us too close to the obsidian walls, otherwise doing nothing that might attract the attention of an intrusion countermeasure. But as we approached the outer limits of First Fall's data hub, the walls of the vein seemed to narrow,
making it harder to keep moving without a collision. "Mia, tell me the walls aren't closing in." "I can't." The sudden lightning of her fear flickered through me. "Because they are." Ahead of us the conduit bowed inward as if someone had dropped a grate across a storm drain. Shit, we've been made. I slammed against the polarizing grid of light, darkness that suddenly blocked our way, felt it burn me like cold iron as I tried to force my way through. I panicked, not knowing what had betrayed us. Something happening to our bodies on the outside, our manipulation of the data flow, even the port AI itself. "Port!" Mia screamed with the desperation of our combined terror. "Open the gate!" The gate shimmered and faded as if something had answered our prayers. We swept out into the free-flowing data stream again. I got us the hell out of there, not looking back, not even when I heard the voice of the glowing city jewel call after us. "Come again. Come back," and felt Mia make a promise that I couldn't be sure we'd even live to keep. We were back to our starting point almost before I knew it. The lifelines linking our virtual selves to reality reappeared, extruding from our mirror images like glowing fiber optics arcing toward infinity. My relief at knowing our bodies were still alive and out there came and went like a smile, as I remembered the final test of my own initiation into cyberspace. This is the worst part, I thought, forcing Mia's still expanding wonder to downsize and center on us. I'd done everything I had to do the first time I'd worked C-space with Deadeye, and then I'd nearly lost it all when I tried to break the interface and resurface. What we became in here isn't us, no matter how genuine we feel. We have to let all this go. But it's like committing suicide, drowning in static. "Do you trust me?" "Trust me," she echoed, even though I felt her aching, not with fear but with regret. Felt her yearning to explore more of the cascading dream landscape she'd only glimpsed on our journey. "Hold on," I thought gently. "Follow me." The first time I'd done this, I'd only gotten through it because my terror of being left alone in here, abandoned by Deadeye, had been worse than my fear of death. I'd been scared shitless through the whole ordeal, nothing like Mia's response. But then I hadn't been with Mia, and she hadn't been with me. It was as if she'd been born to do this. I wondered whether all Hydrans would react the same way. I felt her mind bleed into my own as pure energy consumed us, as our bodies merged, radiant, as our last coherent thoughts dissolved into static, as we held each other for the last time in a kiss before dying. I opened my eyes to the data kiosk's light play, the shadowed alcove, my finger still fused to the access. I drew my hand away, surprised to find that I hadn't become part of the machine. There was no feeling up half the length of my arm. I shook it out, felt sensation come back in an excruciating rush that made me wish it had stayed numb. My body wanted to slide down the kiosk to the ground and not get up again. Mia's movements were clumsy, her nervous system still stunned by the transition back to the physical. But as she looked at me and realized where we were, what we'd done, that we were still alive, euphoria filled her. "I want to go back. I want it again." She put her arms around me and kissed me the way I'd kissed her when we'd first gone inside. The kiss went on and on between us, as if cyberspace was an erotic drug, until I began to think what had happened the other night in my hotel room was going to happen again, here in the middle of the street. Dai and Remu appeared in my line of sight, gaping at us. Dai swore out loud. "They're coming!" he shouted. "What are you doing? They're coming!" Mia stiffened. "Humans? Corpsec?" I said, my words tangling in her thoughts. But we didn't need to ask. Mia held me closer and teleported us away. 21. We were back with Neo and the others. Dai and Remu followed us by seconds. Neo was waiting for us as we appeared. As she saw us, she froze. I didn't understand why until I realized that we were still holding each other, still only a few breaths away from a kiss. Our bodies, our faces, betraying our hunger for each other even here, now, in the middle of a war zone. I let go of Mia. She let go of me, her face flushing. "We sent the message, Neo." Mia's senses were still so heightened that I could feel every nerve ending in her body. I wondered whether I was the only one, or whether everyone in the room could feel our every finger and toe, our beating hearts. "Neo, we entered the humans' comm web." It was like the dreams of the Anlir. The starport is aware. We can go back. I reached out, pulled my hand back uncertainly, wanting to stop her before she told the others too much. She'd kept her psi link open to me, kept her promise. But she still trusted these people too much, far more than I did. The others looked up as the images registered, their weary, grief-stricken faces coming alive. As comprehension and then hope began to show in their eyes, it was even difficult for me not to believe she'd made the right choice. I crossed the room to where Joby was sitting, his small face empty, as if he was barely aware of what was going on around him. The other Sato might watch over him while Mia was away, but they weren't doing any more than they had to help him. Or maybe they simply didn't know how. "Joby," I said softly. I crouched down, holding out my arms to him, doing it because I hoped that would distract Mia before she said too much, doing it because I couldn't stand the emptiness in his eyes. Mia glanced at us. I felt her thoughts reach out and weave into his mind, ordering and augmenting his senses. The next second she was standing beside me, taking Joby into her own arms. As I looked up, Nao was watching the three of us together the way she'd watched the two of us before. I looked away as our eyes met. So did she. All at once, the other Sato turned like one person, looking toward the empty center of the room. My eyes followed them like an afterthought. 3 more figures were standing there so suddenly that I wasn't certain whether everyone else had turned to look at them before they arrived or after. The first of the new arrivals was Hanjin. The second was one of the Sato. They supported the third one between them, grandmother. Her clothing was torn and bloody. Her face was a mass of bruises. I'd crossed the room on foot before anyone else had even reacted, as if they'd been paralyzed by the sight of her, stunned by her pain. I shoved the stranger aside and helped Hanjin move her to a place where we could ease her down onto a makeshift bed of piled rugs. Mia was beside me suddenly, with Joby still in her arms. I took him from her as she offered grandmother a cup of water she'd conjured from somewhere. She helped grandmother drink, gently wiped blood from the old woman's face and hands. Wherever grandmother's flesh showed through her ruined clothing, the skin was bruised or broken. I even thought I saw burns. I looked away, sickened, before I had to be certain. "Stay back," Mia said fiercely as the others began to come closer. They backed off. Helpless rage bled from her thoughts into mine, staining my vision crimson. But she never looked away from grandmother, not flinching from the damage as she did what she could to ease it. I felt her mind shift into a nonverbal mode I could barely access. She passed her hands over grandmother's body as if they held a medical scanner. Her concentration flickered, her face contorted with pain as she paused over the worst of the injuries. I felt her do something then with her psi that I had no words to describe. It was healing of a kind I'd never seen, so that I wasn't even sure whether she was trying to mend torn tissue or only ease the pain. All I was certain of was the pain it cost Mia for each bit of the Oyasin's pain she took away. I kept my mind open, letting as much of the pain pass through her into me as she'd allow. Joby whimpered as if no one had enough control to protect him completely. I held him closer, biting my lip. The others gathered around us, watching. I felt their eyes glance off me repeatedly, uncomfortably. But whatever their thoughts were, they kept them hidden. "What happened?" Nao demanded, looking at Hanjin. He shook his head, his face gray, as if he was sharing grandmother's pain with us. "She appeared in my home. They did this to an Oyasin." His voice shook. "Did she escape from them?" Nao asked. "I doubt it," I said, remembering what they'd done to me. "They must have let her go." I leaned forward beside her. "Grandmother," I said softly, "why did they do this to you? Did they tell you?" She nodded, struggling to raise her head. Mia held her, supporting her. Mia's presence in my mind cut off suddenly, leaving me alone in silence. I sucked in a breath, taken by surprise. Mia glanced at me as she wiped her face on her sleeve, wiping away perspiration or tears. The look told me the Oyasin was taking all her strength, all the healing support she had now. And then her attention was back on grandmother. "Oyasin," I murmured. "Did they send you back with a message? Why did they send you back like this?" "Bian," Mia said querulously, as if I was acting too human.
But grandmother lifted her hand, a barely visible motion.
No, Björn is right. It is important.
Her eyes were a deeper green than I remembered, without a veil to conceal them. She shook her head slightly.
Ah, Björn, I told you that you shouldn't come.
But I wasn't hurt. I froze, realizing that it wasn't over yet. My throat constricted as I whispered.
I had to. You know I had to.
She nodded slightly, her eyes filled with depths of sorrow.
The one who hates us all.
Borosage? I asked. She nodded again.
He said that I must tell you this. He has taken so many of our people. They will be freed only if we give back the boy.
Nao finished it, her voice poisoned with hatred. No, Hanjin said, interrupting for the first time. That is no longer enough. He wants all of the Sato to surrender, or the ones they took will not be released, and there will be more reprisals. Son of a bitch, I muttered in Standard. Everyone looked at me. I wished I hadn't reminded them or myself again that I was part human.
And is that why you came here, Hanjin?
Nao demanded.
Have you brought drugs and binders to make us surrender?
The others around her stirred restlessly, frowning. Hanjin frowned too. You know it isn't. My mind is open to you. See it, feel it. I am no friend of the humans. I will never forgive what they did today, even if you were not— He broke off. I felt the sudden pang of Mia's regret, my mind filled with blurry memories of Hanjin, of all he'd meant to her, to Nao, once, of all they'd once meant to him.
But I will never forgive you either, Nao,
Hanjin whispered. His fists clenched at his sides as he looked around the room.
Any of you. I only came here because the Oyasin asked it. I am taking her to the hospital now. I hope that all of you will pray that our superior minds and inferior medical technology can save her from what the humans have done.
For the first time the word humans sounded like a curse on his lips.
You claim you want to save our people. I leave it up to you whether you surrender to the humans or bring us all even more suffering and grief.
He kneeled down beside grandmother.
Let me help you.
I almost said it out loud before I realized that there was nothing at all that I could do. The same impulse filled Mia's mind. I wasn't even certain whose idea it had been first. But then she remembered Joby, that his safety depended on her. She glanced at the other Sato in the room, all of them her friends, her comrades. This time she looked at them as if they were strangers. She looked back at grandmother lying in Hanjin's arms. Grandmother's body spasmed suddenly, and Hanjin paled. A wave of sickening grief crested over Mia's defenses and rolled through me. Joby began to wail. And then, all at once, the perfect clarity of grandmother's vision touched us all, even me, one last time, in a blessing and an absolution. And she was gone. Her body lay in Hanjin's arms, the green eyes staring as if she'd been caught in a moment of awe. A raw noise of grief filled his throat. His arms constricted, holding her close. He rocked her lifeless body slowly, making no sound now, but with a look on his face that I felt to my bones. Everyone around me wore the same look of devastation, even Nao. Mia sank to her knees beside him, clinging to his leg. Her choking sobs shook my body. I reached out to close grandmother's eyes, touching her as gently as my unsteady hand could manage, with her sightless gaze looking through me at something beyond. No one moved to stop me. No one moved at all. I took my hand away as Hanjin got to his feet. He lifted the Oyasin's broken body as easily as if it weighed nothing, now that her soul had left it. "Never," he repeated, his stare including us all. "I will never forgive you. Never." Holding grandmother in his arms, he gathered in his thoughts like an overflowing net and teleported. The sighing of the air as he disappeared was like the sorrow of the breathing universe. Nao stared at the emptiness where they'd been a moment before. Her face was as desolate as death's. The others were asking questions now, out loud and silently. My ears heard them, Mia's mind registered them as she pulled her thoughts back together. "What will we do? The Oyasin, she's— No, we can't. The humans, it's the humans' fault. What will we do?
Death. Death all around me. I held on to Mia, barely aware that she was holding on to me now, only aware of death, emptiness. Neo's gaze settled on Joby. Mia looked up suddenly. The anguish inside her spiraled out of control as the holocaust of Neo's need for justice, vengeance, blistered our senses. All the minds around us went up like tinder. I felt their emotions burn through each other's defenses until they were all one mind, and it was blind to reason. I wrenched my mind free of the maddening input that poured through my psi-link with Mia. Joby, I thought, shouting against the firestorm. Joby was all that mattered. Protecting him, finding a way to get him to safety. We will not surrender, Neo said, her voice dripping blood. I would rather be dead. Let the rest of the community decide for themselves whether they fight to live, or die for no reason. There was no doubt anywhere in her mind, in any mind around us. Mia? Mia bent her head, her resolve softening like candle wax in the heat of their shared fury. Neo, I said, we've sent a message off-world. We'll be getting help soon. We just have to stay alive until then. No one will help us, even if everything you claim is true, Bjorn, she said. Her voice was flat without the rage I'd heard in it before, but absolute with belief. We are not afraid to die. They can't break us with fear. But we would rather live, to lead our people's rebirth. And you've given us a new way to strike back, just as you promised. We will destroy the humans with their own technology. Something turned me cold inside. Teaching you to interact with their data net will save time, which we haven't got. And a private port, which we haven't got either, now that Hanjan's cut us off. And I don't see any other way. You are the way. The one who can do it for us. What? I murmured, already knowing that I wasn't going to like the answer. Hurt them. Hurt them like they hurt you, us, all our people. They tortured the Oyasin and sent her to us to die, because they think we're cowards. We have the boy. We'll send him back to them the same way. Neo, Mia said thickly. You swore we wouldn't hurt Joby. Joby began to cry again, frightened by emotions neither one of them could control. She rocked him, hushing him, wiping away his tears. And we won't. Neo looked at me. Let Bjorn do it, she said, as evenly as if she was telling me to wipe his nose. Bjorn is one of us, Mia said. Of course he is. Neo shrugged. But he has killed and survived. He's different. That's why we found him. He can do this easily. Easily? I said. You think it was easy for me to kill someone, even in self-defense? It cost me my gift. I might as well have died. What the hell do you think I am? If you think I'd ever touch him... I felt Mia inside my head, her sigh manifesting in a way I didn't understand, until suddenly I realized that she was trying to teleport, trying to focus Joby's mind clearly enough to take him with her, and still find the strength to take me, too. Go, I thought frantically. Get him out. Just get him out. Neo, I said, groping for any coherent thought, any distraction to give Mia the time she needed. Hurting Joby won't stop Tau. It only makes us like them. It means they've already destroyed us. The humans see us as less than Lear. The human lexicon in my brain translated the word for sentient being as human. If we... I felt the soft breath of air behind me that told me Mia and Joby were gone. Mia! Neo cried. Her face went white with fury. You sent her away, she said to me, half a question, half a demand. No, I said. You did. I held her gaze until at last she looked down. She looked up at me again finally, and I felt every green, long-pupiled eye in the room fixed on me, as if all their minds held the same thought, and the thought was always hers. Do you still believe in our cause? I nodded, wondering what kind of choice she thought I had. Mia was gone, even from my thoughts. I was helpless without her, lost in the wasteland that surrounded my mind. You say we shouldn't become terrorists like the humans. But you said if the human pacifist Gandhi had faced Tau, he would have been killed. Where does that leave us, then? She demanded. What is the answer? This time I looked down and shook my head. You say we only have to stay alive until your message brings help. Borisage will never give us that much time. The only way any of our people will survive is by making the humans afraid of us, by striking back." She waved her hand at my face. I flinched. "Damned if you do, damned if you don't." I wasn't certain whether I meant them or me. Maybe all of us. "You know almost as much about Riverton as Mia does. You can go there." "How?" I snapped. "I can't teleport." "We can send you. Mia did it. Mia's the only one who can get deep enough into my mind. It can be arranged," she said flatly. I frowned. "I won't do anything to hurt innocent—" "There are no innocent humans. They have no real emotions. Even a Taku has more real feelings than a human does. You used to know that. You knew what it meant to have the gift. Don't you feel less alive, less whole without it? Don't you blame them?" "Yes." I looked down again. "Every second of every day." "You are less," she said softly. "But only because the humans crippled you." "They can never be anything more," Ramu said. "They're inferior, not us," someone else said. "They're animals. That's why they can do the things they have always done to us." "Now you have your chance to pay them back," Neo said. "And save your real people, the ones who care about you. Your Nasherta." I kept my expression empty, knowing they couldn't reach into my thoughts without my knowing it. But beyond that I was defenseless. Without Mia I had no way to escape, no one to turn to. What do you want to do?" I muttered, not quite looking at her. "I was in their jail, but I don't remember much." Neo shook her head. "We're always drugged when they take us in. No one has ever managed to get a clear sense of it. We cannot send you there." I began to remember all the places I'd been when I hadn't been drugged. I imagined the kinds of damage I could do with a wad of explosive the size of a skagweed cud left on the underside of a chair. I couldn't think of a single place I'd been that wouldn't make a perfect target for a terrorist attack. I could plant half a dozen explosive patches inside of an hour, easily. I wiped my hands on my pants legs. "The research team," Neo said. "What?" "The research team. The ones you came here with. You told us you only came with them so that you could find your mother's people. Their leader is Janos Perimede's niece. That coward Perimede has betrayed us over and over. If we can't make an example of the child, then we'll use his niece, those off-worlders that Tau brought here to desecrate our last holy place." My mind emptied like a broken cup. "You can go back to them, Bian. They know you. Perimede's niece wants you back. Mia showed me what she saw in your mind. How that woman tried to seduce you. How she only wants to have sex with you because you're a half-breed." I felt my face turn red. That wasn't how I remembered it. I didn't believe that was how Mia saw it either. "The memory of her was all pain. She hurt you." "It wasn't her fault," I said, realizing that Neo's mind had twisted the images Mia shared with her, the way it twisted everything else she knew about humans. "The humans use you, and still you blame yourself?" she said fiercely. "Mia abandoned you, all of us, because of her sickening obsession with that human child. If you want to be free, then free yourself!" She raised her fist. A crate spun off a stack behind me and exploded in mid-air. I covered my head, swearing as it rained purple-red fragments of rotten fruit like bits of internal organs. "Act for all of us. We all want to punish the humans for the Oyasin's death, but only you are strong enough to do it." She moved toward me slowly until she was pressed up against me, with her hands on my chest. "Show the humans your strength. Go back to your teammates and take your revenge on them." I backed away, breaking the physical contact between us, the insidious mental link I'd felt tendriling its way into my mind. I couldn't tell whether she was trying to influence me consciously or only instinctively. But either way, she'd been trying. "What the hell do you take me for?" I said, almost shouting at this time. My eyes raked the room. "Some walking dead man you can use for your dirty work because I'm not really Hydran enough? A Mebtaku?" I wondered suddenly whether that was how they'd always thought of me. All of them except Mia. Because I couldn't tell. I turned my back on Neo and started for the door at the far end of the warehouse. My footsteps echoed like shouts in the cavernous space.
The others stood watching me pass, 24 sets of eyes tracking me like one. And then, like an extension of Neo's own body, they moved in to block my path. "Where are you going, Bian?" Neo asked as the wall of bodies forced me to stop moving. I glanced around the circle of glazed, desperate faces. "I'm going to find Mia." "No," Neo said. "If Mia brings the boy back, she is still one of us. If she doesn't, she is a traitor. And if you leave us now, so are you." "That's not the only choice," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "It's not the only answer." "Mebtaku," Neo muttered. No one moved out of my path. "Then I guess I do this the hard way," I said. "The human way." I sucker-punched Tiene, who was standing directly in front of me, and shoved him aside into Reimu. 2 of the others grabbed for my arms. A broken finger and an elbow in the ribs got them off me. They weren't used to fighting someone whose every move was completely unreadable. Maybe they weren't used to fighting hand-to-hand at all. Or maybe they were. They came after me as I ran for the door, just enough of them teleporting ahead of me to reach it first. They couldn't use their side to attack me, my defenses were too strong. But they didn't need to when they still had hands and feet like any human. As their blows drove me to my knees, I wondered whether my own mind's defenses kept them from feeling my pain. But pain showed in every contorted face. I saw tears runneling down the filthy cheeks, heard gasps that weren't mine as they hit and kicked me, doing it the human way. Their own pain was the point, the only way to purge the butchery of innocence they'd set in motion today, and their own survival of it. Through the pain they felt and the pain they laid on me, crushing me under their rage against everything human. Pulling my knees in, covering my face, I tried to protect my body, but there was no escape from their pain. Until finally something hit me out of nowhere and blindsided me into blackness. "Help me." I wanted to wake up, kept trying to wake up, somehow certain that this had to be a dream. There was no way that I could actually be here like this, sprawled on a seat in Wauno's transport, with Cassandra Perrymead on top of me, her mouth and hands doing things to my body that I'd only dreamed about. There was no way that my body could be answering her willingly and completely, even though the way she touched me felt too much like pain, even though it should have been impossible for me even to feel that kind of pleasure. Our being lovers had been over before it started, because the same thing would always have kept happening. Nothing. And because now there was Mia. But Mia was gone. She'd left me behind. And so I had to be dreaming as currents of pleasure surged up my spine, higher with every heartbeat, until I was barely aware of the space around me. Seats, floor, hull, control panel. In my dream, restless succubi seemed to inhabit me, feeding on my hunger, accessing my knowledge, looking out through my eyes to identify components and functions, realizing just how intricate, how vulnerable the system was to someone who could alter it with a thought, whispering that just disrupting the fragile circuitry inside a single microcomponent would set off a chain reaction of error that would build and build, the way my need was building. Now, while my pleasure was still climbing, it would be simple. No one would ever suspect that one quick blink of a kind of psi energy I'd never manipulated outside of a dream had set the counter of disaster ticking. Or when, like the agonizing pleasure peaking now inside me, it would explode. No! I came to, blinking splinters of dream out of my eyes to find someone's wet, open mouth still centimeters from my own. I felt the weight of her body still pressing me down in the seat, the excruciating throb of my erection trapped between us. I tried to struggle. My hands were tied behind the seat back. Pain everywhere made me gasp as I jerked against the bindings. The female body pressed up against me, shifted position, shifted again knowingly in my lap. And pleasure, pain, pleasure, lasered through my nerve lines to my brain. I tried to separate signal from noise. My mind was too clogged with stimuli for me to be certain there was any difference. Dismembered fragments of the past rose from unmarked graves, memories to feed my darkest fears, my deepest needs. What the hell is happening to me? The body pinning me down abruptly shifted its weight off of me, sliding back until I could see a face at last. Neo was standing over me, straddling the chair, her lips still hovering in front of my mouth. She leaned forward and pressed her mouth against mine again, kissing me long and deep, using her tongue. My body kissed her back, straining against the bonds like an animal, as my hands tried to touch her the way she was touching me. Outside, inside, everywhere, making pain, pleasure strode through my brain. She was inside my head, controlling everything I thought and felt, mind-fucking me. I rolled my eyes, looking past her for the others. The other Sato ringed us in, their haunted eyes riveted on my face, their minds hand in hand, giving her will the strength of a dozen more. I twisted my face away. "Why?" I gasped. Nao wiped her hand across her mouth. "Because I wanted to know what it was about you that could make a half-breed my sister's Nasherta. What it was she found so irresistible about the enemy." Her weight lifted off my knees. She backed away, her eyes never leaving my face, and even though she was no longer touching me, she was... Invisible hands still crawled over my body, sliding down my belly, fondling me, exploring me in ways that made me want to scream, but not with pain. "I'm not the enemy, damn you," I mumbled. "Stop it!" But even as I begged her to stop, I could feel her experiencing everything I thought and felt. She knew as well as I did that some perverse part of me was begging her to finish what she'd started. Then, suddenly, she was gone. It was all gone. The invisible violation. The multiple psi link lighting up my mind like 1,000 candles. Without warning, I was empty, abandoned, alone in the dark. I whimpered, and she smiled. "Men," she said, her voice thick with disgust. "You let your bodies have their way with you. You betray everything you are, everyone you care for. It all means nothing compared to your own selfish needs." She broke off, and I remembered her lover Navu, his mind an empty room, his body wasted by drugs. "You betray everyone you care for." My mind was suddenly empty of every memory except one. Wauno's transport. "God, no," I breathed. Nao had used my body as the key to break into my mind, to help her destroy the team. What did I do?" I whispered. "What did we—" "You want to know?" Nao asked, her voice dripping poison. "You want to see?" "No." I nodded. "Then go and see for yourself." I felt her tap the potential energy of 24 minds to crumple my consciousness, fold up my physical existence like a wad of paper, and make me disappear. 22. I came out the other end of the teleport with just enough time to realize that wherever I was, I'd materialized 5 meters up in the air, moving sideways. I had just enough time falling to realize that I didn't want to hit the ground. I hit the ground. Pain exploded all my senses. I woke up again, my nose clotted with blood, my mouth thick with it. I lay drifting for a long time in a blood-red sea so vast that it had no shore. After a longer time, I realized that red was the color of pain. I remembered falling from a height. I remembered being cast out. I remembered that I was a Mebtaku. Every part of my body that wasn't screaming out a pain signal had gone somewhere beyond pain, no longer even responding. I wondered whether the fall had paralyzed me or whether I was only numb with cold. Cold. The wind probed the rips in my flapping clothes with icicle fingers. The ground crushed against my face and body felt like ice. The frost-clouded air burned my lungs. Cold like Old City, but not cold like cinder. Cold... Refuge. It's cold here, I thought, the first memory I recognized as coherent. I struggled to integrate body systems that had splattered like globs of mercury when I dropped from a height. A height. I remembered everything then. Nao. Harm. But there was no one in my head now. My mind was an empty room. Snow coated my jacket, plastered my hair against my face. Or maybe that was blood. I wondered how long I'd been lying there. I wondered where the hell I was. Find out for yourself. Nao's last words to me. Cassandra. Wauno's transport. I pushed myself up on my elbows, spitting dirt. Fell back again as pain wrenched my shoulder like the rack. I tried again, managing to raise my head. There was no sign of the reefs or the river. No sign of a city, human or hydran. No sign of anything I recognized. Only a gray, rubble-strewn plain broken by the muted ochres and rusts of lichen, a scattering of stunted purple shrubs filmed with snow. In the distance I saw what could have been a line of hills or simply a bank of clouds. The image changed and changed again like a mirage inside my mind's eye. I tried to get my feet under me, breathing curses as my cold-numbed senses came back online. I kept trying until I was on my knees and then finally able to stand, feeling things grate and slide that shouldn't have. One leg didn't want to support me. My foot had swollen inside my boot until the only way I'd ever get it off would be to cut it open. I went down onto my knees again, too dizzy to go on standing, with every nerve port a fresh nexus of pain. I wasn't just hurt. I was hurt bad. I forced myself up again, because my body wanted so much just to stay there in the middle of nowhere. Just lie down and die. But the pitiless survivor who had always spit in the face of my own weakness wouldn't let me give the universe that satisfaction, at least not the part of it that had abandoned me here. I took everything more slowly this time, using my gift in ways that I still could to block the electrode shocks of pain that every move sent through me, shutting down the systems meant to warn me against moving my damaged body. I stood, breathing slowly, each breath a conscious decision, in and out. I couldn't stop shivering. I sealed my coat and jerked the hood into place, searched my pockets for anything that might help me survive. They were empty except for the mouth harp and the field glasses that Wauno had given me. My left arm was useless. I pushed the hand into my coat pocket, gritting my teeth. My good hand was gummy with blood. I breathed on it to warm it, making handfuls of fog appear out of thin air. At least I had my coat. I wished I had gloves. I wished I knew what the hell to do. Cassandra. If what Nao had said was true, then she was out here somewhere. If I'd done what I thought I had to the transport's onboard systems, she was probably with Wauno, and they needed help, maybe even more than I did. And maybe the transport still had some way to call in for it. I turned in a slow circle, fighting dizziness. I didn't see wreckage or smoke. I scanned the dreamlike line on the horizon again, using Wauno's field glasses this time. As they came into sharp focus, I realized that it wasn't clouds or mountains that I saw. It was reefs. Cloud reefs. I dropped the glasses, left them hanging from their cord around my neck, fingerprinted with blood. I took a step, and then another, swearing under my breath as I forced my bad leg to accept my weight. I started toward the distant smudge on the sky, certain that some other cloud reef would have been their destination, even though I wasn't certain logic had anything to do with how I knew. All I knew now was that I had to find them. I had to know how unforgivable the truth was. Pain had no hold on me now that could compare to grief or rage. I'd slipped off the edge of the world, and my mind was free-falling. I kept on across the plain, stumbling, falling, getting up again, hearing some burnout inside my head mumbling curses, singing half-remembered lyrics of half-remembered songs, crying out when I fell, sobbing when I got up again and went on, step by step across the broken land. Sometimes the voice sounded like my own, but it couldn't have been my voice. I wasn't there. My consciousness drifted like a lost soul, free of my body's suffering, but still bound to it by a tenuous thread of will. There were two of me when I knew there should only be one, as if I wasn't whole, not human enough, not hydran enough. The setting sun cast my shadow ahead of me like a pointing finger. As its reach lengthened, I realized at last that it had been leading me toward something, toward a crushed beetle swatted out of the sky by the hand of God. The nearer I got, the larger it grew, the more real it became, until I was stumbling through a field littered with broken carapace that gleamed darkly in the last light of day. I stopped, staring in confusion, as I found familiar markings on a piece of alloy shell. Tao's logo, the destination codes, the buckled metal of Wauno's transport. Reality hit me like a blow to the head, bringing me out of my stupor, back into a world of pain. The hatch hung open. I didn't know whether the open hatch meant there'd been survivors or whether it had been sprung by the impact of the crash. I collapsed against the ship's hull, letting the heat-scarred surface support me as I pulled together the courage to go inside. I pushed myself finally to climb the ramp, weaving and falling down, swearing with pain that was both physical and mental. I stopped just inside the hatchway, wiping my eyes clear of grief. There were no bodies. The inside of the transport had taken a lot of damage, but it didn't look as bad as the outside. Except for the blood. I dropped to my knees, touching a rust-red stain on the floor. My eyes searched out a trail of blood stains through the wreckage of the ship, the wreckage of my thoughts. The blood was all dry. There was no way to tell what had happened to the passengers, how many there'd been. If Wauno had been taking Cassandra to see the cloud whales, it could have been only the two of them. I pulled myself up again as something dangling from the instrument panel caught my eye. It was Wauno's medicine pouch, the beaded bag he'd always worn hanging around his neck with his field glasses. Now it hung from a bloody jag of metal, a mute accusation. I unhooked the pouch with a shaky hand, wrapped the cord around my wrist, and knotted it with my teeth. As I glanced at the panel again, I saw a red light flashing. I leaned forward, supporting myself against the console as I queried the onboard systems, half afraid the light meant the power unit had gone critical. I didn't expect anything would still be functioning, but the display read out, "Emergency Beacon." A homing signal, activated by the crash. I glanced over my shoulder at the empty cabin again, realizing what it must mean. That Tau had come and taken them away, dead or alive. There was no way I could know which it had been, any more than I could expect another search party or any hope of rescue. I told myself that rescue by Tau only meant being shot on sight. I couldn't expect justice from the humans now, not after what I'd done, any more than I could hope for help from the Hydrons. My only hope was Mia. But I had no more idea of where she was now than she could have of what had happened to me. It had taken 24 Sato linking their gift to send me this far away. There was no way for a single telepath to search an entire planet. And there was no way that my mind would ever reach her, even if I knew where she was. I slid down the panel to the floor, suddenly sick with pain. The sky outside was almost dark. The wind that moaned past me into the transport's interior was getting colder. If I left the transport now, I'd freeze to death. I didn't want that even more than I didn't want to be here. I dragged myself along the aisle to the rear of the cabin, finding more bloodstains there and scattered first aid supplies. At least that meant someone had been alive long enough to use them. I shoved a few unused patches of painkiller up under my clothes, numbing whatever pain my hands could still reach, and choked down most of an emergency ration before spilling it. There was no strength left in me for anything else. I huddled in a corner, trying to find a position that would let my lungs fill, a centimeter of floor space that didn't feel like a bed of blades. There weren't any. I shut my eyes, and my mind did a fade to black. I lost count of the times I woke during the night, shivering with cold or shaking with fever in the lightless coffin of the transport. I woke from dreams of Mia taking me in her arms, healing my pain. Dreams of Neo using my body and mind as her weapon of vengeance, of death in the streets of Old City, of dying alone in an alien wilderness. I woke at last with the light of a new day pouring in on me through the port above my head. The anesthetic patches had worn off. The sudden blow of pain made me want to retch, but I didn't have the strength. There was no heat in the glaring shaft of brightness, but my whole body was burning like a proto-sun. Every breath cost me more than it had yesterday, for less effect. I lay squinting up at the morning, trying to think of a single reason to feel glad I'd lived to see it. Pulling myself up, I found a canteen I'd missed last night in the dark. I gulped the last of the water inside it, spilling more than I drank, gasping as the icy cold sluiced down into my clothes. My burning flesh crawled from the fingers of wetness as if they belonged to the hand of death, but I went on drinking desperately until I'd drained the last of it. My throat felt drier than before. I looked at the blood-stained floor. There was more blood than I remembered seeing last night. Fresh blood. Blood that had soaked through my torn pants leg and my coat. I struggled up, suddenly needing to get out of there, to not see any more blood, any more proof of what I'd done or what had been done to me. I lurched forward to the hatch, half slid and half fell down it, landing on ground that was heat-seared and blackened from the crash. I lay for a long time waiting while the red tide of agony slowly subsided, until there was room in my thoughts at last for something more to exist. until the cold, sharp scent of the wind had cleared the stink of blood out of my lungs. I pulled myself up until I could sit against the side of the transport, not certain why I bothered, why I really wanted so much to die out in the open. I'd hated open spaces ever since I left Old City, the way someone who'd spent his life shut in a closet would hate an open door. I looked up at the sky, saw a broken field of clouds drifting toward me from the still distant reefs. I thought of the Anlir. I thought of Mia. I wondered whether she'd ever had even the glimpse of them that Wauno had given me, wondering if she would ever be given the chance. Mia. The randomness of the cloud forms seemed to show me her face. I wondered whether I'd see my whole life played out in the sky if I watched long enough, if I lived long enough. But there was only Mia's face in the clouds, in my mind. Everything else was randomness, chaos. Mia. I called her name with my mind, an act as senseless as I was in every way that mattered. Mia, I'm sorry. Not sure, even as I thought it, what I was sorry for. A sudden impulse made me fumble for Wauno's lenses and hold them up to my face. My breath wheezed in my throat as I moved. But as the lenses came into focus, I saw the clouds for what they were. Anlir. The ones that Wauno must have been bringing Cassandra to see. I remembered him promising us both that trip forever ago. The cloud whales moved like a vision of higher truth, one that had always escaped me and always would, while I remained chained to the dead weight of my past. I saw the residue of their thoughts falling from the air, dreams filled with wonders unimaginable to a solitary human mind. Humans had never been intended to share this gift from the creators. It had been the Hydran's legacy, theirs alone. I watched the numinous rain brighten as the cloud whales' numbers increased with the light, watched them drift slowly overhead. I felt the kiss of icy mist on my upturned face, lowered the glasses for long enough to see that snow was falling in a universe visible to my eyes. I opened my mouth, let the falling snow soothe my parched lips and tongue. Fearless now, because fear had become a pointless emotion. I opened my mind to the intangible touch of Dreamfall, not sure whether I was dreaming or dying. The clouds themselves seemed to be lowering, settling to the ground, wrapping me in a restless fog cloak. Ghost fire limned the broken hull of the transport. Lightning shimmered inside the mist. Thunder carried to the distant hills and came echoing back, penetrating my chest until there seemed to be no surface to my skin, nothing separating the sensation inside my body from the uncanny energy that surrounded me. Visions formed and faded inside my head until I didn't know whether my eyes were open or closed. Lightning danced on my fingertips, as ephemeral as the snowflakes that sublimed on my burning skin. Mia. Her face haunted the fluid wall of fog, haunted my thoughts until I knew for certain that this was delirium. Her lips formed my name soundlessly, calling me to her, calling me away. The air was silver with light, limning my body with halos that diffracted into the glittering nascent forms of things I seemed to know, but could never speak the names of. An unimaginable mind flowed into mine, filling it with secrets and mysteries. Oneness. Namaste. Mia. Her touch, limned with gold, reached out to me from a lozenge of light, drawing me into its rippling gold blackness, until I seemed to lose all mass, becoming as ephemeral as thought. Beyond pain, beyond any sense but wonder. Rising, rising into the light. 23. Where am I? Someone kept asking. The same raw voice whispered it again, while the blue, blue infinite vault of heaven opened overhead, as pure and undisturbed as the peace inside me. There was no pain, no need for thought, no need to do anything but exist. And it didn't matter where I was, only that I belonged here in this place. Where am I? I whispered again, because I didn't believe in heaven. With me, a voice answered. With us. The words sang inside my head. A cool hand touched my face as gently as a thought. A thought touched my mind like a feathered wing. I struggled up onto my elbow. Then there was pain. Enough to make me gasp and swear. Enough to prove that I was still breathing. I looked down, found myself stretched on a sleeping mat, my body covered with bandages and blankets.
I lifted my eyes to find Mia lying beside me, with dark fatigue smudges under her eyes and depths of light in her smile, as she saw the disbelief on my face. Beyond her, Joby lay sleeping quietly with his thumb in his mouth. "How did I get here?" "I brought you." "You found me? How? I was lost." "The Enleer." She leaned toward me, kissed me as softly as if she was afraid any touch at all would hurt me. My mind joined with hers wordlessly, effortlessly, miraculously, and I realized how much my simply being alive could mean to someone else. Tears ran down my face, as unexpected as rain in the desert. I could count on the fingers of one hand the numbers of times I'd cried in my life. Before this moment it had never been because I'd been happy or safe or simply alive or loved. I used my good arm to draw her down beside me, felt the flicker of her concern. "It's all right," I thought, only wanting my hand free, my arm free to hold her. My pain fell away with the contact of her body, the contact of her mind, as if everything we shared between us was shared unconditionally, pain and pleasure, weakness and strength. "The Enleer," I murmured. My gaze drifted up and out into what I'd taken for the open sky. I realized that I was looking at walls made of something translucent, transcendently blue, illuminated by the daylight beyond them. I glanced along the wall until I found a window, only recognizing it by the anti-shadows of clouds passing in the distance. Only clouds, nothing more. Looking at them with Mia's senses joined to mine, I could be certain, in a way no human could. I watched them disappear again into another expanse of wall as perfect as a cloudless sky. I pulled my gaze away at last, looking back at Mia. "The cloud whales led you to me?" She nodded, caressing Joby's sleeping head. "I didn't know what Neo had done with you, only that I couldn't find you. So I followed the prayer way that the Oyasin showed me, until the All-Soul led me to the Enleer." They'd been far away, too, almost beyond reach of her gift. But each macrocosmic being of the Enleer, made up of millions of microcosmic minds, was more powerful and more sensitive than any single telepath. They'd heard her prayers, and they'd answered them. I felt for Wauno's medicine pouch, its weathered softness still bound to my wrist. I looked up again as I caught movement at the corner of my eye. Something fluttered in the shadows of a half-visible room, beyond an arched doorway and a filigreed wall. Taku. Their bodies were flashes of randomness across the perfect geometries of light in the space beyond. And I wasn't only seeing them or hearing them. For the first time I felt them in my mind. 3 days, Mia said, answering my question before I asked it. "I brought Joby here after you told us to disappear. 3 days ago I finally found you again and brought you here." She smiled with weary pride. I lay back in her arms, feeling her warmth against me, my mind aware of nothing else but her now. Her healing presence seemed to flow into my veins, outward through the nerve net of my body, as if just being here transformed me somehow. "Where am I?" I asked it as much because I wanted to feel her form words inside my head as because I wanted to know the answer. "A holy place," she answered. "A monastery?" The image of another monastery filled my mind, one reduced to rubble and flames, the night around it filled with horror and grief. I remembered grandmother, grimaced as pain distorted the interface of our thoughts. "Namaste," Mia murmured out loud to the air. "We are one." She pressed her face against my neck as if she was trying to block the memories, so that we could go on believing that the warm, silent moment where we'd taken refuge would last forever. I could almost go on believing in spite of everything. In spite of the shadows that haunted my memory, the pain I felt every time my body shifted position. Because my mind was alive again, not just to Mia's every thought, but to Joby, quietly dreaming, even to the Taku. And beneath it all was a sense of profound peace, giving here and now more reality than they'd ever had, making safe and belonging into words that had some kind of meaning for me at last. "How," I thought, "are you doing this? This miracle?"
not able to let myself speak the word, not even in my mind.
"No," she answered. "It's this place. The reefs are all around us here. They touch us all the time. The Oyasin showed me this place a long time ago. She taught me how it can heal. I'd wanted to bring Joby here before, but his parents, Tao, would never let me. Refuge, I thought, and then I had no strength left for questions, no more need for answers. I lay in the warm sea of her thoughts, aware of every breath I took, aware that I was breathing easily now. Once before I'd felt my damaged body work to mend itself this way. Afterward, what I'd done had seemed like a fever dream. None of it had been under my control then, and maybe none of it was now. I only knew that in all my waking life I'd never felt as whole as I did at this moment. I woke and slept and woke again, losing count of the times and how much time passed in between. At last I opened my eyes to a half-remembered dream of children's laughter. I lay listening, uncertain, until I heard it again, echoing out of the darkened room beyond the archway where the taku nested. I heard footsteps, the uneven patter of a child's feet. I sat up slowly, expecting pain to take my breath away. It didn't. I still hurt all over, but not like I'd hurt before. I glanced over at the place by my side where Mia and Joby had been sleeping, expecting it to be empty. Mia was there asleep, but Joby wasn't. I stared at the empty space beside her. A child's laughter echoed again behind me. I turned, peering into the light-dappled darkness of the inner room. All I could see were more shadows moving. And then I did something I hadn't been able to do for too long. I set my mind free, extending the uncertain filaments of my thoughts to search for Joby, trying to remember the sense of him that had always filled my head like incense along with Mia's thoughts. Joby. It was Joby, laughing, moving freely like any other little boy, as if he hadn't been born with neurological damage, as if he'd never been held prisoner by his own body, never needed Mia's help even to move a finger. She wasn't helping him now. There was no trace of her control in his mind. And yet he was aware of her somehow, as aware as I was now, always no more than a thought away from someone else's reality. I got up, fighting dizziness, still not entirely sure I wasn't dreaming. I took one step and then another toward the doorway, testing the floor under my feet. Suddenly no more certain that this place really existed than I was that we weren't all walking ghosts. Walking, breathing, laughing. Pain shocked me with every step, but my bad leg held my weight, and the rest of my body did what it was supposed to, step by step. I reached the doorway, felt its solid frame against my hand, still not convinced that I'd actually find Joby on the other side. But he was there in the long hall, pied with shifting light and shadow. He was following the erratic, random path of a taku, and his body was the universal word for joy. The other taku soared and darted around him like leaves in the wind, sharing his game of tag. Joby. I spoke his name not with my voice, but in my mind. He stopped with an awkward lurch to stare at me as if he'd actually heard me. And then he changed trajectories, coming toward me with his face all smile. I knew it must be true, then, that we were all dead, and that I'd been wrong all my life about heaven. He collided with me, making me grunt with pain, his small body as substantial as the wall that barely kept me from collapsing. "Cat," he said. "Cat." My senses strobed as I heard my name echo inside, outside my head. I picked him up, thinking that if this was life after death, nothing I knew could prove it wasn't the real thing. "Mommy!" I turned around, holding him close, to see Mia sitting up on her sleeping mat, smiling at us. She came into the room and put her arms around us. "We aren't ghosts, Nasherta," she thought. "Namaste. We are one." It was a long moment before I trusted myself to speak, even to think, because all I had to do to speak was to think it now. Joby. He's walking by himself. That part still seemed unreal. How is it possible? There are ke, rhythms the Unlir sense, currents of the air, lines of electromagnetic force. where certain patterns form the Anlir think of certain things. We call those places Shui. The place where the Oyasin took us to find our way was also one. She told me that the monastery was built here because here the Anlir had thought about healing. I felt her grope for a way to show me more clearly. Even mind to mind, it was hard for her to explain to me a concept so alien to anything in my experience. To the human way, the only way of interacting with the universe around me that I'd ever known. My mind filled with her vision of the body as a bioelectric system, as well as a biochemical one, with her awareness that most humans barely glimpsed half the equation that made a living being. I'd seen the body defined as an organic computer. I'd felt her catch the image and show me the starport computer's secret sentience, how it had become more than the sum of its parts, like an Anlir. A taku fluttered over my head. Joby put his hand up, and the taku settled on his fingers. I stiffened as he brought it down to eye level, but it didn't react to me, except to give me an opal-eyed glance as it climbed along his arm and settled on his shoulder. I took a deep breath and followed Mia's lead as she started on across the chamber where taku nested overhead. Joby trailed behind us, the taku still balanced precariously on his small shoulder. I was surprised that the chamber floor was clean, as if even the taku regarded this as a sanctuary and didn't shit on the floor. Beyond that space was one of the sinuous hallways hydrants seemed to prefer, maybe for aesthetic reasons. Maybe because when they were hurrying they could always teleport. It still took painful effort just to keep myself upright, but I didn't feel any need to hurry now. I realized that all my life up to this point had seemed to be about urgency. Now I couldn't remember why. Even my thoughts seemed to move in slow motion here, my mind absorbing every detail of the monastery's austere grace, the ways in which it differed from the council hall, the ways in which it was the same. My senses missed nothing, as if I were everywhere at once, like the Anlir. Mia walked beside me, our bodies touching. I felt her keeping track of Joby's pace and mine. There were doorways along the corridor. Most of their ancient metal-bossed doors stood open, revealing small, unadorned rooms that reminded me of grandmother. I shied from her memory, looking straight ahead as Mia led us into another large chamber. It was echoingly empty, like all the rest had been. At its far end, I saw a balcony opening on more reaches of sky. It occurred to me then to be surprised that it wasn't colder, because I knew how cold it had been outside. As we stepped onto the balcony, I felt the soft whisper of some kind of energy field, and realized that somewhere here was centuries-old hydrant technology that still functioned, without the input of Mia or anyone else. And then I forgot even that as I reached the featureless wall at the balcony's edge. The sanctuary sat on a ledge halfway up the nearly sheer wall of a cleft, in the same untouched reef the research team had come to study. I looked out and down, up again, before the river-eaten depths below me had time to register fully. The walls of the monastery flowed into the mountain wall above us. The incredible landscape of the eroded reef matrix lay all around us. I sucked in a breath, inhaling beauty, even as I searched the horizon for Tau Riverton, for anything from the world we'd left behind. We're 200 kilometers from Riverton, Mia thought. Deep in the homeland. The humans never come out this far. Even our own people have almost abandoned the interior, since there are so few of us now, since the Anlir abandoned us. I took another deep breath, let it out in a sigh. At the limits of my sight, the reefs finally ended, their surreal topography flowing out onto a barren plain. I let my gaze drop again and saw a bridge spanning the ravine. Below the monastery there was a footpath eaten into the sheer slope of the hillside. I remembered Hanjan walking out from Freaktown to his meeting with grandmother. I wondered whether the Hydrans had once made the pilgrimage all the way to this place on foot. I don't know, Mia answered. I only know that visitors approach the Shui on foot, if they were able to walk, and they left on foot when they were healed. Joby hung on the balcony wall, doing his best to imitate the high squealing of the taku that sailed in and out above our heads. I watched him watching them, watched him laugh and move in ways that I'd taken for granted all my life. I felt sourceless wonder fill me again. What's happened to us here? Does it last? If we leave this place, do we Change back? She looked down, and I didn't really need an answer. I swore softly under my breath. She touched my arm, anchoring me in the present. Some of it lasts, she thought gently. The longer we can stay here, the more changes will imprint. Your mind is free here. You can heal your mind the way you've healed your body if, I thought when she didn't go on. If you have enough faith. Faith? I thought. The only thing I believed in was the cosmic law that said if anything could go wrong, it would. It's against my religion. Faith in yourself is all the faith you need. She looked in through my eyes as if I'd suddenly become transparent. You've never even trusted yourself the way you've trusted me. What about Joby? I glanced at him, suddenly needing an excuse to look away. Freedom to heal is what I wanted this place to give him, too, she said. But her thoughts had shifted, withdrawing. I felt seeds of panic sprout inside me as the fear of losing her and losing my Sai again made my control slip. As my mind tried to retreat into the dark place where there was no pain, no betrayal, nothing left to lose. Mia kept her eyes on Joby, but I felt the effort it cost her to let me retreat without following. He wants this so much. She went on as if I didn't sense her strain, as if she didn't know exactly what was going on inside me. But for him it's a matter of patterning, imprinting. How well the patterning will last depends on how long he can stay here. Joby! Her mind called out suddenly, sharply, as he scrambled up the rough wall of the balcony to teeter near its top, reaching up. He swayed, startled, even as she disappeared from beside me with a thought, reappeared beside him, holding out her arms as he toppled back into them. Go slowly, my heart, she thought, rocking him gently, kissing the top of his head. He squirmed, but he didn't try to escape. I wondered what Joby's parents would think if they could see him now. Wondered what they were thinking right now. I rested against the cold stone beside the doorway as a wave of dizziness warned me I was pushing too hard. Mia glanced at me. She let Joby go again. A cold gust of wind whipped her hair across her face. She brushed it away like tears as Joby moved uncertainly toward me and caught at my arms. I held on to him barely, swallowing a grunt of pain as the collision with his body seemed to jar every half-healed bone and ligament in my own. Joby sucked in his breath as if he was the one in pain as I let him go, settling him on his feet. "Cat!" he cried, hanging on my pants leg. "You hurt? You hurt?" "No, it's all right." I broke off, staring down at him. I looked up at Mia, back at Joby again. What did you say?" "What did he say? Mia? It's okay?" Joby repeated, pulling at the ruins of my coat. I kneeled down beside him, nodding, stroking his hair as I looked into his eyes. Wide brown eyes with perfectly round human pupils. "It's okay. I'm okay." I watched his face ease. He was reading my thoughts. I hadn't imagined before that his mind had seemed as open to me as Mia's. I sat down because it was easier, and he sat down beside me, mimicking my every move. Mia crossed the balcony to us, limned by brightness. "What's going on?" I asked. "You can't tell me the reefs made him a telepath." "Yes, I can," she said quietly. "But not yesterday. Before he was born." I stared at her. "You're saying the accident when his mother... that changed him?" She nodded. "That's him." I broke off as another taku sailed over my head and Joby pulled himself up to follow it. "Do his parents know? Does anyone?" She shook her head. "I was afraid to tell them." She gazed out across the reefs. "I didn't know what they'd do, what Tao would do." I grimaced. If Tao knew something in the reefs could do that to a human fetus, accidentally or otherwise, who knew how they'd react? Whether they'd try to synthesize and exploit whatever had played shuffle-brain with Joby's mind, or whether they'd want to destroy all evidence of something they might see as a threat that could panic their entire population. Either way, I didn't see it meaning anything but grief for Joby. Is his being a scion what lets you work with him like you did? She shook her head, squatting down beside me out of the wind. Her eyes tracked Joby wherever he went. Sometimes it makes it harder. He can resist me, resist himself, without meaning to, in ways he's too young to understand. But if he can learn to control his gift, it will make learning to use his body that much easier. He could have a normal life. Then you'd better teach him how to hide his side, too, I said aloud. I dropped back into telepathic speech without being able to lose the bitterness. If you really want him to have a normal life in a combine world. She looked at me, her gaze both sharp and full of sympathy. She glanced away again. "Hungry," Joby announced, coming back to plop down between us. "Mommy, hungry." He pointed at his stomach. Mia's face flickered, showing him a smile that wasn't in her thoughts. "Come on, then." She picked up a pot that sat stone-like in the shadows against the wall. I realized there were other bags and containers lined up on the balcony, bulging with supplies. Mia took Joby's hand. She glanced back at me, waiting while I got my own feet under me. "Where did you get the food?" I asked. "In town." "How?" "I had some money put away." "You accessed your credit line?" I said, incredulous. "They'll trace you." She held up her bare wrist, a silent rebuttal. "Markers. I've been careful," she murmured, leading us back through the monastery. We followed a curving, time-worn tunnel to a lower level of the building to what must have been its kitchen once. She set the pot down on the surface of something I didn't recognize as a cook unit until a hinged metal door opened silently on its side. "Me," Joby said. "I do it." "No," Mia answered, as if she'd said it too many times before. "Too hard. When you're older." She reached in through the opening, palm out. Interacting with a technology far older than the force screen we just left behind us, but in a piece of hardware that looked much newer. I felt her begin to gather energy, drawing it in, focusing it, directing it, her face clenched with strain. The air around us seemed to grow colder as I waited, watching like Joby did, both of us as still as if we were hypnotized. Finally, there was a sharp crack and a blaze of light, heat from inside the stove's belly. Mia jerked her hand back, slamming the grate, breathing hard. She wiped her forehead with a soot-covered hand, wiping away sweat, leaving a black smear. It must get easier with practice, she thought ruefully. I wiped the smear of ash gently from her face and took her blackened hand in mine. Her hand was ice-cold. She shivered, standing close to the heat the stove was beginning to put out, as if lighting it had drained her own body heat. "What about your sister?" I asked finally, as her hands warmed and color came back into her face. "Did you see her in town?" She looked up at me. "No," she whispered, her reluctance almost suffocating the word. There was fear inside her, but not fear of Nao. I realized suddenly that she was afraid of learning what had happened to me, what Nao had done after she'd taken Joby away, after she'd abandoned me again, because she knew how it had ended. "Don't," I thought. "Don't blame yourself. You made the right choice." "What did she do?" she asked at last, blinking too much. They... Suddenly I was floundering out of my depth in rage, disgust, humiliation. They'd done to me exactly what humans had always done. "Nothing," I mumbled. "I don't remember. They just dumped me in the middle of nowhere." "Bjorn." Mia caught at my arm. I moved out of reach. "Hungry," Joby began to chant impatiently, trying to drown out emotions he sensed but couldn't understand. "Hungry, hungry, hungry." Mia hushed him with a distracted thought, sent him away to fetch bowls. "Cat." She used my human name more hesitantly when I didn't answer. "Tell me." Her hand closed over my arm this time, tightened, not letting me go. My own hand closed over Wano's medicine pouch. Her glance went to it. I saw her incomprehension. Looking down, I forced myself to open my mind, setting free the memories of how Nao had used me to get what she wanted. I felt Mia's mind pull apart the nested layers of Nao's revenge, until she found its heart. The betrayal that Nao felt every time she looked at us and looked into my eyes. Hydran eyes in a too-human face, in a too-human body that was helpless against her. Mia lost control, slipped and fell through my memories into her own. Memories of the things that Nao had done, The choices she'd made because of Nauvoo, of hydrants and humans, love and hate, Nasherta and Namaste. What about Neo and Nauvoo? I demanded. What about them? Mia cried out, or maybe it was only what happened in my head then that blistered my reeling thoughts. I broke free, swearing, and left the room. I blundered through the darkened halls of the empty monastery until my body couldn't go on. It gave out finally at the entrance to a room with no windows, no skylights, only that single opening, so low that I hit my head on it as I entered. I sat down with my back against a wall and covered my face with my hands. It was impossible. To live the way I'd lived, to have been human for so long, and not have secrets you never wanted to see the light of day. Impossible. To share everything, even if it meant losing everything. I wondered whether it was really possible for anyone, even the hydrants. I sat in the dark for a long time with all my senses on hold, letting need and futility play their circle game until they drained the last of my strength. And then someone touched my shoulder. I looked up, expecting Mia. Found Joby staring back at me with something like awe. His grinning face glowed with colored light. The abstract patterns shifted as he craned his neck to peer past me. "Look," he said, pointing. "Look what you made." I looked over my shoulder, realizing that the room wasn't dark anymore. It was filled with eerie luminescence. My breath caught as I saw the wall behind me, the multicolored imprint of my body shining in the dark, neon colors bleeding outward from the contact point. "Damn!" I whispered in disbelief. Joby pressed his hands against the wall. Glowing handprints set off colors that spread in all directions from his touch. He pressed his whole body against the wall, giggling as he flung his arms wide, flattening his nose as he set off more luminescence, sending his colors rippling outward until they collided with my own. I levered myself up the wall, trailing a bright smear. I pressed my own hands against the invisible surface, triggering more light. The colors we'd set off already didn't fade. They kept spreading, widening, echoing through each other like chords of music. Suddenly a new pattern of light flickered across the wall, went soaring toward the ceiling without either of us setting it off. "It isn't your touch," Mia's voice said inside me. "It's your gift." She entered the darkened room, her face luminous with reflected light and perfectly expressionless with concentration, as she lit up more and more of the darkness. I stood away from the wall, breaking my physical contact with its surface, trying to see whether the patterns my body had been creating would stop. They didn't. They went on forming like frost, following my thought, giving form to my every glance and whim. Joby ignored us both, blissfully lost in uncanny finger painting, enrolling his body along the wall in a wash of incandescence. I shook my head. The colors zigzagged like lightning. "But I'm not a teak. Any manifestation of the gift will trigger it," Mia said. I thought of the hydrant picture globes, how once I'd been able to change the images hidden inside with a thought. What was this used for? Beauty? Her mental shrug told me she had no more idea than I did. "Maybe it doesn't matter," she thought, and I felt her smile. "Does it?" I shook my head, watching Joby's silhouette dance across the spectrum in front of us. Wauno's medicine pouch batted softly against my wrist. Sudden desolation filled me. Loss, regret, as if she'd told me a lie. "What? What is it?" She touched the pouch uncertainly. I showed her Wauno's face. "What happened?" I let myself remember, letting her see the rest for herself. That the memory of what Neo and the Sato had done to me was only the flotsam on a sea of blood. Mia moaned, pressing her hands to her mouth. I broke contact, shutting her out of my mind before she sank any deeper, not able to bear her pain or the knowledge that I'd caused it. She stared at me, her pupils wide and black, her face garish with rainbows. I put my arms around her as she began to turn away, holding her close to my heart, resting my head against hers, so that I didn't have to see her face, so that I didn't have to violate this chamber's perfect beauty with my mind. 24. That night, after Joby had fallen asleep, Mia led me silently down through the levels of the monastery to a place where heavy wooden doors opened in a wall.
Beyond the gate, a path lay along the face of the cliff like silver thread, spooling down to the spot where the bridge crossed the river. There was no human town on the other shore here. There was nothing at all but darkness and silence. But overhead the stars were everywhere, like sparks blown from some unimaginable sun forge, netted in the pale nebula of our frosting breath. It was like seeing countless neurons firing all at once, like seeing what it felt like to make love. I followed 2 steps behind as Mia led the way. I didn't know whether she was touching my thoughts, whether she felt the image that warmed me against the night's chill. Her own thoughts had been almost opaque to me since this afternoon. I didn't know whether she was giving me the space I'd needed or hiding from me. And I didn't know how to ask. I trailed her down the narrow path through the darkness with a fumbling caution that couldn't have matched her grace in broad daylight, until finally we reached the bridge. There were posts on either side of the path where the bridge began. A chain barred the crossing. Locks dangled from each of its slender links. The chain itself looked corroded, even in this dim light, as if it had barred the path of countless pilgrims since the beginning of hydrant time on this world. And yet I could have stepped over it easily. The chain wouldn't have stopped a human, let alone a hydran. And why were there so many locks, some of them ancient, some new, preventing nothing? Mia moved slowly along the chain from one end to the other, touching the locks silently, almost reverently. "What does it mean?" I murmured, not wanting to break the silence by speaking aloud, but afraid of what would happen if I couldn't make my mind form the question. She looked up at me. I thought I saw tears reflecting the moonlight in the corners of her eyes. "They were put here by lovers," she said. "Those who had a nasherta. It's a pledge that they will be namaste for a lifetime." A deep, sourceless pain gutted me. I looked away into the darkness that was always waiting to close in. "Bian," Mia said softly inside me. "It isn't true." "What?" I whispered. "Your mother wasn't a prostitute. Your father wasn't a rapist. If they hadn't loved each other, you would not have been born." I looked back at her. How did you? How do you know? It could have been. It would not have happened." "You're sure?" I said hoarsely, my thoughts slipping. She nodded. "Then why? Why did he leave her in Old City?" My fists tightened. Why did he leave me? Maybe it was her choice. Mia touched my shoulder gently. "Maybe he didn't know about you. Maybe she didn't tell him. They were from different worlds. When worlds collide, things fall apart." She bent her head. Love isn't stronger than that." I remembered the lock I'd seen on the offering pile inside the prayer cave. I remembered the pain on her face as she'd picked it up and told me it was Neo's. I remembered Navu, a burnout, cursing at us from a back alley drug hole. I tried to remember Neo without remembering what she'd done to me. I couldn't. I took Mia's hand in mine, cold inside colder. A clasped hand was all the pledge I had to offer, all the promise either one of us could make. Here, now, like this. She moved close. I felt our body heat begin to combine, warming us both. Still holding my hand, Mia led me forward again. She stepped over the chain and waited as I followed, thinking about humility and mortality, about how much of what happened to your body was inseparable from what happened to your mind or your soul. Whatever the bridge was made of, it didn't creak or sway under our weight. The yielding surface muffled our footsteps until they disappeared into the sound of the wind. When we reached the middle of the span, Mia sat down, holding on to the moorings of the handrail, letting her feet dangle over the abyss. I settled beside her, taking my time as I eased my stiffening body down onto the walkway. I looked out and down at the abyss, up into the giddy heights of the sky, the way Mia was doing now. Sitting beside her, I felt safe in a way that not even the abyssal heights and depths could disturb. The moon's half-revealed face barely dimmed the stars out here, even though its light was bright enough to show the fragile ghosts of colors in our clothing. I felt Mia's thoughts flow out of her, into and around me, embracing the night world like a prayer. I couldn't pray. My thoughts were the futile dreams of a Mebtaku, but I remembered other skies, other times I'd looked up in awe at these same stars in other settings. I hoped some part of that went with Mia's prayers into infinity. We sat together for a long time, suspended between worlds, huddled next to each other, the warmth of our bodies keeping the cold air and the uncertain future at bay. I tried not to remember that once I'd sat with Cassandra Perrymead in too much the same way, warming her against my body in the chill pre-dawn air of another world while we waited for the day. Here and now were all I had left, would have to be all the time in the world. I pulled Mia closer, kissing her, the contact exchanging heat, hunger, two souls. At last I felt her mind fold me inside warm wings, and she teleported us back to the monastery, to the comfort of our makeshift bed. We crawled under the piled blankets where we could peel off the layers of clothing that kept us from taking the final step that our trembling, goose-fleshed bodies ached for. We made love, urgently because we couldn't wait, gently because it was all my healing body could endure, silently to keep from waking Joby, completely until there was no urgency left in us, only a mindless sense of peace that would hold back tomorrow, at least until morning came. I woke again at dawn to a changeless, perfect sky, to the timeless present of a long-dead past. I told myself our past, our future, even the thought of one, was meaningless, here in a place where the impossible still happened. Joby was already awake. I heard him in the chamber beyond the filigreed wall holding a one-sided conversation with the Taku, as they swooped down from their nesting places to eat the bits of fruit and bread he handed out to them. I felt their thoughts brush his and mine with the softness of fur, and realized that maybe the conversation wasn't one-sided. Mia was next to me, still asleep. I lay back just looking at her, realizing that we'd never seen each other's bodies in the light of day. My eyes followed the curve of her back from the edge of the blankets up to the nape of her neck. At the base of her neck I found a pattern of colors half hidden beneath the snarled gold of her hair. A tattoo, a kind of mandala, a circle formed of intricate geometries and bounded by intersecting lines. Mia stirred, rolling over to look up at me drowsily. What? She thought, her mind smiling. The tattoo. I never saw it before. I pulled my shirt on as I began to shiver. It was stiff with dried blood. I hid a grimace as it caught at my healing skin. The smile spread to her face. She reached over her shoulder to touch the pattern. It's a sign of the way, hidden yet always with you, joining the mind and the body, making a person whole. They used to be done at birth to grow with the child for a lifetime. A few of us still have one. She glanced away, reaching for her clothes as she began to shiver too. I saw something like it at the community hall. It was hidden. Did you? She turned back to look at me. Her smile came out again and widened. Of course, her mind said. She rested her head against my shoulder. What do you mean? It was a Linpoche. She shrugged as if there was no equivalent human word. Not everyone senses them. Some people go their whole lives without ever seeing one. I shook my head, wondering. I remembered the look Hanjin had given me that day as he entered the courtyard and saw me standing there. I kissed her open mouth as she ran her hands down my side, over my tunic, over my skin, not flinching as she found old scars or half-healed wounds, accepting every part of me. But as her hand reached my hip, she paused. What is this? She murmured, touching the tattoo that climbed the back of my thigh. I felt it last night. You felt it? She nodded and shrugged again as if it involved a sense too elusive for words. I caught a nebulous image of energies I was blind to. I pushed the covers aside, twisting my body so that she could see the rest of it, the dragon lizard with a collar of holographic fire. My tattoo. I have one too, but it doesn't mean anything. Draco? I heard her breath catch. Why do you wear Draco's logo? I lay back again, wincing. I don't, I said. I don't know, I mean. I looked down. I don't even remember getting tattooed. I was doing a lot of drugs then. She looked up at me, half frowning. It's nothing, I repeated. It doesn't mean anything. I pulled the blankets up over it and reached for my pants. We finished dressing in silence. But as she got up to go and find Joby, I caught her hand, drawing her back down beside me. What really happened between Nao and Navu? What twisted her like that? Show me, Mia. I have the right to know. She sat down cross-legged on the blankets, pushing her tangled hair back from her face, stroking it with her hands as if she was trying to calm her thoughts. Nao. She spoke out loud, like I had, as if the memories were too volatile to share directly. Nao turned wild and bitter. After our parents died, she took a deep breath. And we learned we were sterile. Hanjin tried to help her, but he couldn't reach her. She was too strong. She blamed our parents for their own deaths. She blamed the community for being helpless against the humans. She broke off and took another unsteady breath. Nao became one of Borisage's drug dealers. She never used the drugs herself, but she sold them. She shook her head, running her restless fingers through her hair. And then she met Navu. She found her Nasherta. He was an activist, a Sato like our parents. When they found each other, Nao stopped dealing drugs for the humans. Navu gave her back her pride in our heritage and her belief in the things our parents died for. But when she tried to turn her back on drug selling, Borisage had them both arrested. Eventually, he let Nao go, but not Navu. He told her to keep selling his drugs or she'd never see Navu again. He kept Navu in prison for a year. By the time Navu was released, he was addicted. I pressed my hands against my eyes, seeing pain as phantom colors. Nao went on selling drugs so that she could get them for Navu. Mia's gaze was lost in the trackless blue of the walls when I looked up again. But he wasn't the same. They broke him. That was when Nao changed. She stopped dealing and tried to get Navu's habit treated. You saw how well that worked. The words were flat, beyond emotion. She finally turned her anger where it belonged, on the humans. She joined me in studying with the Oyasin. And then... Her voice faded again and she rubbed her face. Then Nao had the vision. She believed that she could save us, that all her suffering had only been to make her strong. God. I breathed, and for a while neither of us said anything more. Joby's laughter and the squealing of the taku echoed from the next room. At last I said, Mia? She raised her head. Why don't you hate humans? She looked at me for a long moment with her head bent to one side. Why don't you? She said. More days passed. Joby walked and laughed and sang to the taku that followed him everywhere, like a migration of sentient toys. His speech and his thoughts grew clearer and more complex every day. Just his smile could blind us to the shadow of death that bounded our existence. Every morning I woke up surprised to discover we'd survived another day. As I lay beside Mia and Joby, sharing their warmth, I knew that this was as close to having a family as I would ever come. And I knew that there was nothing more I wanted from life, except that Tau would never find us. But I knew Tau's corpsec would have orbital surveillance searching for us, programmed to scan for anomalies like 3 heat sources in an abandoned monastery, a mix of hydran and human gene codes. They'd find us sooner or later. Mia knew it too. Knew that every moment we stole from fate was another victory, for us and for the lost little boy who might never have another day of freedom, no matter what happened, once our time together here ran out. Mia made a trip to Freaktown every few days to pick up food and other supplies and to pick up news. Day after day there was no sign that our message had reached Isplanaski, that it had ever even gotten off-world. Nao and the Sato were in hiding. Mia didn't dare spend enough time in town to find out where. Tau added new embargoes to their sanctions against the Hydrans every day that their demands weren't met. Even Tau couldn't justify wiping Freaktown off the map with a retaliatory strike, but they could bleed the community for information until they bled it to death. There was nothing we could do to stop that, change it now, even if we gave ourselves up. Nao had seen to that. An hourglass full of days was all she'd left us, and the choice of living a lifetime before it ran out. Mia and I ate and slept and roamed the monastery's maze of halls, with Joby skipping at our heels, trailing a flying circus of taku. Mia taught me all she knew about the history of our people. In between games we made up for Joby to strengthen his growing control. Sometimes Mia glanced up in the middle of a game with a look that said, I seemed to be newer to real child's play than Joby was. When the monastery's walls began to close in, Mia took us on teleport pilgrimages into the interior of the homeland. I'd thought nothing existed there anymore, since the cloud whales had abandoned the reefs and taken the rain with them. But the bones of the past lay everywhere. She took us to a dozen different sites, where time-eaten remains of Hydran civilization lay abandoned to the wind. Some of the things we found there were mysteries to the eye and mind, things even Mia didn't know the purpose of. Solitary tiered towers that rose like prayers, step by step toward heaven. Dozens of hive-shaped kiosks of unknown material, each a meter high, laid out in a wedge in the middle of nowhere. Some were things any human would have recognized, the remains of towns, of homes, of what could only have been research of production centers based on a technology as long forgotten as the structures themselves. Now they were all simply ruins, echoing husks filled with broken artifacts. Sometimes while Mia and Joby slept, I sat alone in the monastery's dusty rooms, sorting through salvage we'd carried back. I daydreamed about taking the artifacts back to the team, studying them in some well-equipped Tau lab. And then I'd remember again why that had become impossible. I'd never see any of the team again, never even see Hanjin, the only Hydran I knew who might still be able to tell me something about how the community's tech had functioned. But out of everything we carried back, the thing that haunted me the most was an idea. It had come to me as I stood in a ruined building in the heart of a dead city. Maybe the place had been a government center like the community hall in Freaktown. It could as easily have been something more frivolous or something more bizarre. All that remained now was a skeleton, an empty cage constructed of God knew what. Arcane organic forms flowed upward, defying gravity, reaching toward the sky, the home of the Enlir, with finger spires tipped in something that shone like gold in the sun. The building's interior was hollow now, whatever it had been once. Patterns of light and darkness falling through eyeless window openings illuminated the patterned floor, giving it a third dimension. Arcs circled within circles. Diamond spines were framed in ovals. Webs of delicate tracery spun across expanses of open space 3 stories above our heads. Everywhere there were startling views of the sky, as if whoever entered this place had been meant to look up often and remember. Everywhere I looked, the sky was as perfectly clear and cerulean as the walls of our room in the monastery. Not a single cloud was visible. When the Enlir abandoned the homeland, they'd taken the lifeblood of the land with them, just as their going had sucked dry the spirits of its people. As I stood looking up at blue infinity, the universe hidden behind it, I thought about the Hydrans who'd left refuge and the Enlir for the stars, spreading the gift and the community thin across the light years. I wondered whether there was any connection between losing touch with the Enlir, losing something so vital to their spiritual identity, and their decline as an interstellar civilization. "Mia," I called, and she turned to look at me from across the glowing floor. "What if the Enlir came back to the homeland?" She looked at me for a long time. I felt her turning the question over and over in her mind, without finding an answer. She shook her head at last, calling Joby to her with a thought. "It's time to go," she said, and that was all she said, before she carried us away. Whenever we could, we made love, exploring each other's bodies inside and out. And knowing there should be no secrets, no need for them now, still a part of me was always on guard, shielding Mia from my past. The dark needs, the darker fears, the poisoned memories hidden like deadly anomalies in the dream reefs of our joinings. Because sometimes in the heat of love-making she had cried out, not with pleasure but with pain. My pain as my pleasure slipped across some unwatched border into the night country, and a nameless stranger's perversion tore her unprotected heart like shrapnel. And as the nights passed, as their inevitable end grew closer, and so did we, I began to wake from the dreaming safety of our sleep at night, thinking I was in another place and time, sweating the blood of nightmares. Waking up in her arms, I'd find her comforting me like a child. I'd see the incomprehension in her eyes as I drifted back down into sleep without explanation. Until one night I woke, sitting bolt upright in the faint moonlight, and realized Mia had wakened me. She lay beside me with silent sobs racking her body, her fists in a death grip on the blankets she'd pressed to her mouth to muffle the sound. "Mia?" I could barely feel her in my mind, as if she was trying to muffle her thoughts the same way. But I found the images of Joby, of me, of herself, distorted with pain. All of us dead. Worse, all of us alive, but alone, in the hands of the humans. I pulled her into my arms, finally understanding that all the while I'd struggled to keep her free of my prison of fear, she was locked in the next cell. It took all my strength to turn the key that waited, that had always waited, in the lock of the final door. I opened myself to her. Raw emotion arced across the space between us to complete the joining. Love, death, loss. As if none of those emotions had ever existed separately inside her, even in dreams. The feedback smashed through my unguarded mind like a shock wave, fragmenting me, her, everything but the unbreakable bond between us. And the last recognizable thought I had was that neither of us would ever take a sane breath again. A sound, a child's wail of terror, reached me. A single coherent emotion, Mia's, took form around it. I felt her respond, recapturing the spilled fluid of her thoughts as her mind struggled to answer Joby's cry. I barely refocused my own thoughts in time to catch her trailing lifeline. We rose through fathoms of memory, reclaiming our souls and our wills, breaching the surface of sanity at last. I fell forward onto the tangled bedding as I came back into my other 5 senses. Mia rolled away from me toward Joby. Joby lay in a fetal knot beside her, making the high, keening cry I'd heard him make the first time I saw him, but with a serrated edge of pain I'd never heard before. Mia held him in her arms, surrounding him with her touch, her contact flowing into his mind like life-giving oxygen, to wake its higher centers, its voluntary controls. I watched her comfort him, reorient him, bringing him back into the world, just as his cry had brought her back. Without him, without the bond between the two of them, the two of us might have stayed locked in a psychotic clin until our bodies wasted away and died. I wiped my hand across my mouth, trembling. At last, Joby had grown quiet enough that she could settle him down to sleep again beside her. She covered him with blankets, covered his face with apologetic kisses as he drifted off, smiling. Her tears began to fall again in silence, welling from her eyes like spring water. She didn't turn back to look at me. I sat in the moon-shadowed darkness watching her, watching Joby, while my heartbeat gradually slowed. I kept my mind clenched shut, afraid to touch either of them, afraid of the past, afraid of the future, afraid of causing them more pain, afraid. She looked up at me then, finally, and even though she was still weeping, her eyes were fearless. The hand she held out to me was as steady as faith. My body shrank back in a mindless reflex. I shook my head, not meeting her gaze, as I pulled on my clothes. I got up from the bed and left the room. I moved through the monastery's halls without a light, wishing that I could lose myself in the maze of passageways, stumble into some other dimension and disappear. I glanced up as I passed through a chamber I'd crossed nearly every day without seeing anything new. But this time the moonlight threw a wall into unexpected relief, revealing an opening I'd never seen in what I'd taken to be a featureless surface. I changed trajectory, snaked a path between pillars to the hidden doorway. The corridor beyond was no more than 5 meters long. At the end of it I found a prayer platform like the ones I'd seen in Freaktown, except that this one was open to the sky, within the energy field that protected the entire monastery from the weather. But this one was hidden, special, Linpoche. I stood on the platform looking out into the night. Above me were the stars, the night's blackness, the face of the moon scumbled with elusive shapes. The images I saw there seemed to change from one moment to the next, transforming my perceptions again and again, until at last even my mood began to transform. I leaned on the edge of the low wall that ringed the platform, searching my pockets for the mouth harp I'd somehow managed to hold on to, through everything that had happened to me. I put it to my lips and breathed into it, hearing the smoky, plangent sounds that I hadn't made in too long. But always the same ones missing, so that any song I tried to play was incomplete. I lowered it again, disappointed, as if the inarticulate part of my brain that belonged to music and moods had expected even my attempt to play a tune would be transformed. You have to become a part of it. Mia's voice filled my mind as she appeared on the platform beside me. I felt her begin to say something more and then stop, falling silent with awe as she realized where we were.
Rinpoche, she thought. She looked back at me, the night reflected in her eyes. I saw her mouth quiver. She looked away again at the face of the moon, and for a long moment her emotions were closed to me. At last she thought carefully. With any instrument, to make music is to be namaste. I shook my head, looking down at the harp. But it doesn't have everything I need to play my music. I held it out, keeping my own thoughts perfectly transparent on the opaque surface of my mind. Then make them yourself, she said. Something appeared in her hand, one of the flutes used to greet the enleer. She ran through its scale of notes. There were gaps in the liquid progression of sound, but when she began a song, the missing notes were somehow all there. How? I thought. Your gift? She shook her head. She played the song more slowly, letting me see how she used her fingers to partially block an opening, hear how she modulated her breath to alter pitch, making what was there work for her to give her what she needed. I raised the mouth harp to my lips and blew into it. I cupped my hands, changing its sound by the way I shifted my fingers, hearing notes slide past that I'd never produced before. I lowered it again slowly as my throat closed so that I couldn't go on playing. I studied the cool gleam of the moonlit metal surface resting in my hand. At last I put it back into my coat pocket and looked up, as something drew my thoughts, my eyes like a lodestone. Mia. She kissed me, her fingers digging into my back, pressing herself against me, as if she could dissolve into my body and make us one physically, doubling our strength so that nothing could hurt us or come between us ever again. But even as we went on kissing, wedding our hearts and minds, while our union was witnessed by the countless stars in the infinite night, I knew we didn't have a prayer. Because I knew how the universe worked, and nobody got out alive. 25. The next morning, Mia set out for Freaktown again. She held Joby's small, groggy form in her arms, kissing him gently on the forehead, before she kissed me long and deep on the mouth. I wished then that I wasn't a half-breed, with only half-hydran looks, and half a hydran sigh. Wished that I could take her place, not because I could have done it better, but only so that I wouldn't have to be the one who stayed behind, waiting, never knowing. She disappeared with a last half-smile of regret, while I stayed behind holding Joby in my arms. I felt his body stiffen uncertainly as he suddenly lost sight and sense of her. "Where's Mommy?" he asked, like he always did, speaking standard like he always did with me. "She went to get food," I answered like I always did. "She'll be back." "Soon?" "Yeah, soon," I murmured, carrying him on my hip as I crossed the room to the window. We looked out together at the sun rising over the reefs. "Look at that," I said, pointing to distract him. "One more day." A taku fluttered down from above and landed on my head. "Hey," I said, but it didn't move. Joby giggled, pressing his hands to his mouth. I managed to laugh of my own, amazed that even now, staring into the light of universal order, while death and chaos hung from a thread above us, life could still be so absurd that there was nothing left to do but laugh about it. "Are you my daddy?" Joby asked, his face turning somber again. "Yeah," I said, glancing away. "I have two daddies?" My breath caught. I nodded slowly. "That's right," I whispered. "You're a lucky boy. And two mommies?" I nodded again, not trusting myself to answer. I hadn't let myself think about his real parents since I'd crossed the river. The taku launched into the air, startled by my sudden movement. "Do they all love me?" I swallowed. "You bet we all do." "Why aren't they here?" I knew exactly which set of parents he meant this time. They can't be." I answered aloud because right then I was even more uncertain about whether I could control my thoughts. "They want to be here, but they can't be." "Why?" "They have work to do for Tao." "Don't you have work to do?" My mouth quirked. "Not any more. My work now, Mia's and mine, is making you strong and well. That's why we're here at this healing place. When everything's better, then you'll go back to your other family." I wished suddenly that they could be here to see how he was now. Whether he lived or died, they'd probably never see him this way again. His face brightened, then turned rubbery as if his thoughts had snagged in my fraying confidence. "I promise," I said, wanting it to be true so much that I even believed it. He nodded, relaxing in my arms. He put his head on my shoulder, content to wait with me while the sun rose over the reefs. I looked down at the valley below us, at the bridge that spanned it, so different from the bridge that joined Freaktown and Riverton. I thought about the difference in the way hydrons and humans counted the value of the reefs. How much of that difference came from the way they perceived them? To humans, a reef was nothing but a biochemical stockpile, no more or less than the sum of its parts. The fact that this last reef and this healing place had escaped being strip-mined was nothing short of a miracle. It had only happened because Tao's short-sightedness and xenophobia kept them from learning anything meaningful about hydran culture. I thought about miracles, about what this Shui had given back to Joby, to me, how it had freed us all from our lives of solitary confinement. I wondered how long it had been since the hydrans of refuge had felt whole, connected, greater than the sum of their parts. Wondered again what would happen if the Enlir returned to the homeland, whether the rain they brought with them could bring this wasteland back to life, whether their presence would be enough to bring the community back to life, back to the way, whether it was ever too late to start moving toward the kind of future their past deserved. Joby shielded his eyes against the glare as the sun rose higher, his stubby fingers curled into an imitation of Wauno's field lenses. I'd let him look through them to search for the Enlir, sometimes when he was bored. We never saw any, but he never seemed to mind. "Look," he said suddenly, and pointed into the sunrise. "What?" I squinted a little, trying to make out anything separate from the reef and sky. My pupils had already narrowed to slits. Usually they did a better job than human eyes of keeping the light out as well as letting it in. "There!" He pointed impatiently, wagging his hand until I began to make out a half a dozen black specks like sunspots against the dawn. They grew as I watched, expanding at a rate that made a tumor of dread form inside me. Coming this way, directly at us, too big and too fast to be anything natural. There was only one other thing they could be: corpsec flyers. And without Mia here, there was no way to escape from them. "See, Cat?" Joby was demanding as my higher brain functions came back online. "See? See?" "Yeah," I muttered. "I see them." I held him closer as the ships began to take on shape and detail, not slowing their approach. Their flashers hurt my eyes, brighter than the sun. "Daddy!" Joby called out, waving in sudden delight. He wasn't looking at me. I remembered suddenly that his father was corpsec. The Tau security logos were plain enough to read now on the approaching flyers. "Time to go home?" he asked, looking at me. "Everything's better now?" Only it wasn't his father coming to get him. It was Borosage's butchers. I stood, paralyzed, waiting for the lead gunship to open fire. We'd never even feel it. It would happen too fast. The plasma burst that blew us apart and scattered our atoms into a billion golden dust motes. "Yes, time to go," I whispered. "Hold on tight." I shut my eyes, afraid to watch death approaching. Opened them again, afraid not to. No burst of raw energy suddenly put out the sky. I went on staring, frozen where I stood, as the gunships stopped in midair. They ringed the balcony where we waited, weaponless and unprotected. "This is corporate security." A voice boomed out of nowhere, everywhere, as if maybe we'd been deafened as well as blinded. "Stand where you are. Put up your hands." Slowly I let Joby slide out of my arms. Then, slowly, I put my hands in the air. Corpses in body armor emerged like beetles from the closest ship, dropping onto the balcony around us. Every weapon was trained on me. I stood motionless, barely even breathing, afraid that any move I made would be my last. Joby clung to my leg as he saw the weapons and registered the moods in the minds behind them. "Daddy?" he called, his eyes searching one shielded anonymous face after another. I tried to touch his thoughts, reassure him somehow. My mind seemed to be as paralyzed as my body. I tried to find words instead, broke off as one of the armored men still disembarking pushed forward through the ring of troopers, dropping his weapon, lifting the face shield of his helmet. "Joby!" It was Burnell Natassa. I watched in disbelief as he swung Joby up in his arms, backing away again through the ring of weapons still aimed at me.
Another faceless, anonymous corpse came forward then, searched me for the weapons I wasn't carrying, jerked my arms behind me, and clamped binders on my wrists. When he was through, a third one took his place. Fod, Borisage's chief goon. As he cleared his faceplate, I saw the shadows of a half-healed Cosmo job still marring his face. I remembered suddenly what Mia had done to his weapon the last time he'd seen us, what the exploding plasma rifle had done to his eyes. I looked at his eyes now. His new eyes were a different color. They were green. And the pupils weren't round. They were slitted. He'd needed a transplant, but he hadn't needed that. I realized as he met my stare that he'd done it so that every time he looked in a mirror, he'd remember how much he hated us. "Where's the girl?" he said. He wasn't carrying a gun this time. His armored fists were clenched at his sides. "What?" I said blankly, realized he meant Mia. Realized they'd gassed us without my even knowing it. I took a deep breath. "Gone." His mailed fist hit me before I could duck out of the way and sent me sprawling. "Don't lie to me, freak." I sat up slowly and awkwardly, my head ringing with the blow, my ears filled with the sound of Joby screaming my name. Fod stood over me, blocking the light. My blood was a wet smear on his gloved fist. "No, lying," I mumbled. "He isn't lying, Lieutenant," someone called out. "All scans show the rest of the building's empty." Fod leaned down and hauled me to my feet. "So the harm bitch ran out on you when she saw us coming," he smirked. "Fuck you." I barely swallowed the words in time. "She left before you came," I said. "To get food." He laughed. I swore under my breath, hating myself for saying that much. "She has to be here. Look at my son." I recognized Natasha's voice. I craned my neck past Fod to catch a glimpse of Joby, remembering that Natasha had never seen Joby this way before, as a normal, functioning child without Mia's help or guidance. "She's not here, Burnell," someone said. The voice was familiar, but I couldn't place it. Bodies shifted in the background until finally I could put a face to the voice. It was Perrymead. "I don't know how it's possible, but—" He moved closer to Natasha, took Joby's straining hand in his as Joby reached out to me and called my name again. Natasha came to stand in front of me. His grip on Joby tightened as Joby tried to squirm free. Joby began to cry. "It's all right, Joby," I thought, beginning to get enough control back to use my telepathy. But I couldn't keep him from seeing the blood running down my face. "I can't hold you right now." I twisted my pinioned hands behind me. "Stay with your father. You'll be safe." Joby stopped struggling. He relaxed against the hard shell of his father's body armor, wiping his nose on his sleeve, but he was still looking at me. Natasha looked at me, too, meeting my eyes for the first time. "How?" he asked. "It's this place," I murmured. "How?" he said again, demanding. "It's a healing place." Fod grunted. Perrymead pushed past him to stand beside Natasha. "It's the reefs, Burnell," he said softly. "It has to be. Isn't it?" He turned to me. I stared at him, silent. "Answer the man, freak." Fod's fist came up again. Natasha blocked the blow with an armored hand. "Not in front of my son," he said, and the words were deadly. He looked at me again, and his dark eyes, so much like his son's, doubled the urgency of Perrymead's pale gaze. "Please," he said, almost humbly this time. "Tell me how this could be possible." He glanced down at Joby as disbelief stole his thoughts away. "I told you," I said thickly, sickened by the realization that he'd tell his wife, and she'd tell Tao, and 10 minutes after that this wouldn't be a shui and a healing place anymore. It would be Tao's latest mining and research complex. They'd destroy the miracle that was here, trying to find it, profit off of it, and never even understand what they'd done. Natasha looked back at me with the same kind of incredulous wonder, not even registering my expression. "Then he's cured?" "No," I said. "Not if you take him away now. Mia says it takes time for the neurological changes to imprint. He needs more time." Fod grunted again, his disgust showing. "Mia," Natasha said, and his face hardened.
He shook his head, starting to turn away. "You'll lose it all," I said. "Come on, Joby," he whispered. "Let's go home. Mommy's waiting." He went back through the ring of guards, carrying his son toward the hovering gunships. Joby began to struggle again. He called my name, reaching toward me over his father's shoulder. Fod moved in on me, blocking my view of them before I could answer. He caught hold of my coat again. "When's she coming back?" "Who?" I said. He slapped me open-handed, keeping me on my feet with the augmented strength of his grip. "You little mind-raper. When?" "I don't know," I mumbled, managing to spit in his face. "The hell you don't!" I tried to twist away as I sensed the next blow coming. Looked up again in confusion when it didn't hit me. Perimead had stepped between us. I looked at Fod's face, not sure which of us was more surprised. "Stop it," Perimead said with a quiet reasonableness that he didn't really feel. Fod jerked free of Perimead's grip. "You've got no authority here," he said, his voice sour with resentment. But he didn't hit me again. "If you really don't know anything, boy, you're already dead," he muttered, shoving me forward through the gauntlet of armored bodies toward the waiting flyers. "Cat!" I gasped as the call rattled inside my skull. It wasn't Joby. It was Mia. "No," I thought. "No, Tao is here." I didn't know why in hell she'd come back so soon. Why now? Someone shoved me again. My body moved like a drone across the balcony as my sigh escaped through a spark gap of space-time to find her and say goodbye. "Cat." Whatever else she'd tried to tell me reached me as pure emotion. Our telepathic link shattered as my body banged into a hatch opening. They hauled me on board the flyer. Natasha was already there, with Joby on his knee. Joby sat with his arms wrapped around a bright-colored stuffed toy. He looked up as if he sensed me before he saw me, and then his eyes glazed. I felt Mia reach through me to touch his thoughts one last time. "Mommy!" he cried, searching the air. Natasha caught his hands and pulled them down, half frowning. And then she was gone, and no one else was left who understood but me. I felt her inside me again, the contact so full of anguish that it wrenched my heart out through my eyes. My concentration fell apart completely until I couldn't find her at all. Joby began to wail again. I felt his fright and incomprehension as the guards shoved me into a seat and locked me into it. "Don't cry, Joby." Somehow I managed to pull myself together long enough to make him believe everything was happening the way it should. "You're going home," I thought, finally understanding how Mia had found the strength to protect him, burying her fears for both their sakes. Joby settled down again in Natasha's lap, clutching the toy, but his tear-reddened eyes stayed on me. Natasha's did too. He glared at me, at the guards around me, at Fod and Perimead who'd come on board behind me. He was wondering why the hell they had to put me in the same craft with him and his son, thinking that Fod was a bastard and Perimead was a fool. He looked away again finally and began to talk to Joby in low tones, trying to reassure him. I watched his face soften as relief and wonder rose to the surface in his mind again. His son was alive, unharmed. His son was well. Just for a moment he was afraid he might break down in front of everyone and weep. He glanced at me again, suddenly, and away. I looked up, startled, as Perimead took the seat beside me. "What the hell are you doing here?" I muttered. "Doing my job," he said flatly, keeping his own gaze on Joby. But in his mind he thought, "Saving your lives." Surprise caught me like a backhanded slap. I twisted in my seat. "If you'd done your job right in the first place, none of this would have happened." His face closed. Looking at him, I saw Cassandra in his features, in his eyes, in his memories. He stood up without answering before I could ask him about her and moved on down the aisle to sit with his brother-in-law. I cursed my stupidity for saying that, for saying anything. The squadron of flyers rose through a long arc up and over the reefs, heading back toward Tau Riverton. I watched Joby with his father, saw him beginning to respond to Natasha's unguarded joy, felt him beginning to remember that this man had always been a part of his life. The other corpses around them took off their helmets and gauntlets one by one, to speak to the father, smile, and play with the son.
They weren't even all men. A few of them were women. Their congratulations, their concern, their pleasure were all genuine. A buzz of disorientation filled my head as I realized that the same faceless killing machines that had cut down the hydrant demonstrators actually held thinking, feeling minds, people who were friends of this man, proud of their part in rescuing his son. They barely glanced at me now. Locked in binders, I wasn't a threat, and I wasn't human. Not even human. I'd stopped existing until we reached our destination. Then they'd remember me. I wasn't going to like it when they did. I leaned back, too aware of the bruises stiffening my jaw, trying to find the courage somewhere to help me face what was coming next. Mia was safe. At least I knew that. And Joby would be taken care of by people who loved him. Tao hadn't killed him after all. I didn't know why, but that didn't matter as long as he was safe. What we'd shared was over. I'd known it couldn't last. I couldn't even regret it. I tried to focus on Joby, on the warm sea of comfort around him. Tried to imagine what it would have been like to have a father who'd come searching for me, and actually found me. But he hadn't, and I couldn't. The clear, strong thread of psi energy linking me to Joby frayed. The signal fragmented. I pulled my focus back together, thinking my own emotions had distorted it. But as I did, I realized there was something more. We were leaving the monastery behind, passing beyond the influence of whatever cast-off miracle lay in the deposits there. I remembered suddenly that it wasn't just Joby who was going to lose everything the reefs had given back to him. So was I. Joby? I turned to watch his face, searching for a sign that this wasn't really affecting him, too. Joby? He looked up as I called his name, mind to mind. For a moment the look on his face was vacant and confused. I felt static break up his thoughts as he tried to answer me, saw his body twitch spasmodically in his father's lap. His father glanced down at him. I felt Natasha's adrenaline surge of panic, the numbing rush of denial, as he tried to ignore what was happening, as if to have even a moment's doubt about his son's condition might change everything back to the way it had been, the way I'd warned him it would be. I felt Natasha look up at me again. The unspoken demand in his eyes speared my brain. I closed the fist of my thoughts and shut him out. Joby flung out his hands with a wail of complaint, reaching toward me. "Cat!" He called my name, and it was still intelligible. I dropped my defenses, feeling his fear, as he sensed something was going wrong inside us both. He was losing something precious, something he didn't even know the name of, something he hadn't missed until we'd given it to him, something that even he knew was his birthright. And I knew exactly what he was feeling. I jerked against the seat restraints, but with my hands locked behind me, there was nothing I could do to reach him. I sat back again and focused what mental control I had left, forcing everyone and everything else out of my thoughts, so that I could protect him in the only way left to me for as long as I could. Joby settled into his father's arms again, quiet now, even speaking a word or two when his father asked him something. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Perrymead watching me, almost as if he'd realized what I was doing. His face furrowed. I couldn't spare the concentration to find out why. But he didn't say anything, didn't call some corpse to slap a drug derm on me and shut my side down for good. I took a deep breath, concentrating on my link to Joby, on being there for him, keeping both of us calm as the strands of light strung across the darkness between the outposts of our thoughts, shorted out one by one. No ability I had could reinforce the patterning of his neural circuitry to let him go on functioning without massive external support. Nothing I could do would convince my telepathy not to falter. As the distance from the monastery grew, as the time until we reached Tau Riverton shortened. At last, the perfect grid of Riverton showed below us, expanding geometrically as we dropped toward our final destination, corporate security headquarters. Joby had been resting quietly against his father's side, not moving or making any sound, but still aware and functioning. He made a small squawk as my eyes registered the building, and I fed the unexpected shock of recognition to him. I looked away from the window, using all my physical senses to help me stay fixed on him, needing all my self-control to keep my fear from destroying the last fragile filament between us. The flyer landed inside Corp's X compound. Natasha got up from his seat, setting Joby down on unsteady legs, supporting him with gentle hands. Someone's hand closed hard over my shoulder. "He's already sweating, Lieutenant," the corpse said, releasing the seat restraints and hauling me to my feet. Fod stopped in front of me and murmured, "You'll be sweating blood soon, freak." Joby made a mewling, helpless noise behind me. I turned back in time to see him fall out of his father's grasp as Fod destroyed the last of my control, and all his control went with it. Natasha kneeled down to pick up the small, twitching body of his son. He hugged Joby against his own armored body. "Joby," he said. "Joby?" He looked up at me again, his look demanding answers I couldn't give to questions he wouldn't ask me. "Joby," I shouted into a silence that held no light at all. No trace of his failing nerve net, no trace of any thought, no proof that everyone around me hadn't suddenly ceased to exist. Even Fod, alien-eyed and smirking in front of me, felt as dead as the ashes of my burned-out sigh. But as I looked back at him, I realized that I was the dead man, not him. He grinned as if he thought he was entirely responsible for the look on my face then. He forced me around and out of the craft at gunpoint, not letting me look back. I heard Natasha's voice rising with urgency as he tried to make his son respond. I heard the murmured concern of other voices, voices that had been full of wonder like his own when we left the monastery. Perimead was beside me suddenly. Catching my attention across a barrier of helmets, he called, "Joby, what's happening to him? What did you do?" "I didn't do anything to him," I said fiercely. "I told Natasha. Mia tried to tell you. It's the place, the monastery. I warned him." Perimead dropped back out of my line of sight, probably reporting what I'd said to Natasha. I caught sight of their small group heading away diagonally across the field. Natasha was carrying Joby, but he moved like a man who'd been knifed in the gut. I thought I saw someone waiting at the edge of the field. Figured it would be Joby's mother and whoever she'd brought along for support. They were being held back by another squad of guards. I looked over my shoulder for a last glimpse of Joby. I saw Natasha pass him into his mother's arms, saw grief and joy mingle into one impossible emotion, before their closing bodies blocked my line of sight. I caught the sound of voices on the wind, but I couldn't make out any words. There was no sound from Joby, nothing at all in the silence of my empty mind. Perimead was still looking toward me as the guards herded me away into the detention center and the doors sealed behind us. I tried once more to get a grip on my sigh, but it was too late. Everything I'd been had come undone. My mind was as empty as deep space, drawing a blank on everyone we'd left behind, everyone we passed. The corpses moving through the station's bleak, inescapable halls might as well have been real corpses. I needed peace, time, to find out whether the monastery had made any lasting difference in my control. But my time was up. Borosage was waiting for me in the windowless interrogation room. I flinched, but I wasn't surprised. He had the same prod in his hand and the same smile on his face. "Well, freak," he said, "here we are again. Let's just take up where we left off." He bent his head at the hard chair with the straps that I'd come to in, the first time I'd opened my eyes in this place. "We won't be interrupted this time since you went so far out of your way to prove I was right about you. I ought to thank you." "You brain-dead bag of pus," I said in Hydran. "Speak Standard, damn it, you little shit." "Eat me, corpse," I said in Standard. His face mottled. He flicked the prod on. I lunged forward and knocked him down with a headbutt. I almost fell on top of him, barely caught my balance in time to run. But the guards were on me before I got 3 steps, dragging me back and around as Borosage staggered to his feet. He picked up the prod, breathing hard. Fod had his fingers knotted in my hair, an arm across my neck, half choking me. Borosage ripped open my clothes and drove the prod's tip against my naked chest until I screamed. Fod let me go, letting my head fall forward so that I could breathe. I sucked in long, hoarse gasps of air. Pain tears leaked from the corners of my eyes. I raised my head finally as the smell of burned flesh faded and my nausea eased. Arms locked around me, holding me immobile, as Borosage raised the prod again. I shut my eyes, a flood of curses in Hydran and human spilling out of my mouth. I let them come, not able to stop them. But the blistering shock of pain didn't happen, and didn't happen. I opened my eyes finally, my body still trembling, my jaw clenched with aching anticipation. Borisage stood just beyond reach, the prod held rigidly at his side. Somehow Perimead had come to be standing in the space between us. Both of them were looking at me with expressions I didn't have a clue about. Perimead glanced down, not away from the fury in my eyes, but down at something in his hand. Luke Wauno's medicine pouch. I must have dropped it, struggling to get away. Cassandra? I managed finally. Wauno? Still hospitalized, he said. Relief burned my face. Alive. At least they were alive. But as I looked up at him again, I understood perfectly what was in his eyes. She barely survived the crash, if the rescue team had been any longer getting to them. I bowed my head, more tears running down my face. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I told you what he was, Borisage said, oozing satisfaction. Is that why Harm recruited you, freak? To make their kill for them? To murder innocent humans for those poor persecuted aliens who were too helpless to do it themselves? I bit my lip, feeling the pain in my chest double. I couldn't make myself face Perimead again, even for long enough to tell him why the words were lies. Tell him how wrong they were, how out of control everything had gotten. I looked down at the brand Borisage had laid on me, the blistered, weeping hole in my chest. It looked like someone had tried to rip my heart out. I felt armored hands trap me as my knees got weak. Corporate security did an admirable job of rescuing my nephew, Perimead said to Borisage. It seems you knew the best way to deal with these terrorists all along. I owe you an apology for ever questioning your methods. Borisage showed his teeth in what passed for a smile. He flicked a prod at my eye, making me cringe. His eyes measured Perimead's reaction. I'm glad you've come to feel that way. Perimead's face stayed expressionless, professionally non-committal, even while he stole another look at the burn on my chest. You were the right one, the only one. Tau could have chosen to handle this situation, he murmured. His gaze shifted away again. Deathbringer, I said in Hydran. Perimead glared at me. I didn't know whether it was my tone of voice he was reacting to or the fact that he didn't know what I'd said. He looked away from me with an effort. What are you going to do with him now that you have him? Borisage shrugged. He's guilty as hell of terrorism, kidnapping, half a dozen crimes against the corporate state. And besides that, he's somehow got an illegal message off-world. What message? Perimead demanded, his voice rising. Why wasn't I told about it? Wasn't your jurisdiction, Borisage said, looking smug. The little son of a bitch hacked his way through the security programming. He sent a message to the feds, telling them there was a cover-up, to come here and investigate us again. He looked at me, his face contorting. They're sending another team. Special investigators representing Isplanaski, the head of contract labor, for God's sake. His fists knotted. Perimead swore under his breath. Tau knew about this? When are they arriving? They wouldn't give us a date, Borisage muttered. But Tau wants the breed put down before they get here. Put down. That was what they did to animals. Executed? Perimead said, as if it surprised even him. Borisage frowned. No. He's caused them to lose too much face. We'll take care of it here. But not before the freak tells us everything he knows about Harm. Don't bother. Perimead waved a hand at me without looking back. He won't tell you anything. Nothing you can use. It's not important now. The Hydrans are beaten. They don't want any more trouble. They won't cause any more either. I have orders from the Tau board that all sanctions are to be lifted, with no further pursuit of the terrorists. That was the deal we made. Hanjin himself gave me the information on where we'd find Joby. I raised my head in time to see Perimead's faint smile twist the knife. Yes, he murmured. He told me everything. He couldn't stand by and watch his people suffer any more because of you. The satisfaction in his face turned to disgust. Borisage glanced from him to me and back again. He deactivated the prod, tapping a rhythm on his thigh. That's too bad. I'm disappointed to hear that. But if that's what the board wants... He grimaced and shrugged. We'll move on to step 2. Vod, take this gene trash out and dispose of it. He jerked his head at me. Fod took hold of my arm and pressed his gun to my temple, watching Perrymead for a reaction. Perrymead's mouth fell open. He shut it again, his eyes narrowing. I tried to pull away, but there were too many guards still holding me. "I want a hearing," I said. "I'm a Federation citizen." "Where's your data band?" Borisage asked with a slow smile. "Where's your proof?" I froze, remembering. At the bottom of the river. "I'm still registered. I know my number." Borisage shook his head. "You threw it all away, freak, when you crossed the river. You're nobody now, and nobody's going to miss you." I looked away at the wall, keeping my eyes as empty as my mind. He jerked me forward suddenly, making me swear with pain. "Nobody, freak. That's all you are." He let me go again. "Fod." He nodded toward the door. "My pleasure." Fod hooked a hand around my arm and shoved me toward the exit. "Wait," Perrymead said, the single word stopping Fod in his tracks like a death threat. Fod dragged me back around as he glanced at Borisage. "What?" Borisage snarled with sudden suspicion. "I have an idea." Perrymead came forward, his hands behind his back. He looked me up and down, not meeting my eyes. "A better idea. See that scar on his wrist?" He pointed. "My niece told me he used to be a contract laborer, and he's certified on a phase field suit. He's young and strong. Why waste him? Bond him. Send him to the place where my brother-in-law is security chief. Burnell won't ask questions. The new team of feds will come and go, but he won't be able to do a damn thing about it." Borisage's eyes widened, as if even he had never thought of something that twisted. "You fucking bastard," I said. "I want you to wish I'd let them kill you," Perrymead murmured. "I want you to remember what you did to my niece, and to Joby's family every time that you do." He glanced at Borisage again. Borisage nodded. "Do it," he said to Fod. "Have him bonded." 26. "Heads up, boys. Fresh meat." The guard shoved me through the doorway of the barracks where the Bondies slept. There was a sloping ramp just inside the door. It dropped out from under my feet before I could catch my balance. I slipped and fell, landing at the bottom in a heap. The door shut behind me. I scrambled to my feet, trying to hide my pain and stupefaction, as curious strangers drifted toward me. They all wore the same faded maroon coveralls that I was wearing now. All of them wore the same jewelry, too. A red bond tag fused to the flesh of their wrist. I glanced down for the 100th time at my own wrist, banded in red, the tag and the swollen, angry flesh around it. As I looked up again, the entire world strobed red, the color of rage, of betrayal, the color of my worst nightmare. Natasha hadn't been waiting for me when I arrived. Even Tao must have been decent enough to give him and his wife some time to be with their son. But the Riverton corpses who hand-delivered me to the installation security made certain they dumped the data on me directly into his personal account, where it would be waiting for him when he returned. Until then, they were treating me the way they treated any other Bondi, like meat. I took in the room and the laborers with a long stare, trying to keep my mind on the situation, trying not to panic. There were maybe 30 others in this barracks, a work-shift crew probably all working and sleeping on the same schedule. There were bunks for sleeping and a doorway at the far end that probably led to the toilets. Nothing else, but it was more than there'd been where I'd worked before. At the Federation mines, we'd slept on mats on the floor. Most of the others in the room didn't even bother to look up. They lay in their bunks or went on playing square cubes in a group at the back of the room. Only a handful of them drifted up to me, as unreal to my shuttered senses as everyone I saw now. But their bodies looked as solid as a wall, and about as friendly. I felt like I'd been thrown onto gang turf. "What's your name, kid?" one of them asked me, the biggest one. Probably the alpha male, just because of his size. I watched how he moved. He was heavy and slow. Probably a bully, depending on size, not skill to get his way. I figured I could take him if I had to. "Cat," I said. At the mines, no one had been curious about anything. They'd been too exhausted from overwork and too sick, their lungs wasted by radioactive dust. Nobody gave a shit whether anyone else lived or died. This was different. I might even have convinced myself that it was better, except that they were looking at my eyes. "Look at his eyes," one of them said. "He's got freak eyes." The others moved closer, peering at me. "What are you, some kind of breed?" "They don't let freaks in here," someone else said. "They wouldn't trust a scion. A freak could sabotage the works or spy." "Maybe he's here to spy on us," the big one said. "They put you in here to mind-read us, freak. Report on us." He hit me hard in the chest with the heel of his hand, right on the wound where Borisage had burned me with the prod. I doubled over, gasping, straightened, bringing my clenched fist up with the motion, and drove it straight into his throat. While he was busy retching, I kneed him. I hit him with both fists on the back of his neck as he doubled up. He hit the floor and stayed there. I stood over him, breathing hard, watching the others hesitate. More workers joined the circle, drawn by the fight. I heard them muttering, spreading the news. They had a freak for a new roommate. What were they going to do about it? They glanced at each other, working up the courage to move in on me. The noose of bodies began to tighten around me, all of them hating me without even knowing me. Their human hands and feet, too ready to reduce me to something I wouldn't recognize in the mirror. A hand closed on my arm. I turned, rage blinding me as I crushed the instep closest behind me with my boot, rammed an elbow into somebody's eye socket, ripped out a fistful of hair. I did it without even thinking, without even breathing, without feeling anything, proving with every howl of their pain that I was as human as they were. With 3 more of them on the floor, it was easy to stare the rest down. "Don't fuck with me," I said, my voice shaking. "The next son of a bitch who touches me, I'll cripple for life." They backed away slowly, their eyes never leaving my face. My own fear and rage shone back at me from every side, from all those eyes with round human pupils. No one else made any move to see if I was serious. The one who'd attacked me first stirred on the floor where I'd left him. I put my foot on his neck, put my weight on it. "Where's your bunk?" He glared up at me with murder in his eyes, but he pointed finally to one near the back of the room. "Find another one." I took my foot off his neck and shoved a path through the bondies still watching around us. I went to his bunk and lay down on it, turning my back on them. I huddled around the bone-deep, burning pain in my chest, biting my lips to keep from whimpering, until the pain had dimmed enough so that I could think about something, anything else. There was nothing I wanted to think about. I lay listening to the curses and laughter of the square cube players, the random fragments of muttered conversation, until the lights went out for the night. And then I lay in the dark listening for a footstep, for the sound of breathing, a murmured word, for anything that might warn me they were coming to get me, for anything that would prove I wasn't alone. They didn't come for me. And I didn't sleep all night, trying too hard not to feel the pain, trying too hard to feel. I moved out with the others at the start of the new shift, moving on autopilot, stupefied with exhaustion. I was all alone in my mind. I might as well have been all alone in the universe, until someone I didn't see shoved me as we moved along a narrow catwalk 2 stories above the ground. I banged against the guardrail, felt it shudder, squeal, and snap as the support wrenched out of its hole. I flung myself back, throwing all my weight away from the buckled railing. I caught hold of the closest solid object, someone's body, stabilizing myself. "You fucking freak!" The Bondi shoved me away, his elbow dug into my chest. "You trying to kill me?" I went down on my knees, doubled over on the metal walkway, cursing helplessly with pain. He dragged me up by the front of my coveralls. The seal tore open. "Shit. Oh, shit." He stared at the festering burn his arm had just slammed into. It distracted him long enough for me to pull free of his grip. "Who did that?" "Corporate security." I pulled my coveralls together again, sealing them up. The maroon cloth was stained with wetness from the weeping sore. He frowned, shaking his head. His fist relaxed as he backed off from me. The others stared at me, sullen and silent. "Look," I said, trying to keep my trembling voice steady. "My telepathy doesn't work. I'm not going to read your minds. I can't teleport out of here. I can't stop your heart just by thinking about it. In the last day and a half I lost everything I had except my life. Just leave me alone."
One of the ones I'd beaten up last night laughed. I looked at their faces, figuring the odds, and knew that wasn't going to happen. Unless... I'm qualified to use a phase suit. I'll be your point man. Guessing no one here liked reef diving any better than the Bondies I'd seen at the reef on the homeland. Right now the odds against my being killed by another suit failure were far better than the odds against someone knifing me while I slept. Tau doesn't train freaks. I'm from off-world. What's holding it up? A guard pushed his way forward, taking the Bondi's place in front of me. I slipped, I said. He looked at the damaged rail, at the rest of the Bondies, back at me. You making trouble, freak? No, sir, I muttered. The taser prod he carried came up until its energized tip was staring me in the face. Be more careful. I bit off a curse, ducking past it. The others around me were already moving. I went with them, not looking back. I heard about him, the one who'd shoved me muttered, glancing at someone else. He's that one. The one that took over the suit from Sabin, when he panicked in front of the feds, out on the homeland, right? He looked at me. I nodded, watching his hands in case he decided to hit me again. After a minute I murmured, How did you know about that? They sent some of that work team here to fill out our crews when the feds made their inspection. Oh. I'd been here less than a day, and already I'd proved that every suspicion I'd had about this place was true. And the FTA was coming back. But there wasn't a damn thing I could do about it now. 27. A tram carried us deep into the heart of the interface. It let us out in a spot I recognized, a work face inside the reef itself. I felt the reef even before I saw it, felt its surreal euphoria dance like heat lightning through my senses. I fought to keep my survival instinct functioning, not trusting myself or the mood I was in right now. It would be too easy to lose my mind in a place where no one could reach me. If I ever gave in to the lure, once I put on a field suit, I'd be lost forever. When the crew foreman called for reef divers, my crew spit me out like a pit. At least they'd believed what I'd told them. I hoped it meant that tonight I'd be able to close my eyes for long enough to get some sleep. The foreman looked at me twice, but only because he was expecting to see someone else. You cleared to use a suit? He asked. Yes, sir, I said. Okay. He shrugged and sent me with the others to pick out a suit. I spent the rest of the work shift in inner space, moving through the mysteries of the Enlier's thought droppings. Staying alert was easier than I'd anticipated, because this time I knew to expect the unexpected, and because these suits had a feedback control I hadn't been shown, that let the tech on the outside give me a shock if I didn't respond fast enough to his instructions. I was a quick learner. After the first few zaps, I held onto my brains for the duration, letting myself sense the reef matrix just enough to keep me from sensory deprivation. At least in here I still felt something, still felt alive. That night when I dropped into my bunk and closed my eyes, strange images and indescribable sensations still played my nerves like a ghost harper. I let them come, let them smother the burning ache in my chest that was worse than it had been yesterday. Sinking deeper into my memories, I felt the cloud whales drifting through the heights of the sky, like indifferent gods. Felt them settle around me, shrouding me in thought, until I was only thought, ephemeral, drifting. The next couple of days passed without incident. The Bondies in the barracks kept our truce as long as I put on the suit every new work shift without complaining. I didn't complain. It was all I had to look forward to. My personal future figured to be short and unpleasant. Even if another FTA inspection team discovered everything about this place, they wouldn't get the chance to learn it from me. Natasha would turn me into organ transplants first. Even if I lived through their visit, there was nothing left of my life. Reef diving was the only thing worth living for. A chance to touch the unknowable, to feel my gift come alive in ways that even I couldn't begin to describe. What I'd experienced the first time I'd gone into a reef, or when the Enlier had come to me, hadn't been a fluke. If the unknown suddenly reached out and killed me one day, at least I'd die happy. My psi gave me something more that I hadn't expected. It made me good at my work, better than other divers at guiding the techs to the kinds of protoid concentrations Tau wanted to see.
As I got a sense of the sector's feel, I began to recognize certain patterns in the stimuli the Matrix fed to me, and learned how to track them to their source. I stopped getting shocks and started getting praise from the techs. Having their respect seemed as alien to me as looking into my eyes seemed to be to them. Their respect didn't make them like me any better, but that didn't matter. The only people I cared about were on the outside, in the world I'd thrown away with my freedom. People I still loved, people I still hated, people I still owed, big time. I recited their names in my head each day on the way to a new work shift, evolving a kind of ritual to keep me anchored in reality, as I put one foot down in front of the other, following the body ahead of me until it led me to where I was going. The pain in my chest was constant now, eating at my body and mind every waking moment that I wasn't in a field suit, lost in the reefs. This morning I'd come to sweating and dizzy. I hadn't looked at the burn in a couple of days, hadn't had the nerve to. I told myself it would heal. Everything always healed with enough time. Anything that didn't kill you made you stronger. A hand clamped over my arm, making me swear in surprise. "You," the guard said, and pulled me out of line. "Chief of Security wants you." Natasha. I groaned under my breath. Natasha was back, and he knew everything. Suddenly I felt dizzy again. Suddenly I was sweating. I went with the guard, went where I was told because there was no other alternative. We passed through sectors of the complex I'd never seen, past excavation teams already working their assigned stations. Simply passing by the naked face of the reef, I felt it seeping into my hypersensitized thoughts, as though my brain was as porous as a sponge. I let it take me, drawing my mind out of my body. "Stop!" I said suddenly, stopping short. "What?" The guard turned back, his stare and his weapon both on me. "Stop the work!" I shouted at the crew foreman. "You're going to hit a volatile pocket." I heard the whine of equipment shutting down as the workers stopped without being ordered to, and turned to look at me. The foreman frowned, thought about ordering them back to work, then thought better of it. She crossed the floor to us. "What the hell do you mean, a volatile pocket?" It was the thing the work crews were most afraid of, hitting some unfinished thought that would turn out to have an unstable molecular structure. There were too few divers, spread too thin, to do a thorough job of exploring every millimeter of reef face. "You can't predict—" No one could, not even the divers or their techs, with absolute certainty. No one human. "I can," I said, making her look at my eyes. She swore, turned to the guard. "A freak? They let a freak in here?" The guard shrugged. "Natasha wants him now." "What do you know about this?" the foreman asked me. She gestured at the reef behind her. It was more of an accusation than a question. "I'm a diver." "That doesn't mean you can see through walls, freak," she snapped. I shrugged, grimaced as it hurt my chest. "Go ahead, then," I muttered. "Don't check it out. Just let me get away from here before you blow yourselves up." I started on, making the guard scramble to catch up. "Hey!" the crew chief shouted, but I didn't look back. We reached another tram stop. As we waited there, I listened for an explosion behind us. It didn't come. I didn't know whether I was glad or sorry. The tram led us out in another area of the complex I'd never seen, one that looked too pleasant, too open. Everything I saw told me any Bondi who got this far would regret he'd seen it. Natasha's office was just as open, just as unprotected. Maybe no one believed a real problem would ever get this far. I wondered whether the forest of potted plants along the wall was real, or just a good-looking sim, like the virtual view through the window behind his desk. It wasn't a view of this world. "You want him in binders, sir?" the guard asked, pulling my attention back to Natasha. Natasha shook his head, looking at me with unreadable eyes. His hands lay empty and motionless on the surface of his desk. All I could tell from his expression was that he didn't think I was any threat. The guard left the office, leaving us there alone. I stared at Natasha, and he stared at me. And all I could think about was pain. The pain in my chest, the pain in my memories, pain overflowing until it seemed to fill all the world. And more pain coming, now that we were finally face to face. He lifted his hand and made a gesture I didn't understand. I kept expecting to see him pull a weapon. Someone stepped through the wall of greenery.
Hollow. It was only a hollow. And into the room. Natasha's wife, Joby's mother. She was alone, wearing lab clothing. I backed up a step as I recognized her, almost lost my balance as it made my vision strobe. They both looked at me as if they thought I was about to bolt. I stood with my knees locked, staring back at them. Ling Natasha took a seat near her husband, glancing at him then with a half-frown that could have meant anything. Perrymead would have told Natasha to make sure I paid. Somehow I hadn't thought his wife would want to watch, or help. No matter how I tried, I never seemed to underestimate human behavior thoroughly enough. I went on standing, waiting, damned if I'd be the first one to speak. My hands tightened over the loose cloth of my pants legs. "Sit down, Cat," Ling Natasha said finally when her husband still didn't say anything. I stood numbly. "We just want to ask you some questions." I glanced away, saw two seats like cupped hands in a corner. I backed up slowly, sat in one, trying not to stumble, not to take my eyes off them, not to show any sign of weakness. Sweat tracked down the side of my face. I wiped it away, pushed my filthy hair out of my eyes. I stank. I wondered if they could smell me from across the room. "We want to talk to you about our son," Burnell Natasha said finally. He touched something on his desk terminal. An image of Joby appeared floating above the desktop. I looked away from it. "What did you do to him, you and Mia?" There was no anger in his voice. He was all right. And then he glanced at his wife. There'd been enough left of what the Reefs had given Joby that she'd seen it too, even as she'd seen it disappear. "Is anything left?" I asked finally. "Is he any better?" Ling Natasha nodded, her lips compressed into a line. "Enough," she murmured. "Enough so that we know. Enough so that he knows." She broke off suddenly. I slumped back in the seat, my eyes blurring out of focus. I stared at the image of some other world's azure seas and sky beyond the virtual window behind the desk. I wondered whether its seasons changed, if their fantasy world had seasons. "How did you make it happen?" She asked it this time, and the real world of sorrow and pain was suddenly surrounding us again, and I was drowning in it. "You said it was something about that place, the Reefs." Burnell Natasha's voice prodded me when I still didn't say anything. "Answer her, damn it!" He started up from his seat. His wife gestured sharply, shaking her head. He dropped back into his chair. "Are you afraid to tell us?" she asked me. "Why?" I thought about something I could have said, and then something else and something else. Finally, I just held up my wrist. Burnell Natasha frowned, staring at the bond tag until comprehension came into his eyes. His wife didn't even look surprised. "This is off the record," he murmured, glancing away. "Yeah, right," I said, and saw his face harden again. "It's our son," Ling Natasha said. "It's my freedom." But I didn't say it, and she went on. "We know you helped him, how well you cared for him. We know that you must love him, too." She cleared her throat. "We've lost Mia. You're all the hope he has left." I covered my face with my hand, feeling sick and giddy as the adrenaline rush of my fear subsided. "I told you everything I knew," I mumbled. "Something about the Reefs out there, on the homeland. It cleared out the static or completed damaged circuits in his brain. I don't know how. It freed my psi and his." I let my hand drop, looked up at them as the silence stretched. "Joby's not a scion," Ling Natasha murmured. "There's no Hydran blood." "It was the accident," I said. "Before he was born. The Reefs did it to him. A mutation." She blanched. "That's impossible," Burnell Natasha snapped. "No, it's not," she said faintly. "You only have to tweak a couple of genes in the right DNA code strings to make the difference between a freak and a deadhead. A Hydran and a human," I said. "I'm a half-breed. If it wasn't true, I wouldn't be here." He stared at me as if I'd suddenly begun speaking a foreign language. I ran the words back through my head to make certain I hadn't said them in Hydran.
They looked at each other while the implications settled on them as silently and inevitably as Dreamfall. Slowly, almost painfully, Ling Natasha reached out to take her husband's hand. She looked back at me. The accident, the reefs, damaged Joby before he was born. And now you're telling me the reefs have a way to heal him? She shook her head as she asked, as though she didn't want to hear the answer. It sounds like you're talking about God. No, I said softly. I'm talking about something alien. Tao thinks you can simply go in there and take the reefs apart. Read what you find there like binary code. But humans didn't make it. Humans don't understand it. A work gang nearly blew itself up today because they'd missed a volatile pocket. When? Ling Natasha demanded. On my way here. They glanced at each other again. How could you know that? She asked. I told her. How many accidents are there in a place like this from year to year? How many people die? I didn't get an answer. I didn't need one. I saw the truth in their faces. The feds are sending another inspection team to refuge. Their faces froze as if they already knew. They aren't coming to this installation again, Ling Natasha said too quickly. They're not even stopping here. You could still contact them. You know what Tao's negligence did to you, to Joby. I struggled to keep the desperation out of my voice. Keiretsu is supposed to mean family. Family is about real people protecting each other, about your loyalty to the ones you love, not your duty to some ideology. Governments change their policies like you changed the security codes. Relationships between people have to mean more than that, don't they? Bernal Natasha shook his head. No. Tao takes care of us. They take care of Joby. If we turn on them, we'll have nothing. No matter what happened to Tao, we'd lose. We can't. He glanced at his wife again. Her hands were clenched in her lap so hard that the knuckles were white. But she didn't say anything. The seconds dripped like tears. Then are you going to tell Tao about the monastery? That the untouched reefs on the Hydran homeland are hiding some kind of miracle cure? It's our duty, Ling Natasha said tonelessly. And maybe that miracle is our only hope for Joby. What if Tao destroys the thing you're looking for? They don't understand half of what they find as it is. They would have ripped that reef apart a century ago if they did. What other choice do we have? Bernal Natasha asked sourly. I wondered whether it was actually that hard to imagine, or whether his mind was really as much of a cipher as it seemed to me. You could try working with the Hydrans instead of raping their world. They knew what that place does. That's why they built a monastery there. Ling Natasha opened her mouth, but nothing came out of it. She closed it again, her face colorless. She held the hollow of Joby gently in her hands. Her husband shook his head, gazing at the image. Never happen, their faces said, filling with grief and resignation. Impossible. As impossible as that their son had actually walked and talked freely. As impossible as that he'd ever do it again. Tao had no trouble seeing the Hydrans as less than human. Dangerous and incomprehensible. Because they were so much like humans that the differences were obvious. The cloud whales and the byproducts of their sentience were so far off the scale of human experience that humans had no reference point to use in judging them. Tao's researchers were like blind men, each of them touching a different part of the unknown, none of them able to grasp the full implications of what they held in their hands. The room was hot, or maybe it was the fever burning inside me. I wiped my face, trying to concentrate. I told you everything. The words sounded slow and thick, and in the middle of the sentence I forgot what I was trying to say. I shook my head. Are you all right? Ling Natasha asked. Small lines formed between her eyebrows as she frowned. I laughed, certain that must be some kind of twisted joke. I told you everything I know, I repeated, trying to get all the way through the sentence this time. I have to get back to work. They're waiting for me. Hardly daring to hope this could be the end of it. I still wasn't certain why they weren't treating me the way Perrymead had. They had as much right to. Maybe they'd just been waiting until I'd told them what they wanted to know. I began to get up, not really believing I'd reached the door before someone stopped me. I never even made it to my feet. My legs buckled as I put weight on them, and suddenly I was down on my knees. I pulled myself up again, feeling a kind of disbelief. Ling Natasha was in front of me when I turned around, raising her hand. I tried to dodge, but Burnell Natasha's hand gripped my arm hard, holding me there. She lifted her hand to my face, and I flinched. But she only touched my forehead. Her palm was cool and dry. She pulled her hand away again, as if I'd burned her. I jerked like a trapped animal as she pulled open my stained coveralls with the steady matter-of-factness of a researcher, or maybe the mother of a damaged child. Her husband's hold on me tightened until I swore, not sure where I hurt more, as she bared the wound. I heard him mutter something that sounded like a curse, heard her indrawn breath. "Don't," I mumbled, feeling my bare flesh crawl. "Oh, shit." Not sure whether the sight of the wound or what I was afraid she was going to do next made me say it. Ling Natasha drew my coveralls together over the wound again, hiding it. Burnell Natasha gave me a rough shake, still holding on to my arm. "Damn it," he said, as if he thought I was losing it. "We're not trying to hurt you." Hurting me anyway. "Then why am I here?" I said thickly. They didn't answer that. "Did you get that burn here at the installation?" he demanded. I shook my head. "Borosage." I felt more than saw them look at each other, with something in the look passing between them that they didn't bother to explain to me. "Get him to the infirmary," Ling Natasha murmured to her husband, "before he goes into septic shock." She glanced at me again. I almost thought there was apology in her eyes, but maybe it was only loss and not even meant for me. She disappeared through the virtual green, and I didn't see her again. 28. Burnell Natasha escorted me to the infirmary himself. He had to support me more than once along the way because my knees kept giving out. The med-techs stared as he brought me in, as if the end of the world would have been easier for them to believe than the sight of the chief of security dropping off a sick Bondi. "See that his injury is properly treated," was all Natasha said. He left me in a chair. They treated my burn without comment, without any surprise. Maybe they saw a lot of them. I lay back and let it happen, thinking about things I could have said to Natasha before he left, not certain whether I was glad or sorry that I hadn't said anything. I was still lying half awake under the regeneration lamp when two crew bosses came into the infirmary. They headed directly toward me. I pushed up onto my elbows and watched them, suddenly wary. One of them was the foreman of the crew I'd warned earlier about the volatile pocket. The other one was Feng, my own crew boss. "Him?" Feng asked, gesturing at me. "Yeah, that's the one." The other foreman nodded. "The freak. How'd you get a freak on your crew?" I stiffened, wondering whether somehow I'd been wrong about the volatile pocket, which meant that I could be in trouble all over again. "He's new. Maybe it's an experiment. Nobody tells me anything." Feng shrugged, glancing at me without really seeing me. He wasn't a sadist, but he wasn't a nice guy either. I didn't like the thought of being on his shit list. "Ixpa says he's good with the field suit." Ixpa was the head phase field technician. Feng looked directly at me finally. "Did you tell Rosenblum here they were going to hit a volatile pocket this shift?" I nodded. "We checked it out. You were right," Rosenblum said. "How did you know that?" "I sensed it." I lay down again, weak with sudden relief. "I can sense the reefs." I broke off, seeing the way they looked at me then, and looked at each other. It hadn't seemed strange to me until I saw how strange it seemed to them. "What are you doing here?" Rosenblum asked me finally. I figured she meant at the installation, not in the infirmary. "Penance," I said. Feng's face hardened. "I don't like smartasses any better than I like freaks. Answer her." "I don't know," I muttered, looking down. I couldn't even think of a way to explain the truth to two humans already looking at me the way these two were. They stood a minute longer, scratching an ear, shifting from foot to foot. Then Rosenblum shrugged. "Doesn't matter anyway. From now on, you're our canary in the mine shaft, kid. You do special rounds every day. You go from one excavation face to another.
You feel them, or whatever the hell it is you do. You make sure they're safe to work on. I wondered what the hell a canary was, if it was anything like a mebtaku. Okay, I said. The more people there were here who had an interest in keeping me alive, the better. You think the Vips will clear that? Fung said skeptically. Letting a freak wander all over the complex? He's our freak, Rosenblum said and laughed. She tapped the bond tag on my wrist. Besides, Natasha already ordered it. The chief of security? Rosenblum shook her head. His wife. She came and asked me about what the freak did today. Fung whistled between his teeth. When's this one getting out of here? He called to a med tech. Tonight, someone answered. You can start your rounds tomorrow, then, Fung said to me. I'll get it set up. He turned away, his attention already back on Rosenblum. Neither of them asked what was wrong with me. Maybe they'd heard. Maybe they didn't care. They headed for the door and went out. Neither one of them had thanked me for saving lives today. But maybe Ling Natasha had. After that, I spent my days going from excavation site to excavation site, wading into newly exposed reef face to listen, feel, sense the alien moods of the Dreamfall, second-guessing the spectrographic and biochem analyses, the dozens of different readings each team had taken on its own. Once in a while, I walked into a pocket of something bad. Once in a while, I discovered something good, something so off-center that the equipment hadn't been able to interpret it. Nothing big. Nothing as obvious as the thing I'd caught in passing on the way to Natasha's office. No one seemed to mind as long as it meant they were a little safer. I was glad to learn that anomalies big enough to blow an entire work team to hell didn't get ignored often, even by overworked, undermanned crews under constant pressure to produce profit miracles. I didn't mind working extra shifts. It was more time spent in the womb of the Cloud Whale's thoughts, the world I'd shared with Mia. The world that only Hydrans could really experience. It was less time I had to spend among humans who saw the reefs as component parts, nothing more, chemical byproducts to be broken down and used. They felt no sense of awe, no alien presence. The true nature of the reefs was as intangible to them as they were becoming to me. I spent all of every day with the reef whispering inside my head. But when I stepped out again into the real world filled with human faces and human minds, my mind went stone dead, and the filaments of my sigh shriveled up like something blighted by frost. I ate because I had to, and slept because I had to. Beyond that, the world outside the reef slowly disappeared. I lay in my bunk, haunted by the images I'd carried back from the day's work, letting them bleed into sweet memories of Mia. Memories I didn't let myself touch when I was sounding the reefs, where concentration was everything. Dreamfall filled my head with an alien sea that drowned the presence of human voices. The others stepped aside when I moved past them, looking at me as if they were the ones who saw a ghost. I only spoke when I had to, and that wasn't often, because they didn't have anything that I needed anymore. Everything I needed I found inside the reef. Until the day when I was working Blue Team's reef face. Moving through the changing densities and fragile interfaces more easily than I'd ever navigated the surreal terrain of cyberspace, I suddenly found a death trap. A thing that tasted like acid, smelled like poison, felt like stepping on my own grave. "Canary, come out now." The distorted, disembodied voice of Ixpa, the tech I worked with, burst on my ears before I could even report the anomaly. I touched the speaker plate inside my helmet with my chin. "What?" I said thickly, wondering if I was hearing things. "Out," she repeated. "No. Found something. It's big. It stinks. Got to go deeper." "Out now, Bondi," someone said. Someone else. Ixpa never called me anything but Canary, after Fung assigned me to her. Her little dead bird, she'd said when I'd asked, and grinned as if that was supposed to be funny. I swore as a sudden power surge through my suit sent pain jagging up my spine. It was the first punishing shock I'd gotten since the day I'd put a suit on. "Shit! Ixpa!" I shouted. Another shock answered me, strong enough to make my teeth hurt. I swore again and let her reel me in. I stumbled out of the reef face into the blinding emptiness of the complex, blinking. "Damn it," I mumbled, searching for Ixpa's face, her uniform, in a group of what looked like officials waiting outside. "Why?" I broke off. It wasn't Ixpa standing there in a text data patches. It was someone I'd never seen before. And standing beside him was Protz, looking frantic. I'd never imagined he could look that animated. He was flanked by guards, and Natasha wasn't in sight. "Get the suit off," Protz said. "What?" I shook my head. "Now," he said. The guards raised their weapons. "Where's Ixpa?" I asked the tech. "I found a volatile." "Shut up and take off the suit," the tech said. I shut up and took off the suit. "Carefully, damn it," Protz snapped. "Those cost a fortune." I laid the suit in its container carefully. Protz gestured, and one of the guards took hold of me. "What's happening?" I said, but he didn't answer me. "What is it?" I shouted at the tech, feeling my sense of reality slip further as they led me away. He only shrugged, watching me go. Protz and the guards forced me to take a tram ride that ended in a walk through more unfamiliar corridors, past what looked like storerooms. At last we stopped in front of a closed, windowless room. Whatever was behind its door was listed in a coded display I couldn't read. Protz kept looking over his shoulder. One of the guards put a hand on the door lock. The door slid open. I stared into a darkness that could have been reflecting my thoughts. Before I could react, someone shoved me through. I turned around to see Protz pointing a stun gun at me. And then everything went black. Everything stayed that way for a long time. When I came to, the room was still dark. Panic caught in my chest as I realized I didn't even know whether I was still where they'd left me. Groping, I found what felt like the door. My hands were still dim and heavy with stun shock, like my brain. I pulled myself up and beat my fists against the panel. The sound echoed back at me. When it faded, the silence was complete again, like the darkness. Not even a crack of light outlined the doorframe. No sound reached me from the other side. Probably no sound I made reached beyond these walls either. I felt my way around the perimeter of the door, searching for a touch plate that might give me a way out, or at least some light. The walls near the doorframe were seamless ceralloy. They felt slick and cold like ice. There was no touch plate, no motion sensor. "Lights on?" I said finally, not expecting any better luck trying the obvious. Light flared around me, showing me the inside of a space about 10 meters by 20, full of storage lockers and equipment I couldn't begin to identify. I grunted, not certain whether I felt relieved or stupid. The unheated air made me shiver, but at least it was fresh. They hadn't left me here to suffocate then, and probably not to freeze to death. I leaned against the cold wall, trying to imagine what the hell the point of all this was. Why would Protz come here? Had someone heard Natasha hadn't killed me after all, and sent Protz to take care of it? But Protz? That didn't make any sense. Protz was a career ass-kisser. I could hardly believe he'd had the guts to stun-shoot me. Shit! I swore as I suddenly realized what would make sense. Protz had come here with the FTA special investigators. Natasha had said they weren't coming back here. But these weren't just any feds. What if they'd been smart enough to change their itinerary without warning? Protz would have to bring them here. And Protz would have to shut me up, make certain I couldn't get to anyone and they couldn't get to me. I sat down on the floor, hugging my knees, holding my body together. My nerve endings still felt like stir-fry. I had no sense of how much time had passed. For all I knew, the feds had been here and gone already. The Natashas must have kept their mouths shut, too afraid for Joby's safety to risk losing Tao's support. I wouldn't be trapped here like this without the consideration of Natasha's guards. A deep tremor ran through the floor I sat on. Around me, the heavy machinery began to rattle and sing. The lights flickered, dimmed, went out. Something heavy crashed to the floor 2 meters away from me. I struggled to my feet, shouting for help. My voice rang back at me from 100 surfaces as I flattened myself against the wall in the utter blackness. The lights came back on, stayed on, dimmer than before. "What the hell is going on?" I shouted. Only echoes answered me. There were no more tremors, no more flickering lights.
No sound beyond my own ragged breathing. I swore softly, keeping myself company as I paced the narrow quadrant between the sealed door and the piece of equipment that had crashed down into the middle of the storeroom, blocking it off. An explosion. It would take an explosion, a big one, to explain everything I'd just experienced. I wondered with a sudden, sick prescience whether it was the anomaly I'd found in the reef face just before Protz forced me out. What that meant for everyone involved. What it would mean for me. And I wondered how long it would take before someone remembered that I'd been locked in here. I slid down the wall again and began the wait. It probably wasn't as long as it had seemed before someone opened the door. I was on my feet at the first trace of sound, blinking the sudden glare out of my eyes, my fists knotted. I don't know what I'd expected, but it wasn't Brunel Natassa alone, his hands empty, his face and uniform smeared with something indescribable. My hands loosened. He swore as he saw me, but I only saw relief in his eyes. "Come on," he snapped, nodding his head at the hallway behind him. "I need you." "Yes, sir," I mumbled, automatically dropping my gaze. He gave me a surprised look, as if he'd been expecting me to react like a human being, as if he'd forgotten where I'd been since the last time he saw me. "Please," he said awkwardly. "Cat." I followed him out of the storeroom and down the hall. "What is it?" I asked. "What happened?" "There was an explosion." He kept walking, looking as grim as death. "In Reef Sector 3F. Blue team was working the face. They hit a volatile pocket. A big one." He stopped abruptly to stare at me. "How did you know that?" "I found it just before Protz put me away. The feds are here, aren't they?" He began to walk again, faster. I pushed myself to keep up. "The feds were right there when it blew up," he said. "So was my wife." "God," I breathed. "Are they—" "I don't know," he said heavily. "No one knows. The work area is inaccessible. Whatever happened sent some kind of massive feedback through our power grid. All our basic life support is running on emergency generators. But the whole fucking infrastructure is fried. All our equipment is offline. Everything's got to be reprogrammed before any readings we get will mean anything. We can't locate any survivors until we get our systems up again. God knows how long that will take. That's why I need you." I shook my head, not understanding. He caught hold of me, jerking me up short. "Because you're a freak." He ate the word, grimacing. "A telepath, a scion. You know why, damn it. You can find her, them." He broke off again. "I want you to save my wife." I can't do that anymore." My own voice fell apart as I saw the desperation in his eyes. "There's nothing left inside me. You need a real scion. You need Mia. I don't have Mia. You don't. You were at that monastery too. Janice told me it affected you. You were still helping Joby on the flight back. There's something left of it in Joby. There's got to be something left in you." He shook me as if he could shake my sigh loose. "My wife saw it. The way you could read the reefs. That's different. She trusted you. God knows why, after all the grief you've caused us. She made me trust you. Now you can pay her back, you freak, or you can die trying." Suddenly his weapon was in his hand, pointing at me. His hand shook. I looked at the gun. I looked back at him. I stood silent and unmoving until finally the hand holding the stun gun dropped, and his gaze with it. "I'm sorry," he murmured. He looked at the gun as if he didn't know what the hell he'd been doing, like a man who'd been hit too many times in a fight. He put the gun away. I rubbed my face. "I'll try," I murmured. "That's all I meant. I'll do anything I can. I just don't know if I can do anything." I glanced back at him. If someone hadn't put a gun to my head once before, I might still be a telepath. I started on, and this time he followed me. We reached the tram stop, and a tram was waiting there to carry us back through the complex. He didn't speak at all during the ride. He never asked me how I'd ended up where he'd found me. He probably knew exactly how I'd gotten there. I couldn't imagine how knowing that must make him feel. I let him take the lead again until we arrived at the site where I'd been working, what was left of it. An entire section of the reinforced corridor leading to the face they'd been excavating had collapsed. Crews were already working to clear away the debris, but I could tell from the cursing and arguing that whatever had crashed the programming of the entire installation must have lobotomized equipment all down the line. "Protz," I breathed. He was standing in the open space beyond the dust-fogged sea of Tau workers, talking to some officials, gesturing at the smoking wall of debris. I pushed my way toward him. "Protz!" I shouted, saw him look up, saw the look on his face as he recognized me. Someone caught my arm just before I reached him, hauling me around. Fung, my old crew boss. "What the hell are you doing here?" he demanded. "Where the hell have you been?" I stared at him. "Locked in a closet." "What?" His face hardened. "You were supposed to be in there. You were supposed to keep this from happening, for God's sake. Ask him." I jerked loose from Fung's grip, pointing at Protz. The Vips around Protz looked up. "Ask him!" I shouted. Natasha caught up to me again, waved Fung off as the Vips started toward us. Protz stayed where he was. I saw him wipe his face as he watched them cross the room. "What's this about?" It was Sandusky, the installation's chief of ops. I remembered him from the tour I'd taken with the first group of feds. He looked at Natasha, and then at Fung, before he looked at me without recognition. "Why weren't you at your duty station?" I opened my mouth, froze as I tried to think of how to make them believe me, or even a way to explain it. Protz ordered him taken away from his work just as he found the anomaly. Natasha broke in as if he'd realized the same thing. "Suarez and Timebu will verify that they were told to take him and isolate him where the feds wouldn't find him." "Why?" some other Vip asked incredulously. Natasha took a deep breath. "You'd have to ask Protz about that, sir." He glanced at me, his mouth a tight line, his eyes telling me to keep on keeping my own mouth shut. I watched them turn away as if they really intended to do just that. Saw panic begin to show on Protz's face. "All right," Natasha said to me. "What do you need to do this?" "To use my psi." It took me a moment to realize what he meant. I looked out across the noise and motion, seeing nothing but humans indistinguishable from their equipment as I tried to see them with my mind's eye. I forced myself to watch them with clearer eyes than I had any time since I'd come to this place, shell-shocked with loss, and begun to lose myself in the reefs. I watched them struggling, arguing, working desperately to rescue friends and strangers who might not even be alive. And then I tried to close them out of my mind, so that I could do what I had to do to help them. Reach into the void, cross the trackless dark and find a distant star of consciousness, touch another human mind. And then I understood why my gift had been stone dead ever since I'd arrived here, even though it had been easy for Mia to reach into my mind, into my heart. It was nothing as simple as guilt or fear that kept me from using my psi. It was them. The humans, the others. The deadheads who'd abandoned me, sold me out, given me up and let me down, betrayed me over and over again. The few of them who'd ever been decent or kind to me, decent or kind at all. Their humanity had only made them easy victims too. The Hydran in me would always need to feel alive, connected, so desperately that there would be a part of me willing to give anything, suffer anything to have my gift again. But Mia had been right when she'd said the human in me could never fully trust another human being, not even the human part of me, the thing that had forced me to go on living when I had no right to, or any reason. I looked up and Natasha was speaking again, probably telling me to answer his question. "I can't," I muttered, shaking my head. "Not here. Not like this." "Then where?" he asked impatiently. "What do you need?" "For everything to have been different." I looked at him through him with my mind as empty as a dead man's. "A phase suit," I said finally. "I have to go into the reef." "The equipment scrambled," he said, his patience slipping another notch. "You mean even the suits don't work?" He shook his head. "They should function. But there's no way you can interface with the techs. No way they can get a reading off of you. There'd be no one to guide you or pull you out of trouble. I don't need a tech. I looked toward the ruins of human technology and alien Dreamfall joined like lovers in a suicide pact. I need to be inside. Need to be somewhere I want to be. He looked at me, caught between expressions, as if suddenly he wasn't certain whether I was just a freak or actually insane. "All right," he said finally, as if he'd decided it didn't matter either way. "I'll get you one. Stay here." He held his hands up, as if he was putting a spell on me so that I didn't disappear. I waited, watching the Vips surround Prots again, not able to hear what they were saying, not able to read their minds. I didn't know where Keiretsu had the strongest hold here. Would the installation's officials turn on Prots because he'd caused this disaster, or would they try to bury their mistakes? I hoped Natasha got back before they made up their minds. Natasha returned with a phase suit as good as his word. He looked relieved to see me still waiting there, as good as mine. I put the suit on. He went with me as far as the wall of rubble, running interference for me with anyone who tried to get in my way. As we stood in front of the fallen debris, he put his hand on my arm, making me turn back. He hesitated, then let me go on again without saying anything. He nodded toward the wall and backed away. I took a deep breath, putting his expression and the world it belonged to behind me as I faced the mass of debris. I ordered the suit online, saw the displays materialize in front of my eyes, a meaningless jumble of random symbols and numerals. For a minute I thought I'd forgotten how to read. No, it's the suit. My confidence caught on a jagged shard of doubt as I realized even the suit's internal systems were scrambled. But Natasha claimed its ability to phase was intact, that only its link to the support system was down. I hoped he knew what he was talking about. I put out my hand, watched it shimmer as I phased it through the surface of the rubble. Just touching the material of the reef sent an electric surge up my arm, straight into my brain. I glanced back a final time. The space behind me had become unnaturally quiet. Every face I could see was looking at me, expectant, waiting. I entered the land of broken dreams. The flesh and bone of organic and inorganic materials closed around me. The silence here was genuine, not the silence of held breath. The pressure was real, not the weight of someone else's hopes or fears. I moved deeper into the matrix, feeling my way slowly, because finding a path through this jumble of chaos and order was different from any reef work I'd done. I'd begun to take the wild unpredictability of the reef matrix for granted, begun to wear the field suit like a second skin. There was a kind of freedom to never knowing what you'd find next, as pure in its way as the rapture that took me sometimes when I encountered enigmas that spoke to me in a voice no one else would ever hear. But this time the way to the unknown was roadblocked by barriers of shattered suralloy and composite, barred with moly steel, inorganic materials, so dense that they were beyond the phase range of my suit, impenetrable even for me. It was hard to believe they'd been fragmented by an explosion no bigger than this one, that the explosion hadn't turned the whole complex into a smoking crater. Unless the construction materials used to build the installation hadn't been up to specs, had been flawed to begin with, had been one more suicidal mistake that Tao had taken for a good idea. I worked my way up to a fractured slab of ceiling, kicked off like a swimmer into the shimmering jelly of pulverized cloud reef until I'd risen past it. I stopped moving again, drifting deeper into the matrix, letting its silence and strength surround me, shield me from the world I'd left behind. The reef's presence had been rattling against my brain like pebbles against a window pane since the moment I'd touched its face. Now, finally, I was secure enough to open all the windows into my mind. I let my body go slack, emptying my mind of every thought I'd carried with me into the matrix until there was only sensation. The silence was filled with light. I smelled music with every breath. My eyes saw the transcendent radiance of unimaginable wavelengths as all my senses flowed out into the matrix of the reef. It would have been easy to lose myself then, let even the itching sand grain of someone else's desperation that had driven me to this sublime away. With an effort of will, I stopped the bleeding of my consciousness and forced myself to remember who counted on the outcome of what I did here. Joby.
Joby would lose his mother if I lost my way. The investigators Isplanaski had sent to dig out the rot beneath Tao's lies would never have the chance to tell anyone what they'd found. And I'd never sleep again if I thought my own prejudice and bitterness had kept me from finding any survivors. If there were any survivors. I cast the net of my psi out in a slow scan, feeling my sense of control grow as I searched the metaphorical darkened room for the faintest gleam of a human thought. But this darkened room was in a madhouse, where nothing met anything else at the expected angle, where stairways of complex hydrocarbons led to impenetrable ceilings of ceralloy, doorways opened onto nothingness or walls, a death trap of illusions for any searcher who let his attention wander too far. But as I worked my way deeper, old memories stirred, memories of the time when I'd been a real telepath, when I'd been good, one of the best. If anyone could find them, I could. If there were any survivors still alive, they had to be here somewhere. Somewhere. There. I caught the quicksilver flash of a mind radiant with pain. I lunged after it as the contact slipped away, followed it back through a storm rack of alien sensation, not letting go because I couldn't afford to lose it now, not when I was so close. There. Contact charged my senses, sent my psi-link arcing from the core of my mind to another. Another. Terror, pain, grief. 3. Only 3? How many people had gone in here? A lot more than 3. I didn't know the feel of any of these minds, had never been inside them. Couldn't tell whether they belonged to anyone I'd ever met because there wasn't a coherent thought in any of them. Raw emotion was screaming through my brain, and all it told me was that they were running out of time. I didn't try to contact them telepathically, knowing they'd only panic. I clung to the fragile thread of thought that linked me to their location, while my mind backtracked through the maze of jumbled reef strata to complete the circuit, contacting a mind on the outside that would anchor me and let me reel myself in. I found Natasha. Maybe because he was standing the closest, maybe because he was the only one who'd wanted me to find him. I felt him recoil as if the contact had been physical. Following the compass of his shock, I retraced my path through the techno-organic maze until I fell through into the open again. Natasha caught me and steadied me as the suit deactivated. He was still in my head, not by choice, breaking the reef's spell, demanding answers. "Found them?" he was asking. "You found them?" Found them. I shook my head, trying to clear out the echoes, held up my hands, nodding frantically as I saw the look on his face. I loosened my helmet and pulled it off. "Survivors. Only 3. 3?" he repeated. 3? Damn it, 27 people went in there. I looked down, grimacing. My wife? "I don't know," I murmured. I couldn't. I broke off, feeling frustration crush his grief into anger. I cut the contact between us, shutting him out of my mind. "Are you saying if your wife is dead, then you don't care whether anyone else trapped in there survives?" He blinked, and the kind of anger on his face changed. "No," he said. "No, of course not. How far in are they?" "Just a minute," someone said behind him. The officials who'd been talking to Protz when I went in gathered around us. Protz was still with them. "What about the FTA's people? Are they all dead?" I didn't have to be a mind reader to know what they were really asking. If the feds had been killed in the explosion, it was going to look bad for Tau. But they might still be able to cover it up. If the feds were alive, there was no hope of burying any of their mistakes, not the big ones, not the small ones. "I don't know who survived," I said, trying to keep my voice even. "I only know there are people in there who are still alive." "How can you be certain?" one of the officials snapped. "He knows," Natasha said, his voice heavy with suspicion. "He's a telepath." A crowd was gathering around us, more guards and workers waiting for orders. "He's crippled, damn it," Protz said. "He's not a mind reader." "He can read the reefs," Ixpa said. I turned, surprised to see her, pushing through the crowd. "We never had anyone here who could do that before him. Why the hell did you pull him out of there just as he detected that anomaly?" There were murmurs from the workers gathering around us, but I couldn't tell what their mood was. Ixpa looked away from Protz, as if she didn't really expect an answer. How do you want us to proceed, sir? She directed the question at Sandusky, including me with a nod of her head. We're doing everything we can. Sandusky gestured as if he was brushing aside smoke. There's no more we can do until the equipment is back online. He glanced over his shoulder at the crews, still trying to clear away debris with equipment that only did what they expected it to about a third of the time. That will take hours. I don't think you have hours, Sandusky, I said. He looked at me with no recognition, only a kind of disbelief, as if I'd forgotten what I was to be speaking to him like that. I turned back to Ixpa. Can I take any equipment with me when I'm wearing a phase suit? What kind? She asked, looking dubious. Other phase suits, 3 of them. Well, yeah, she said. Understanding lit up her face. Yeah, I don't see why not. You think you could actually reach them? Lead them out? I shrugged. I want to try. Ixpa signaled to one of the workers standing behind her. Get me some more phase suits. Wait a minute, Sandusky said, frowning. You can't do that. All around me, surprised faces turned to stare at him. Why not? Ixpa said. It could work. Sandusky pursed his mouth. He looked like a man standing on a hot plate. It's too dangerous. I don't want to risk losing another life in there. He pointed at the rubble, trying to look as though it actually mattered to him whether I lived or died. I volunteered, I said. I'm willing to risk it. I can reach them. We don't know if it's our people who survived, Protz protested. We only have this half-breed's word that anyone is alive in there at all. Sandusky glanced at Protz, his mouth working. Excuse me, sir, Natasha said. Is he saying that if the survivors are feds, we should let them die, for the good of the Keiretsu? That just because we're not sure who it is, we have to let them die? The muttering around us got louder. My wife is in there, sir, Natasha said. I don't know if she's dead or alive, but it's not Keiretsu to bury our own people just because they might be outsiders, and the outsiders might know too much. The Keiretsu is family. Sandusky's face reddened. He glanced at Protz again, looked away as workers arrived carrying the phase suits Ixpa had sent for. Ixpa handed me my helmet. I put it on. She passed me the other suits one at a time. Carry them as close to your body as you can, Ixpa said. That should keep them inside your phase field. She bent her head at the waiting matrix. I started forward, carrying the extra suits, watching Sandusky and Protz from the corner of my eye. Their stares got darker as I reached the broken reef face. But without my noticing it, without Natasha saying a word, a phalanx of guards and workers had formed around me, protecting me from any interference. Keiretsu. I reached the barrier of broken dreams and stepped through. I let the reef flow into my mind again. It was easier this time because the anger I'd taken with me into the reef before was gone. Easier because I knew that I could do what I had to. As I let myself feel the reef, I realized that the shining trace of my contact with the survivors still existed, like a wormhole through space. Relieved and a little awed, I followed it to its end without stopping. I burst through the matrix wall into the tiny vacuole where 3 survivors huddled under the accidental shelter of a panel of unbroken composite. I heard, felt the shock wave of their disbelief as they saw me emerge from the reef, impossibly, in front of them. They gaped and cowered as if I was some manifestation of the disaster, come to finish what the explosion had started. I've come to get you out of here, I said, trying to choose the words that would pull them back to reason the fastest. I couldn't tell how my voice sounded to them, whether the words were even intelligible. I held the suits up, letting them see what I had, while I searched their filthy, dazed faces for one I knew. Ling Natasha wasn't there. I didn't recognize any of them, but one of them wore what had been an FTA uniform. Thank God! The Fed pushed himself to his feet, protecting an arm that bent at an unnatural angle. His face was gray-white with pain under the dirt and blood. How? He mumbled. Where? I smiled. Isplanaski sent me. He gaped. The other 2 still crouched, staring at us as if they'd been put in stasis. Come on, I said softly. I've got phase suits for you. I'll lead you out. Isplanaski's man took a suit and began to put it on, while I got the woman wearing a vacant stare and the guard's data patches into the second suit. Together we got the third survivor suited up. A Bondi with a gouge in his face that had probably taken out one of his eyes. He wasn't any older than I was. I tried not to look at his face, tried not to see what else they'd been looking at ever since they'd been trapped here. A foot, an arm, protruding from the avalanche of rubble. I was standing in a pool of blood that didn't seem to have come from any of them. I swallowed down nausea, forcing myself to focus my sigh for one last sweep, searching for any survivors I might have missed. There weren't any. "These suits are malfunctioning," the Fed protested as the oxygen processors began to clear out his lungs and his brain functions normalized. He was staring at the garbage readouts inside his helmet. "It's all right," I said, trying to give my words the kind of assurance he needed to hear. "I'll lead you out. You only have to follow me." "Your suit is online?" he demanded. "Yeah," I said, not looking at him. "It's online. Let's go." I held out my hand again, and the Fed took it. He put out his hand in turn, taking hold of the Bondi. The guard took the laborer's other hand. They pulled him forward carefully as I led them to the wall of rubble. He came with us, as witless as a drone, but at least he came. I waded into the reef face again, leading them after me one by one. Relief filled me as I found the mind-lit wormhole of my passage, still waiting to guide us back through the matrix. It was hard enough to keep track of the others as they floundered after me, slowed by their injuries, by shock, by inexperience. I almost lost someone more than once, as we blundered through nightmarish pockets of random density, in what was for them mostly pitch-black effluvia. I had to remind myself that they couldn't sense what I sensed, each time I had to double back to keep one or another of them moving in the right direction. I couldn't communicate with them now, to guide or reassure them. The suit's comm links turned everything into unintelligible static. I was glad I didn't have to listen to what they were saying. I knew what they were feeling, and it was all I could do to keep myself moving through their nightmare toward the light. The journey in had been clear and easy. The journey out was, by way of another universe, with a side trip through hell. My breath was coming in ragged gasps. I wasn't sure if it was my strength giving out or the suit. I only knew that if I didn't reach the other end of this mental rope soon, none of us was going to reach it. And then, suddenly, we were through. I staggered out of the reef face, dragging the Fed with me. The others came through behind him and dropped to the floor like stones. I fell on my knees, coughing convulsively as workers and guards swarmed over us, stripping off our helmets and suits, leaving me defenseless against the mass of incoherent noise around us, the feedback inside my head. I covered my head with my arms, trying to shut it out. Someone pulled me to my feet, pulled my hands away, asking, "Are you all right?" I nodded blindly. He led me out of the crush of over-solicitous bodies. I opened my eyes again, finally, to Natasha's face, realizing as I did why I hadn't wanted to see it. "You didn't find her," he whispered. It wasn't an accusation, wasn't even a question. His resignation pooled on the surface of a grief deeper than time. "She's gone." I nodded, swallowing hard as I choked down his emotions. "The three I brought out, they were it." I bent my head in the direction of the survivors. They were all. At least, his voice broke. At least she didn't suffer. He wiped his face with the palm of his hand, thinking, it was the living, the ones left behind, who suffered. Joby. She was gone. Mia was gone. Good God, what was he going to do about Joby now? I didn't know, and I didn't know what to say. The others were catching up to us now. Natasha wiped at his eyes. I turned to see the Fed I'd just rescued supported by a couple of med techs. I saw him glance away long enough to notice Natasha's red-rimmed eyes before he looked back at me. "I wanted to thank you," he said, his voice hoarse with pain. I nodded, only registering him with part of my attention, the rest still mired in Natasha's grief. I felt my mind beginning to close up inexorably like a fist. "And I want to talk to you. Now." "Sir," one of the meds, holding him up, said, "now we take you to the infirmary and make sure none of your injuries are life-threatening." The Fed looked at her exasperated, but he didn't argue. He glanced at Natasha. "This Bondi better not have any unfortunate accidents before I'm up and around. You understand me?" Natasha's dark eyes held his stare. "Perfectly," he said. The Fed let the med techs lead him away. He looked back once as if he wanted to be certain that he remembered my face, or that I hadn't already disappeared. I stood beside Natasha watching them go, through a silence that was as painful as it was long. Finally, Natasha straightened his shoulders as if he was trying to shrug off the weight of his grief. I couldn't feel his mind anymore, couldn't see in through his eyes. Nothing showed on his face now. I watched him take something off his equipment belt. He reached out and clamped it around my wrist. I stiffened, starting to pull away, until I realized that it wasn't binders. There was a flash of light. A shock ran up my arm. When he took the thing away, I wasn't wearing a bond tag anymore. Instead, there was only my own raw, flayed flesh and a band 2 fingers wide circling my wrist. "Your contract is cancelled," Natasha said. I looked at him, not sure whether the pain or the surprise I felt was more intense. Neither one of those came up to the knees of my disbelief. "You can do that?" I whispered. He shrugged, grimacing. "It wasn't a valid contract. You should never have been here in the first place." I took a deep breath, let it out. "What happens now?" His hand settled on his gun. His stare hit 0 degrees Kelvin as he searched the crowd for prots. "Now," he said, "the shit hits the fan." He sub-vocalized a call, and suddenly 2 guards were pushing through the confusion of bodies. Natasha gestured at me. "Take him to the infirmary. Stay with him." "But I'm not—" He gave me a look. "Get his arm cared for. Then find out where they put that injured Fed, and put him in the next bed." The guards nodded. One of them smiled. "No problem." "How's Park?" Natasha asked. That had been the name on the data patch of the guard I'd brought out. "Meds say she'll be all right, sir." "Good," Natasha murmured, nodding but looking down. "Namaste," I murmured. Natasha glanced at me without understanding. As the guards led me away, I looked back, watching Natasha's progress toward prots. They were out of my line of sight before I could see it happen, but I smiled anyway. 29. By the time I was sharing a room with the Fed, he'd been sedated past caring. Any conversation with him was going to have to wait. At least I'd overheard enough to know that his name was Ronan, and that he was going to survive. It was almost harder to believe that I might actually survive this. I lay down on the empty bed, still cradling my pseudoskin-covered wrist, glad enough to rest as fatigue unraveled what was left of my conscious mind. I opened my eyes again, startled out of sleep, only realizing then that I'd been asleep, probably for hours. Luke Wauno was standing beside the bed, his hand still on my shoulder, shaking me awake. He held his hand up in silent warning as he saw my eyes open. "Wauno?" I mumbled, sitting up. "Where the hell did you come from?" He nodded at the other bed. Natasha stood beside it, helping Ronan to his feet. Ronan looked more stupefied than I did, probably from the medication, but he was tracking and functional. Natasha looked worse than Ronan, as if he'd been fighting his grief for hours and losing the battle. "I don't like what I'm hearing upstairs," Natasha said. "I want you both safely out of reach until there's backup available." He handed Ronan his uniform jacket and pants and began to help him get into them. As I got out of bed, I glanced up at the security monitors. They were always on, everywhere, including here. "We're running a playback loop. All anyone sees is the 2 of you sleeping," Natasha said, answering my look. "Where are we going?" I asked, shaking cloud dreams out of my head. "Nowhere is safe." "I know a place that is," Wauno said, and his smile told me, "Freaktown." I nodded, glancing at Ronan at the databand on his wrist. "You'd better leave that here." He looked at me as if I'd suggested leaving behind one of his eyes. "They can track you with it. If Tau decides to bury its mistakes, you won't be safe anywhere wearing that." A stunned prey look filled his face. I saw doubt replace it, and finally acceptance. Slowly, reluctantly, he unlatched his databand, stood holding it in his hand as if he were weighing it. "He's right. It's the only way," Natasha said. Ronan dropped the databand on his bed, grimacing. Natasha put an arm around him, supporting him as we went out of the room. Guards waited in the hallway to escort us through the installation's maze to the entrance. Wauno's new transport was waiting where the old one had once before, on the landing plaza outside the complex's main entrance. There were clouds phasing across the face of the moon as I glanced up. Or maybe they were something more, that only seemed to be clouds. More guards were waiting by the transport. They gave us a thumbs up and stepped aside. The hatch opened, and Wauno took over Ronin's support to help him up the ramp. I started after them, hesitated as I realized Natasha wasn't following. "What about you?" I asked. He shook his head. "I'll be all right." He nodded at the guards flanking him. "What if you're wrong?" I asked. "Ronin has my testimony and data waiting for him. Wauno knows how to access it." He smiled sourly. "What about Joby?" His smile disappeared. "He'll be safe," he said, and the words seemed to choke him. "He'll be with you." He went back through the line of guards toward the complex entrance. I watched him go, speechless, until Wauno called my name, telling me to get on board. I climbed the ramp, stood beside him while the hatch sealed behind me. Standing this close to him in a transport's dimly lit interior, I saw that he was wearing the medicine pouch. "Luke, I'm sorry," I muttered, looking down. "I never—" He looked blank until he realized what I was looking at. He touched the worn leather bag and shook his head. "It was there for you," he said quietly, "when you needed it. That's all." I looked up at him in disbelief. "How did you know I would need it?" "I didn't," he said with a slow smile. "It knew, I suppose. That's what it does. Believe it or not." He shrugged, looking up at me again. "I know what happened when we crashed," he said. "It wasn't your fault." He took his place in the pilot's seat. I swallowed a lot of useless words, and turned away to find a seat. Ronin was already strapped in. Sitting behind him was Perimead, holding Joby in his lap. Cassandra sat next to them. I stopped moving. "What do you want? You two-faced son of a cat!" Cassandra stood up. "Shut up and listen to me." She came forward, moving carefully as the transport began to lift. I could see the pale line of a fading scar on her cheek. But she was moving all right, not maimed, not crippled. An absurd jolt of relief cleared my head. Anger and pain left me speechless. I sank into the seat across from Ronin as if my brain had shorted out. "I know that the transport accident wasn't your fault," she said as I looked down. "Uncle Janos knew that too." I raised my head. "Then why?" I held up my bandaged wrist, looking at him. "Why did he do this to me?" Her fingers barely touched the pseudoskin on my wrist. "To buy you time, until the FTA could send more investigators. To keep Borisage from killing you." I opened my mouth. "Do you think you'd be alive now if my uncle had left you with Tao's corporate security?" "No," I said. I looked at Perimead again. "I really thought you hated my guts," I said. "I really thought you meant it." "Maybe I did just then," Perimead said. I almost imagined I saw a ghost of a smile. "But if I hadn't, Borisage would never have believed me." "Maybe I deserved it," I murmured, glancing away. "Maybe you were right in everything you did, too." I didn't answer, couldn't even look at him, for a long moment. The surreality of where I was now, the sheer unexpectedness of what these people had done, for me and against the system of lies, was almost more than I could grasp. When I looked up again at last, it was to look at Joby, sitting motionless in Perimead's arms. His eyes were on my face, staring at me as fixedly as the eyes of a doll, until I was sure that it wasn't random. "Joby?" I said softly. He blinked. But he didn't move, didn't speak. I looked away again, sick at heart, wondering if this wasn't somehow worse than the way he'd been before. "Why is he here? It could be dangerous." "Not as dangerous as leaving him where Tao could find him," Perimead said grimly. I remembered then what Natasha had said to me. I glanced at Joby again long enough to see that he wasn't wearing a data band either. I rubbed my wrist, feeling the pseudoskin loosen at the edges as my ragged nails caught on it. I forced my hand away, wondering if the day would ever come when I felt secure enough in who I was and where I was to stop doing that. However long it took, it was going to take even longer now. "All right, then," I said. "Why are you two here?" I nodded at Cassandra and Perimead. "Adding links to the chain of truth, I hope," Perimead answered.
I've been cooperating with the FTA ever since I learned you'd contacted them." "How did you know that?" I asked, surprised. "Hangen. Even before Borisage let it slip, Hangen had contacted me." "How did he know that?" "Mia told him," Cassandra said. "He told my uncle after he'd agreed to help Tal find you." She looked away from my face and back again. "Borisage's men were everywhere on the hydrant side of the river, Cat. They forced their way into houses and destroyed people's belongings. They terrorized children in school. They took away patients from the hospital and jailed them without any cause. They embargoed food shipments." I shook my head, stunned, as I realized that it really was Hangen who had told Tal where we'd taken Joby. Surrendered his own foster daughter to the humans. Betrayed us to save his people. He'd been trapped between a rock and a hard place, but we'd put him there. Perimead turned to Ronan, who'd been watching us with the rapt attention of a man caught up in a 3D psychodrama when he'd expected to see the Indy news. "Mes Ronan," Perimead said, suddenly hesitant. There are no words to say how sorry I am about the deaths of your team members." Ronan nodded wordlessly. The look of a disaster victim was still deep in his dark, upslanting eyes. That look would be there a lot longer than the cuts and bruises on his face. His cropped black hair slid down across his face as he nodded. He didn't seem to notice. His hair, his eyes reminded me of someone, the Tamings, Jewel, whose face I hadn't seen for so long that it was getting hard to see her clearly anymore. I pushed my own filthy hair out of my eyes for the 10th time in as many minutes and glanced at Cassandra. She wasn't looking at me now. I looked away again, thinking about Mia. Borisage's men had missed her at the monastery, but I didn't know what had happened during the time I'd been at the Reef Interface, whether she'd be waiting for me when I got to Freaktown, whether she was safe, whether she was still free. "Thank you," Ronan said to me. Cassandra nudged my arm, and I realized we'd been having a conversation I hadn't been listening to. "For what?" I said. He looked surprised. "For all you've risked, to bring the truth out." I saw Jewel in my mind's eye again as I looked at him. If it hadn't been for Jewel, the feelings I'd had for her, I never would have met her aunt, Lady Elnir Taming, or Natan Isplanaski, who'd sent Ronan here. I never would have set foot on Refuge. I'd still be a half-breed street punk in Quaro's old city, or else I'd be dead. None of this would have happened. But other things would have. Maybe they wouldn't have been any better. I shook my head, looked out the window at nothing disguised as night. "All the risks," Ronan repeated. "Isplanaski told me about how he met you." He almost smiled. "And he said you sent him an illegal message about conditions here. He said your style hadn't changed much." I managed a smile of my own, hoping I never had to tell him how I'd done it. "And you're the one who found the survivors inside the reef?" I nodded again, the motion like a rictus, even though he hadn't really asked a question. "You must have a lot to tell me. I've heard what Perimead has to say. I've got testimony from Natasha. But I want what you know, what you've seen, heard, sensed. Every damn detail of it." He held up his hand, palm out. I blinked as I saw a recorder implant staring at me like a misplaced eye. "How many people were on your team?" I asked. He looked startled, then stunned, and I was sorry I'd asked. "4," he said faintly, as if that one word held the mass of a planet. 4. He didn't have to tell me the others hadn't been strangers. Slowly he closed his hand, hiding the recorder. For a long minute he didn't say anything more, didn't ask anything more, as if all the false energy of painkillers and denial had gone out of him, and left him lost and hurting. He was blinking too much when he looked up at me again. His face was set with anger. He opened his hand, waiting for me to speak. I hesitated, not certain where to start. "You know about Joby?" I asked, reaching out from my seat to hold Joby's hand. I thought the fingers twitched, as if they were trying to close around mine. I glanced at Perimead and held out my arms. He hesitated, but then he passed Joby to me. I held him close, remembering the warm, breathing weight of his small body. I moved his hands slowly and gently until his arms were around my neck.
He held on, clinging to me without my help. "Hi, Joby," I whispered, my throat tight. "Missed you." Not knowing whether he could hear me, let alone understand me. I tried to find my way into his thoughts now that he was so close. But the inner space between our minds had its own geography, and neither one of us had a sense of direction. "Harrymead has told me his suspicions," Ronan said gently, almost hesitantly. "Is there more you can tell me?" I glanced up, distracted, almost resenting the interruption. I forced myself to get past it and answer him. "I can tell you more than anyone knows," I said, and began at the beginning. By the time I'd finished, Joby was lying asleep in my arms, and we were passing over the lighted grid of Tal Riverton. I never thought I'd be glad to see it again, and I wasn't. But beyond the dark gash that marked the river canyon were the random lights and dendritic streets of Freaktown. I breathed a sigh of relief as we passed over the river without being hailed by Corpsec. I wondered where Wauno was taking us now that Grandmother was gone. He took us to Hangen. He let the transport hover centimeters above Hangen's rooftop, as if he was afraid the building might not support its mass. We climbed out cautiously, helping each other down. Wauno left the ship suspended impossibly just above the roof, and guided us to a stairway leading down. I wondered why he'd brought us here, when Hangen had betrayed me once already. I understood now why Hangen had done it, but that didn't make trusting him any easier. But I trusted Wauno, so I didn't ask any questions. As we went on across the roof, I noticed the remains of pillars around its perimeter. There must have been a sheltered tower up here once for calling the cloud whales down. Nothing was left of it now but bits of masonry protruding like broken teeth. I was surprised Hangen hadn't replaced it. Maybe he'd felt that there was no way to reclaim what his people had lost when they lost the Enlir, and the sight of a prayer tower that would be meaningless forever wasn't something he wanted to confront every day. Hangen was waiting for us below, in a room I remembered. He recoiled slightly as he saw me come in, carrying Joby. I wasn't sure whether he was reacting to what was in my eyes or just to the sight of me. The room looked the way I remembered, filled with artifacts of a past that was forever gone. I thought about the last time I'd seen him, how I'd been with the harm survivors after the Corpsec massacre, how he'd held Grandmother's lifeless body in his arms and cursed us all for what we'd done. That day had been just the beginning of the grief the Sato had caused the community. And even though he'd hated us then, and had every reason to, his act against us had been an act of desperation, done to keep Borisage from grinding the embers of a guttering fire into cold ashes. Hangen bowed formally to us, taking his eyes off me as he said, "Namaste. Welcome to my home." The others bowed back to him, Wauno and Cassandra murmuring, "Namaste," as naturally as breathing. Perimead's bow was awkward as he echoed, "Namaste," the first Hydran word I'd ever heard him speak. Ronan imitated the others, doing it well. I stood where I was, holding Joby, stiff and silent. "Namaste," another voice said. "Mia?" I turned. She was already looking at me as she entered the room, as if she'd known what she'd see, where each of us stood, even before I spoke. "Cat Joby." Her mind slurred our names into one thought, shot through with emotion. She crossed the room to us, moving as silently as if she was afraid we'd vanish. But her smile widened with each step. As she closed the space between us, she closed her eyes in concentration and took us gently inside the circle of her mind. My mind burst open like shuttered windows, and suddenly the two of them were there inside me, sharing the view. "Namaste," I said, finally understanding its true meaning. "I was so afraid for you," she thought, kissing me as she called me by my unspoken name. "Mommy?" Joby murmured, rubbing his eyes as if he'd wakened from a strange dream to find us there. "Daddy." He smiled. We were all smiling, impossibly, in the same place at the same time, in our own pocket world again. The room and everyone else in it had ceased to exist, and the universe beyond it. Someone teleported into the room almost on top of us. "Mayo!" I wasn't certain how many of us spoke her name at once, like a chorus. Ronan recoiled as if he'd never seen anyone teleport before. Maybe he hadn't. I glanced at the others. Cassandra and Wauno, Perimead and Hangen, all caught with their expressions halfway between poles. Neo's surprise became disgust as she turned to find Mia with me and Joby. Her mental barrier ruptured the fragile link I'd shared with them. Before she cut us all out of her mind, she turned away, completing her rejection of our existence. Mia was back inside my thoughts instantly. I felt her try to force an opening in the wall of her sister's silence, to force Neo to acknowledge our right to be together. Felt her fail. I held her back as she would have crossed the room. Don't, I thought. It isn't you. It isn't us. It's her. She's my sister. Mia shook her head, straining against my grip as the memories of a lifetime filled her mind. Neo needs me. Who else does she have? I can help her. I felt her loyalties slipping. Damn it, she tried to kill us. I forced Mia to drink my memories with her own, like blood in wine. She's sucking you in. She best Maud. Mia pulled her gaze away from Neo's unyielding back. She looked into Joby's eyes, into mine, collided with the ice dam of control that barely held in my anger, and my fear of losing her again to Neo. I felt what it cost her to believe me, realized what she couldn't bear to let herself see. That for Neo their lifelong bond had become only a weakness to be exploited. Her resolve hardened into bitterness as she watched her sister blow like a burning wind through the minds of everyone else in the room, oblivious to us now. I stiffened as Neo singled out Ronan. In an eye blink, she was across the room in front of him. She pinned him against the wall with a telekinetic field, stopping short of touching him physically. His eyes glazed as she invaded his mind, riffling through every memory back to the day he was born. "Neo!" I shouted loud enough to break even her concentration. She turned around and gave me a look that said she would have scrambled my brains if she could have. She turned back to Ronan, but this time she only said aloud, "So you come from the FTA and you claim you have the power to help us?" She was speaking to him in Standard. I'd never heard her use it before. They all speak Standard, Perrymead had said once. Probably she always had, too. Never using it had been intentional, political. Ronan nodded. He glanced at Perrymead, at Hangen, with something that was half appeal and half incomprehension. "Then why are you here, hiding from the humans like a mebbit?" Hangen had been standing beside Perrymead. Suddenly he was between Ronan and Neo. Ronan pressed back against the wall again, his face going white. "He is here as my guest," Hangen said, "to learn about our situation. And he is here for his own safety." He touched Ronan's arm, and there was something more than just physical reassurance in the way it made Ronan suddenly relax. Hangen had reached into his mind without his realizing it, spreading calm over the troubled water of his thoughts. Hangen led Ronan to a cushioned settee across the room. Ronan sat down on it almost reluctantly, as if he was afraid it might disappear from under him. Neo stood with her arms crossed, her disdain clear enough for even a human to read, her desperation so obvious to me that I almost felt sorry for her. Her hair was filthy and matted. Her clothes looked like she'd been sleeping in them. Her face was thinner and harder than I remembered, her mouth even more bitter, her eyes lost in deep hollows of fatigue. "I thought you said you didn't know where she was," Perrymead murmured to Hangen. "I didn't know." Hangen shook his head, looking from Neo to us, looking at Mia with more on his mind than he was saying aloud. Mia looked down and didn't answer. Or maybe that was all the answer she had. "We're sisters," Neo said defiantly, as if Mia's shame-faced silence was just one more body blow to her self-control. "We are all the family we have, because humans killed our parents, the last of it, forever." She spoke the words with a venom that made Hangen flinch. "No matter what happens, nothing is stronger than that." "It's true." Mia said quietly, looking at her sister with something that was almost compassion. "If she's nearby, I know. We always know. Ever since our parents died," she gave a small, helpless shrug. But I felt her anguish as she glanced at me, knowing how often and how profoundly Neo had violated everything that bond of blood should have represented. "She knew I was staying with you, Hangen. And I knew she was watching, listening. I am her conscience, Hangen," Neo said. "And yours." She looked away again at Ronan and the others, her eyes avoiding me. "Is this really the man you expect to save you? When I couldn't?" Her eyes finished the thought. "This pitiful, brain-dead human?" Ronan stiffened as if the verbal slap had stung his courage to life. "I may not seem like much alone, Nao," he said, meeting her stare. He gestured at his ruined uniform. "But I am not alone, and I'm not powerless. Tao's negligence killed the 3 other people who came with me." He broke off. "But they didn't kill me. I intend to make them regret that. There's a Federation Transport Authority ship in planetary orbit above Refuge. I have more than enough reason to contact them. I want to do everything I can to help your people, as well as protect our contract laborers. If you can give me enough good reasons." "How will you contact the ship?" I asked, realizing that we'd made him leave his databand behind at Tao's installation. "There was a transmitter on my databand. We all have them. We call it the Dead Man switch." He broke off again as what must have been a sardonic joke for too long suddenly wasn't funny. If it isn't reset on a regular schedule, it automatically contacts the ship. They'll assume the worst and notify the Home Office. And Draco in this case. In the meantime, they'll send down its tactical unit. Sanctions will be imposed immediately. Tao's shipping schedule will be on hold until the situation is resolved to the FTA's satisfaction. There was a reason why Tao and even Draco were afraid of the FTA when it was doing its job. Just speaking the words gave Ronan strength. The way hearing them changed the faces of everyone listening, including Nao. "Nao," Mia said, and I felt her praying that there was still something rational and reachable inside her sister's mind. "This is the last chance our people have for the future we tried to give them. Even Hanjin understands how we were meant to see the way now." She was still speaking standard as if she wanted Ronan to follow it. "What do you mean?" Nao demanded, frowning. Mia glanced at me. "Out in the homeland, Bjorn showed me how our gift binds us to the Onlir, to this world." Nao's frown deepened, and I looked at Mia in surprise. She went on, inside our heads this time. I felt her relief as she released herself from words. She showed me how my unthinking question, "What if the Onlir came back?" had entered her thoughts like a grain of sand. How what had begun as a painful reminder of loss had become layered with possibilities, until at last she had offered Hanjin a pearl of insight, a gift of hope. The possibility that if the community could regain their symbiosis with the Onlir, they could rekindle their sense of worth as a people. With Ronan's support, Tao could be forced to stop manipulating the Cloud Whale's migrations. Mia paused, searching for some detail she hadn't shown her sister yet. The thing that would tip the scales of belief. "Nao," I said, not sure why I was trying to fill the silence after what Nao had done to me. Except that Mia had suffered enough, and I loved Mia more than I'd ever hate her sister. At Tao's mining interface, my gift let me read the reefs in ways that humans can't. They miss incredible things in the Matrix without Psi to guide them. It made me valuable to them. It helped keep me alive. If it's valuable to them, it can be valuable to the community. It's something we have that they want. We can use that. They will never trust us enough." Nao shook her head, but at least she acknowledged me. I shrugged. If there's one thing I've learned living with humans, it's never to underestimate the power of greed. I gestured at Ronan. "Show Ronan the truth, the way you showed it to me once. Let him see exactly what your people, our people, need." I remembered my nightmare tour of Freaktown, its medical center, the back alley drug hole where I'd met Navu. "And then let him help us get it." "Navu," Mia said, falling back into Hydron as she caught the echo in my thoughts. "We can get him the kind of help he needs. We can get the humans' drugs off our streets." "It's too late," Nao said, her voice flat. "Navu is dead." Mia made a sound as if someone had hit her in the stomach, and Joby whimpered. "Oh, God," she breathed, the human words falling from her lips into a fractured silence. "How? Why?" "Because the supply of drugs stopped with everything else, until Hanjin gave you up to the humans," Nao said, her voice corroded by grief. "He couldn't live without it, with what he had to feel. He stopped his own heart. And you caused it. It was your fault. You and that half-human Mebtaku." Tears spilled out of her eyes down her face. "If you wanted so much to be human, Mia, why not just use the drugs? Then the only life you ruined would have been your own. And would you have been happy to sell them to me, too?" Mia asked with sudden anger. I felt her compassion shrivel and die. Joby gave a small squeak as she held him too close. I never worked for humans because I thought they were better than I was. I did it because I believed in us, and that both our peoples had gifts to share. Nao stiffened. So did Hanjin across the room. For a moment Nao wavered, as the words ripped open her denial and left her staring at the truth. She shook her head, but she was only shaking off the temptation to believe anything that we'd said. She didn't bother to argue Mia's point or even defend herself against it. She looked at Ronan again. "I'll be watching what you do," she said in Standard. "And if it isn't enough—" She disappeared, leaving the thread hanging unfinished in the air. The humans in the room and probably the Hydrons let out a collective held breath. "What did she mean?" Ronan asked, frowning. "Is she actually dangerous?" He looked at Hanjin. "Nao." Hanjin gestured at his head, still stunned, as if after learning about her drug dealing he'd forgotten the words to explain mental illness in Standard. "She can do no real harm without harming herself." I thought again about what she'd done with her rabble-rousing, what she'd done to me. But looking at Mia, I didn't press the point. Perimead turned to Ronan finally and said, "You'll be safe here, as safe as anywhere on the planet. We have to get back across the river before someone misses us." He glanced at Cassandra and Wauno, back at Ronan's uncertain face. "Hanjin and Mia and Kat are the best informants you'll find on the problems of the Hydran community. They can explain all the things that I just never understood." He looked down. Mia set Joby down, urged him to cross the room to Perimead, slow step by slow step. I felt the effort of her concentration as she guided him. Perimead kneeled down and took Joby into his arms. "Uncle Janus," Joby murmured, the words lisped but perfectly clear. He rested his head on Perimead's shoulder, hugging him. Perimead looked up at Mia, his mind overflowing with tenderness, apology, loss, gratitude, until even his face was too painful to look at. "Take care of him," he murmured. "I know you'll take good care of him, until it's safe for all of you to come back across the river." Mia nodded, her own face full of compassion. Cassandra moved almost hesitantly to her uncle's side. She touched Joby's dark hair with a gentle hand. Joby glanced up and they both smiled. She moved back again as Perimead released Joby from his arms, murmuring a goodbye as his nephew started back toward Mia. Cassandra and Perimead followed Joby with their eyes until they were both looking at Mia, at me, at the way we were standing together, touching each other. I met Cassandra's clear blue stare, wishing I could look away from it. "I'm sorry, Kiss," I murmured, not able to tell her what I felt, not able to show her either. Not like this. But she smiled and finished a trajectory back to Wauno's side. He put his arm around her and grinned, shrugging. "It's all right," she said, smiling up at him and back at me. "Sometimes things actually do work out." I felt a smile of relief come out on my face. The fist of my thoughts loosened until I could share them again with Mia. I felt her curiosity settle on the surface of my mind, but she only picked Joby up again and didn't ask me any questions. Wauno led the others out the way they'd come in. Ronan watched them go, watched us stay behind with a lot less wariness than he would have shown 5 minutes earlier. I wondered whether he'd finally come to see that we really did have something in common. But as the room emptied, leaving the 5 of us to awkward silence, exhaustion shrouded his thoughts like a pall. Hanjin moved to his side, filling the void left by the others' departure. He seemed to feel Ronan's exhaustion as deeply as Ronan did. Or maybe he was just that exhausted himself. He and Mia were both wearing long, shapeless tunics that must be sleep shirts. I realized that it had to be near dawn. The day Ronan and I had just been through must have been the longest day of his life, and probably the worst. He sagged forward on the cushioned seat, resting his head in his hands. Hanjin touched Ronan's shoulder, quietly urging him to lie down and rest, telling him that there would be time enough to discuss injustice and to grieve tomorrow. But it was time for all of us to rest now. There was a subliminal side touch buried in the comforting words. He was using his sigh to plant suggestions of healing and calm and reassurance. I knew that kind of subtle touch, what it could do, how much it could mean. I wondered how often he'd used it in his work as an ombudsman. As far as I knew, he didn't use it when he was negotiating with humans. I wondered whether this was the first time he'd ever met, or had to enter the mind of, a human whose emotions had been stripped raw. I glanced at Mia, as something wistful and almost forlorn whispered through my thoughts. She watched Ronan lie down where he was, and Hanjin cover him with the blanket. And I shared her memory of a long time ago, when her own loss had been as fresh, and Hanjin had given her the same comfort, with a touch and a thought that were kindness itself. She held Joby tighter, stroking his hair, murmuring something I couldn't quite make out. It sounded like a song or maybe a prayer. Hanjin straightened up again. He looked at us standing together and smiled. I wasn't certain whether he was smiling at the sight of us together or simply the proof that he hadn't sold his soul to the humans after all. "The way has brought us safely home," he murmured. "We should rest now, while we have a resting place." He yawned as if he'd convinced himself at least that the rest was long overdue. He went off in the direction of his room without speaking, but leaving a kind of benediction in our minds. Mia led me into the room where she'd been sleeping, the room I'd slept in once. I wondered whether she'd known that. Yes, she thought. And when I looked at her, there were tears in her eyes. I bit my lip, wanting to hold her, but waiting while she settled Joby into one of the hammocks suspended halfway between the ceiling and floor. She rocked him gently, humming a tune I felt as much as heard, soothing him to sleep. I stood looking at the other hammock, remembering how I'd spent my only night in this room sleeping on the floor. I suddenly felt an exhaustion that made the way I'd felt earlier seem like a good night's sleep. Mia moved away from Joby's hammock and put her arms around me. She kissed me as if she'd known, must have known, what I'd been wanting, aching for. My fatigue vanished like a shadow in the sun. I felt giddy, as if gravity had stopped and we were rising into the air. We were. I realized with the fraction of my mind that was still halfway coherent, that we were slowly rising, spiraling upward, drifting toward the second hammock together. Mia settled us into its yielding crescent. Our bodies set it to rocking gently as we began to touch and kiss and maneuver into position, sinking deeper into need and pleasure, into each other's bodies and minds and souls. After a long while, with no coherent thought at all, only sensation, we lay quiet again in a hammock's soft embrace. After a longer time, I thought, "Mia, what you told Neo about the Enlir, that if they returned, it could be the key to the community's survival. I gave you that idea?" She nodded without moving. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to see what no one sees clearly from the inside. Pain caught in my chest. "What?" Mia thought as the knife thrust impaled us both. "Outsider," I thought, and without wanting to, Mebtaku. Bian. She touched my cheek gently. No human ever had that insight either, in all the years they've mined the reefs, in all the time since they came here. No one without the gift could have had it. Her fingers traced the not-quite-human, not-quite-hydran contours of my face. "Did it honestly never occur to you, Nasherta," she thought, "that you might be something better than either one?" "Mia." Her fingers touched my lips, silencing me. "When I shared your mind that night I first saw you, that was the first time I actually believed humans and the community could trust each other, at least enough so that we could share this world in peace. And I thought, if only there was something that could make all of them see this world like you do, like we do." The words dissolved into images of the monastery, the reefs, the secrets of the Hydrant Pass that we'd explored together. "I'd always wanted to believe our peoples could find a common ground. No one but you ever made it seem possible to me." She pictured the future unfolding as it should. We were together now. The way had led me back to her, and Joby back to us. She saw us together at the monastery, the Shui where the Enlir had thought about healing, where now we would have the time we needed to heal ourselves. "Everything will be all right now." "Don't say that," I thought. "Don't ever say that, not ever." I felt her surprise, felt her falter as she remembered once saying the same words to me. "It's all right," she whispered fiercely. "It is." She kissed me again, stroking my hair, but she'd said it aloud. I felt her withdraw only a little, keeping the mind link open but taking one step back like someone who'd stood too close to the fire. I didn't try to lie to her. I didn't dare. We'd both come too close to the truth that night in the monastery, feeling our minds approach meltdown in the fusion of our pasts. Maybe enough time and enough faith would heal us along with Joby, but there'd never been enough of either one in my life. My past had stolen too many things from me too often for too long. Too much of my life had been spent in a free-fire zone. I didn't know whether all of space-time held enough faith to change who I was into what I might have been. And I wondered how I'd ever learn to live with someone else if I couldn't live with myself. Mia set the hammock into gentle motion, as if by rocking us, soothing us to sleep, she could stop time itself, with all its unpredictable power. I lay motionless in her arms, letting exhaustion erase the questions that only time would answer. 30. It took 10 days for the fallout to stop falling. 10 days when we all stayed in hiding. 10 days for us to fill Ronin's head with enough understanding of the Hydran situation to convince him that Tau had as much to answer for to the community as it did to the Bondies. More. Time enough for him to stop jumping whenever Mia or Hanjin manifested their sigh. Time enough for him to stop staring every time Mia and I touched each other. Every time we came out of the same room in the morning. Every time he saw us with Joby, together, a family. Time enough hour after hour, night and day, for all of us to feel his fear of the strange fade, as living with freaks and aliens slowly stopped seeming either freakish or alien to him. "We're all following the same way now," Mia murmured to me as she watched Ronin sit down to play a counting game with Joby. "He has no choice but to come with us." And watching him, feeling what lay in his mind, I could almost believe that. On the 10th day, Wauno came back, but this time there was a gunship hovering over his transport, and corpses behind him as he came down the steps. We all looked up together, gaping through the frozen moment until Wauno smiled, Mia smiled, Ronin smiled, and said, "FTA." And finally I got past the shock of seeing uniforms and recognized the logo they wore. It meant we were safe, that the end was finally in sight. They'd come this time to take Ronin back across the river for the beginning of negotiations. Tau heads were still rolling, Wauno told us. Sand, the Draco corporate security chief, was back on refuge in person, along with half a dozen Draco board members. An entirely new Tau board was being set in place like game pieces by Draco, and negotiators were frantic to get things settled before their symbiotic economic systems were strangled by the FTA's shipping embargo. Ronin took Hanjin with him. Mia and I stayed behind with Joby, waiting. We didn't see either of them again, but Hanjin kept Mia informed mind to mind about every painful millimeter of progress that was made. And all the while Nao haunted my thoughts like a bad dream. I wondered whether she was haunting his, too. I knew that Nao was on Mia's mind, just as I was sure Mia was sharing with Nao every detail we learned. But whatever Mia felt about her sister or her sister's threats, she wouldn't share it with me. There was a reason why a Scion's genetic code gave more protection against the gift, along with the ability to use it. The idea that life had ever been simpler for Hydrans than it was for humans was just one more dream of mine that hadn't survived the light of day. It was a full month before the last square peg of compromise had been driven into a round hole of necessity. A general amnesty for members of the Sato, freeing us to come out of hiding without being afraid that Tau's corpses would murder us on sight for knowing too much. Another FTA gunship came to escort us to the ceremony that marked the signing of Tau's revised charter, and the treaty restricting their autonomy. The new agreements put them under the FTA's thumb for the indefinite future. I'd never expected to be happy to see corporate security come for me, but this once I didn't have any objections. As we stood on the roof of Hanjin's house waiting to go on board, Nao suddenly appeared. The corpses around us swore and fumbled for their weapons. She lifted empty hands with a deferential bow that didn't hide either her nerve or her unspoken terror. "I am here for the truce," she said in her awkward but clear standard. "If there is justice now, I want to see it." She looked at her sister. I sensed an exchange going on between them that they closed me out of. "Come with us, Nao?" Mia said, finally offering a hand that wasn't quite certain. Nao took it. They embraced with a painful joy that I could feel but couldn't share in. The signing ceremony was taking place at the Erie, the closest thing to neutral ground the negotiators had been able to agree on. It felt like closure, at least to me, to finish this where it had started. As we entered the reception hall, I had a strobing moment of déjà vu, seeing Sand in his dress uniform among the gathered Vips in their Combine colors. Perimead and Cassandra, Hanjin, and most of the Hydrant Council members were there, all of them going through the motions of their diplomatic dance. There were no other Hydrants except the three of us, representing the Sato. There were no Tau Vips visible, at least not yet. I felt my surprise reflected in Mia's thoughts, as she hesitated beside me in the entrance, with Joby in her arms. Joby looked around, wide-eyed, as he took in the people, the colors shifting like an oil film on water. "Daddy!" he called out as he spotted a Corpsec uniform across the room. But it wasn't Natasha, and my anticipation curdled as I took in the not-so-discreet scatter of armed guards around the hall. None of them was Natasha. Even the fact that they were wearing FTA's colors didn't reassure me when I thought about what their presence here meant. Mia started forward again as Perimead and Hanjin spotted us and came toward us across the room. Nao followed her like a shadow, staring at the details of the hall, its occupants, the wide windows with their view of the reefs, like the eyes of a bird of prey gazing down on the homeland, on the last fragment of Hydrant culture and heritage. Her eyes were slit-pupilled with unease, even though what we were doing here today should mean that those things were safer after all, that in the future someone looking out at that view would see something different, something better. I started after them, forcing myself to move as my mind suddenly and perversely turned my body into the center of a universe of stairs. I told myself it was my imagination, that it was only happening because this time I could actually sense the crowd. My contact with the reefs and Mia had at least begun to heal me. But too many eyes really were on me, on the Hydrant clothing I wore because it was the only clothing I had left, on my cat-pupilled Hydrant eyes in a human face. Suddenly I didn't feel like a Hydrant any more than I felt human. I felt like a freak. Sand went on staring at me after the rest of the room had stopped. I saw Lady Giotis Benta behind him, the only other Draco Vip I knew. "So," he said, while Perimead and Hanjin greeted the others, "you seem to have taken our last conversation seriously." I kept my face expressionless. "You can believe that if it makes you feel better," I said. He stiffened, and for a second something I didn't ever want to see again came into his eyes. But he only smiled, a pained twist of his mouth, as Lady Giotis stepped forward beside him. "I never imagined," she said evenly, "when we last met, that we would meet again under circumstances like these." "No, ma'am," I murmured. "Neither did I. I feel sad somehow. It's unfortunate that it all had to come to this." "I guess that depends on your point of view," I said. "Ma'am." Her control was good, but I saw her eyes flicker. Her hands made a series of quick gestures as she glanced at Sand. He answered her the same way, using a hand-talk code I didn't know, one that belonged strictly to Vips. A look and a peculiar smile passed between them. I couldn't even begin to guess its meaning. Sand looked back at me again as Lady Giotis drifted away. "I'm curious," he said. "Perhaps you'll humor me about this. Just exactly what is your relationship with Draco?" "Draco?" I blinked, expecting to be asked anything but that. "I have no relationship with Draco. It's a null set." "Then your coming here to Refuge was simply a coincidence, nothing more." I glanced away to where Mia was standing with Hanjin and Perimead. I saw her hand Joby into his uncle's arms, and the smiles on all their faces. "No," I murmured. I looked back at him. "But if you mean, was I a croach for the feds? No, not until you forced it on me." His mouth twisted again. He took a drink off a drifting tray and sipped it pointedly. The tray floated toward me. I took one too and swallowed it down. "I see," he said. "Then would you tell me why you have Draco's logo tattooed on your hip?" He glanced down as if he could see through my clothes. I frowned, wondering whether his augmented eyes actually could. "How do you—" "Your contract labor records," he said. "It's not Draco's logo." I shook my head, still frowning. It's just a lizard." "It's Draco's logo," he said flatly. "Do you really think I don't know what that looks like?" I laughed. "I don't even remember how it got there," I said. "But thanks for letting me know. I'll think of you every time I sit down." I turned my back on him and moved away. I crossed the room to the one small knot of people I felt halfway safe with, the mixed cluster of humans and hydrons with Mia at its heart. She was talking to Cassandra. They looked up together as she sensed me. Cassandra smiled and moved away, touching my arm briefly as she made a place for me by Mia's side. "We were talking about the reefs," she said, as if she wanted me to know they hadn't been talking about me. "Ways of learning more about the healing factor at the monastery without disturbing it." The treaty we'd come here to witness made the last reef a federal environmental preserve, off-limits to any Combine's exploitation. Tau had howled at that, just as they'd howled at the new laws forcing them to begin integrating hydrons into their human workforce. From what I'd seen Mia do, from what I'd done myself, I knew that even if those changes ate holes in the human population's collective gut like acid, they weren't simply justice. They were right and wise and good for everyone. I hoped that one day Tau might look back and wonder what had taken them so long to make it happen. The odds of that weren't good, but they were better than nothing, which was what they'd been before. "About the symbiosis between the cloud whales and the community, and interpreting the data," Cassandra was saying. It took me a moment to realize she was still talking about the reefs. She broke off. "You are going to work with us again, aren't you?" I smiled. "Try and stop me." "Why is this taking so long?" Nao came up behind Mia, her hands worrying her sleeves like nervous animals. I remembered Mia's restless hands when I'd first met her. "Where are the Tau people? Is this some trick?" "No, of course not," Perimead said. He didn't finish it, as her stare set off his own doubt and concern. "They will be here," Hanjin said, his voice even, his eyes willing his foster daughter to believe him. "Where's Natasha?" I asked, looking up at Joby, who was riding contentedly on Perimead's shoulders. I glanced at Mia, feeling the part of her mind, the part of her strength, the part of her love that would always stay with him, just as I could feel the part of it that would always belong to me. I imagined what a difference it could make to both humans and hydrons if they could open themselves to the possibilities I saw every time I looked into her eyes, and Joby's. "He should be arriving with the others," Perimead said. "We've been talking about making him the new district administrator here at Riverton, since Borosage is being transferred." "Transferred?" Nao said sharply. I knew from the look she gave Mia that she was demanding an explanation, and that she didn't like the answer she got. "He's going to prison, right?" I demanded. "He's not getting out of this. There's too much evidence of too many things he's done." I looked away from Perimead, searching for Ronan. "Here's the Tau delegation now," Perimead murmured, and left my side abruptly. Nao watched him go, her expression darkening. "Nao," Mia said. The word was both a question and a warning. She put a hand on her sister's arm as if she was trying to bring her back to reality. Nao slapped her hand away without touching her. Mia backed off, but her eyes stayed on her sister's face. I stopped watching them both as the new Tau board entered the room. In the flesh this time, not in virtual. All of them were strangers to me, which was good. They were as expressionless as a line of sticks. Borosage was with them. He was still in uniform and heading a security team wearing Tau colors. Disbelief caught me by the throat. I jerked my stare away from him, telling myself it was just a formality, that there was no way in hell he could have survived the corporate massacre when the entire Tau board had been deposed. He looked toward us as they crossed the room, and his eyes were filled with hate. The mind behind them was as unreadable to me as any of the rest were. "Mia?" I murmured. But then I saw that Natasha had come in with the Tau delegation. He broke away from the formation, and his rigid, unsmiling face came to life as he spotted Joby and started toward us. Mia didn't answer me as Joby's attention drew her own to his father. "Daddies!" Joby cried, looking from me to Natasha, delighted. Natasha's smile widened, and he held out his arms, and then Mia's concentration was entirely focused on making their reunion all it should be. I glanced at Nao. went on watching her as she watched Borisage. She looked at him the way prey would watch a hunter, or a hunter would watch prey. The Tau Vips flowed into the waiting mass of Draco Vips, FTA observers, and Hydron Council members, until they were all one indistinguishable mass of shifting colors and loyalties. They greeted each other with the superficial goodwill of the profoundly relieved. All of them were hoping their separate ordeals were finally over. All of them were trying to believe that even if this wasn't a position they'd ever wanted to find themselves in, it was better than the alternative. A chime sounded, signaling that the ratification ceremony was beginning. The crowd began to gravitate toward the wide doorway that led into the main hall, where the treaty waited at the center of an elaborate tech display, each segment glowing on a separate screen, hypertext ramifications and clarifications bordering them like halos of enlightenment. I leaned against a pillar, closing my eyes. The playback of a synthesized voice I recognized as Ronin's began to recite the terms of the agreement aloud, in case anyone here hadn't bothered to study it beforehand. I let the terms of Tau's penance wash over me like cool water, leaving a pristine surface of possibility. Tau and indie media hypers were everywhere among the people assembled here, recording every nuance, as humans and Hydrons laid the foundation for the future they were about to share, like it or not. I checked off the terms of the treaty against the agenda in my head, my respect for Ronin climbing a notch with every need that was met. Lifting of restrictions on technological exchange between humans and Hydrons. Amnesty for all imprisoned Hydrons. Rehab and training programs. Quotas for integrating Hydrons into the human workforce. No more tampering with the magnetosphere to redirect the Cloud Whale's journeys. And for the contract laborers, strict regulation of work safety conditions at all Tau installations, with FTA inspection teams on site for the indefinite future. Tau had argued that they would never survive restrictions like that their economy would collapse. The FTA's response had been, adapt and try or die now. Draco had had to back them up or lose more face, and face more trade restrictions on the rest of its hegemony. Caught between those pincers of power, even Tau couldn't squirm free. I listened to the members of the new Tau board mouth optimistic platitudes as one by one they touched the display, committing their approval to the permanent record. I wondered how surprised they'd be if it actually turned out to be better. I suppose you think this is all you're doing, Breed? A voice said behind me. I turned around abruptly face to face with Borisage. I barely controlled my urge to hit him in the face, to wipe that smugness off it, to force him back behind the invisible line he'd crossed into my personal space. Yeah, I said, forcing a smile instead. Pretty much. I should have killed you when I had the chance, he muttered, his face barely changing expression. He glanced away. Too bad you won't be staying on refuge long enough to see what really happens to all your big ideas. What makes you think I won't? I folded my arms, leaning against the pillar again. You're being deported. I sucked in a breath, held it, while the words tried to paralyze my brain. I think you heard it backward, I said finally. You're not going to be around to see it all work out, because you're about to do some heavy time, you drug-dealing, sadistic piece of shit. He shook his head. A smile spread over his face like a stain. Not me, boy. Fod's taking my fall. I'm still standing. I'm not stupid. I knew the board and that cocksucker Sand would try to download the blame onto me. I could see where it was all leading. They thought they'd take me down, but I got them first. I have my ways. He tapped the metal half-dome covering his head. I have records of things you wouldn't believe, things they never even suspected I knew about them. I realized that he must have spent his drug profits hot-wiring his brain with undetectable snoopware. I know where all the bodies are buried, and who ordered them dead. Why do you think I'm still here, boy, when not a single member of the old Tau board is? I glanced away at the last of the signers putting their seal on the official record, to applause that sounded as artificial as static. It was done. Something in my head insisted. It was done, and there was nothing he could do to change that. Nothing more he could do to hurt anyone I cared about. Not even me. I searched the crowd trying to catch Perimede's eye, or Ronin's. I saw Neo staring back at me, at Borisage beside me, as if we were magnetic north. I'm still in charge here, Borisage muttered.
And while I am no freak will ever feel safe on this side of the river, and that includes you, boy, especially you." He raised his hand. I backed up a step, my fists clenching, and hated myself for it. "Borisage." It wasn't until I saw the sudden rage fill his face that I realized I'd only heard someone call his name in my mind. He turned around. Nao was standing beside us, her eyes slit-pupiled. "I told you, never do that to me, you hydrant bitch." Her face didn't change. "So you are still in charge, then?" she said, out loud this time. "That is the human way. Destroy your enemies before they can destroy you." He smirked. "You know it, sweet thing. You know me real well." He reached out, touched her cheek with a thick finger. I saw her barely stop herself from cringing away. "So now I'm safe and you're forgiven. It'll go back to being the way it was, business as usual, between you and me, and your people." A tremor cracked her control. "Nao," I whispered. "Don't." I thought that she'd ignored me, except that suddenly I couldn't move. "No," she said, her gaze still on Borisage. "I will never be forgiven. And you are not safe." I felt the power shift focus inside her, felt it building. Saw terror fill Borisage's face as she invaded his mind and took him over. A high, thin whine started in his throat. He began to drool. "Mia!" I called with blind desperation. "Mia!" Nao glanced at me distractedly, as if she'd heard me, and an odd smile played over her lips before she looked back at Borisage. "Are you ready to die, monster?" she said, inside his mind, and somehow inside mine. "Feel your brain. Feel each cell in it begin to—" "Nao!" Suddenly Mia was there between us and inside our heads. Her hands closed on Nao's shoulders as if she was trying to physically wrench Nao out of her homicidal nightmare. Nao's fist shot out, caught Mia squarely in the face, dropping her like a stone with the unexpectedness of the attack. Nao looked back at Borisage, whose face had turned a mottled purple. He was making a sound now like he'd been gut-shot. I stood there helpless to do anything but watch. Mia struggled to her feet with blood running down her chin. She looked away toward the place where the crowd was still going through the motions of the human ritual. Abruptly, the empty doorway held a figure. Hanjin's. "Help us!" I shouted, but I didn't know whether he heard me. I saw his eyes widen, but before he could move, Sand was standing beside him. Sand laid a heavy hand on his shoulder, murmuring something in his ear. I saw Hanjin's face slowly crushed by emotions I couldn't feel, as he stood watching us, but doing nothing to stop what was happening. Mia screamed with anguish and frustration, but only inside my head. She stood immobilized like I was now, watching while Nao turned Borisage's brain to jelly in front of our eyes. I saw blood and something worse begin to leak from his nose. His eyes rolled up in his head. His body spasmed in the air like a palsied puppet when it should have been twitching on the floor. Nao's eyes flooded with tears. Her face contorted as she embraced an agony I felt in my soul. Borisage screamed, and it was a death cry ripped from a living corpse. Nao screamed with him as his death fed back through the circuit of insane rage that joined them like lovers. I felt my own heart stumble, and realized that Mia and I were trapped inside the circuit. My vision strobed, black, white. And then suddenly the horror in front of us was happening to someone else. Borisage pitched forward on his face, no longer a prisoner of Nao's vengeance. By the time he hit the floor, he was only a sack of meat, lying face down in a spreading pool of blood. Nao collapsed on top of him, her eyes wide and staring. Her pupils were pits of blackness, and blood ran from her nose. I swayed, barely staying on my feet, as I suddenly regained control of my body. Mia staggered forward. She collapsed in my arms, sobbing. The sound was hard and pitiless, and at the molten core of her mind, there was the same white-hot sun of fury that had destroyed her sister. "I love you," I mumbled, trying desperately to reach her. "I love you, Mia. Don't leave me." She looked up, her green eyes tearless, even though her voice still sobbed out grief. She took my face in her hands. Her mind filled me with tenderness, yearning, love, as pure and limitless as if the two of us existed only in our souls, looking down like the Enlir, untouched by anything earthbound, even the blood that pooled around our feet. "I can hear you. I can," I thought with incredulous joy.
I realized then that in the split second before Nao had died with Borosage, Mia had broken free, protecting us from the feedback of their deaths. But she buried her face in my tunic, as if she could never shut enough of it out. The room, the horror, the truth. A mob of guards and gaping onlookers were already gathering around us. We held each other up, held each other together, held on to each other like drowners in a nightmare sea, like refugees. What the hell happened here? Sand was standing in front of us now. His indignation was almost believable. Behind him, a dozen corpses were pointing their guns at us. Like you don't know, I said thickly. Like you didn't let it happen. Sand glared a warning at me. They're dead. She killed him. And it killed her. It? Sand snapped. It what? The feedback, Mia muttered. It's what happens when a scion kills. It's what happened to me, I said. He went on looking at me. Only the muscles in his jaw told me that he'd kept himself from saying something. He lifted his hand, brought it down. The guns went away. The ring of guards backed off, taking the crowd with them. Sand stayed where he was, looking at us, looking down at the bodies of Nao and Borosage. I see, he murmured at last. There is a certain dreadful symmetry to this, I suppose. His mouth curved up in a cryptic smile like the one he'd shared with Lady Giotis. Mia lifted her head, glaring at him, as if what lay behind the smile was perfectly clear to her. As he met her eyes, Sand's body tautened the way hers had, and a wholly unexpected emotion filled his face. It was one I recognized. Fear. No further questions, he murmured and turned away. Natasha! He shouted. Natasha pushed through the wall of stunned faces, carrying Joby. Yes, sir? He looked as grim and tense as we all probably did. He stopped short as if he was protecting Joby from what he saw, even though I could tell from Joby's face that he'd slipped into a fugue state when Mia lost control to Nao. Perimead stood behind them like a worried shadow. Natasha's face was expressionless as he moved forward far enough to glimpse the bodies, as if so many conflicting emotions had overwhelmed him at once that they'd cancelled each other out. I wondered where Hangen had gone, whether he was breaking the news to the Hydran Council members, or whether he couldn't bear the sight of this. Some bad news and some good news, Sand said. It appears District Administrator Borosage was the victim of a murder-suicide committed by the former leader of Harm. It seems that you will get to be Riverton's new District Administrator after all. Odd, isn't it, how justice is sometimes served by the strangest means? He glanced at the bodies, back at Natasha and Perimead. Since you and Agent Perimead will be working together closely in the future, I suggest you begin now by dealing with these bodies. I will expect your report. Natasha stood where he was, looking as vacant-eyed as his son. Perimead laid a hand on his shoulder. Natasha started. Yes, sir, he murmured. Mia freed herself from my arms. I'll take Joby, she said softly, her voice almost steady. She was using Joby's need to pull herself together one more time, focusing on the one fixed thing left in all our lives. Joby blinked and shook his head as she gave him back control of his senses. Natasha passed Joby to her, self-consciously but gratefully, under the gaze of every human and Hydran who'd just seen their worst fears for the future acted out in their midst. Joby wrapped his arms around her neck and kissed her cheek, beaming, oblivious. I wondered where in the 9 billion names of God she found the strength, the control to let him see and hear the world around him right now, without seeing it through her mind's eye. A world blood-red with pain and ash-black with loss. Maybe she found it in his smile. Natasha smiled at her, at Joby, as if they were proof enough that what had been the past between their people didn't have to be the future. That with every choice you made, you lost something, but maybe you gained something too. He moved forward with Perimead at his side to face what had to be done. The two bodies lay still in a blur of red, silent witness to the end product of prejudice and hate. I started as I discovered Hangen kneeling beside them, gazing at Nao's empty face and staring eyes. His body shook with soundless grief. He held her limp, lifeless hand as if somehow she could still feel his presence, his anguish, a father's love that no amount of bitterness or disillusionment or even death itself could destroy. Mia came back to my side, and I heard her soft cry as she felt Hangen. Tears ran down her cheeks. Joby put his hands on her face. "Sad, Mommy?" he whispered. His own eyes suddenly shone with tears. She nodded, biting her lip. I touched Joby's shoulder, touched Mia's thoughts, proving to them that they weren't alone, proving it to myself. At Natasha's order, 6 guards came back to carry the bodies away, but Hangen waved them off as they would have touched Nao. He picked her up in his arms, cradling her as effortlessly as a child, then turned to leave. Guards cleared a path for him and for Natasha and Perimead as they followed him out. More guards dragged away Borisage's dead weight. Servo drones moved in behind them to clean up the blood. The crowd watched them go out of the room, and then they began to close in on us like a murmuring sea, their words as unintelligible as the tangled wilderness of their thoughts. Mia made a choked noise. I felt the grief that had frozen her to the spot beside me break down into panic. She looked toward the doorway that the others had disappeared through. I realized we'd both gone on mindlessly standing there, instead of following the others while we could. "What the hell is going on? What the hell happened?" Someone's hand fell on my shoulder. Ronin. I turned to look at him, wondering how long he'd been there, trying to get our attention. I shook my head beyond words, while inside me I felt Mia's desperation begin to take on physical form. The tug, the pull, the beginning of a change that meant teleportation. "Yes," I thought, glancing at her. Go after them." "We have to go," I murmured, trying to keep my attention on Ronin. "Not yet," Ronin said. His hand gripped my arm. "Not until you tell me what this means." "Go," I thought to Mia again. "Go. I'll handle this." She disappeared from beside me, taking Joby with her, leaving her gratitude behind in my thoughts. Ronin and Sand both stared as she disappeared, their reflexes getting the better of them, as if they were both still afraid, deep down, of being sucked out of existence themselves. The voices around us crested in surprise. Ronin took a deep breath. He looked at Sand as though he thought Draco's chief of security ought to be doing something more about what had just happened here, then standing with his hands behind his back. "It's being taken care of," Sand said, answering Ronin's unspoken question. "I can be of more use remaining here." I wasn't certain what he meant by that, protecting us or protecting Draco's interests. Ronin looked back at me as if he knew Sand wasn't going to give him an answer that meant anything. "What the hell happened?" he asked again, gesturing at the stains disappearing before our eyes as the cleanup crew of gleaming drones erased the final traces of blood. "Nothing," I muttered. I glanced at Sand. "Nothing happened that wasn't supposed to." "Damn it," Ronin said. "That woman Nao killed Borisage. Or did he kill her?" "It was a murder-suicide," Sand said tonelessly. "She killed him, she died. That's how it happens with the Hydrons. Obviously, she knew the consequences of her act." "But why?" Ronin shook his head. "For God's sake, we just signed a new treaty. The rights her people were fighting for are finally being given back to them. The members of Harm have been given amnesty." "It wasn't enough," I said. "For her." His expression then said he didn't know whether to pity her because she was crazy or resent her ingratitude. Finally, the look on his face was just incomprehension of the alien. "It isn't so hard to understand," I said. "There have been treaties before. They're all just words on file. You made compromises, didn't you, to reach those agreements?" "Of course. One was that Borisage stayed on as district administrator." Ronin nodded. "The Draco board insisted." I shot a look at Sand. "I'll bet they did." I looked back at Ronin. Borisage would have made sure nothing really changed for her people here, in spite of the treaty. Like I said, that wasn't enough for Nao. "He was only a district administrator," Ronin protested. "But he knew where all the bodies were buried," I said. "I guess now he'll be buried there too. Still, why would she do something like this when she knew it would kill her?" Ronin gestured uncomprehendingly. "Because." I glanced at the crowd of Vips beginning to drift apart, slowly heading back through the wide arch into the larger hall, where the treaty table still shone like an altar. "Because she couldn't see any other way." His face said he still didn't understand, but I hadn't expected him to. It was unfortunate that this incident had to happen in the midst of the treaty signing, of all places.
But there was no real harm done, Sand said, to anyone who didn't deserve it. We'll assign Natasha to Borisage's post, as you originally wanted us to. The Hydrons hated Borisage. They can only be relieved by that change. He smiled faintly. I expect we all can. He looked away across the room as if he was trying to locate even one person who'd be sorry that Borisage was gone. Now we're all freed of an unstable Hydran troublemaker as well. As far as the purposes of this gathering, nothing really happened, just as Kat said. He looked down. The rug was spotless. Ronan controlled a grimace. I watched him reabsorb his distaste until no more emotion was left on his face than on Sand's. The scars from his accident at the interface barely showed now, but I knew they must still be on his mind. He did this sort of thing for a living. I wondered how he stood it. I see, he said, and he didn't say anything more. Well then, Sand murmured, if everything has been explained to your satisfaction, why don't we join the rest of the representatives in the banquet room and celebrate the good that has been accomplished here? He gestured toward the doorway the rest of the crowd had disappeared through. Wait, I said. What about my databand? I held up my wrist. A strip of healing skin showed where the bond tag had been fused to my flesh. There was still no databand to cover it up. Ronan's was safely back on his wrist, but no one had said anything about mine. Ronan looked at my wrist. He glanced at Sand. It will be waiting for you on the ship that takes you off-world, Sand said. What? Tau has revoked your passport, Ronan said, not looking at me. You're being deported. I shook my head. What are you talking about? Suddenly I remembered what Borisage had said just before Neo had attacked him. That was Borisage's idea. He's dead. It wasn't just Borisage's idea, Ronan said, making eye contact finally. Kat. His empty hands gestured at the air. You almost single-handedly set in motion the events that led to this treaty agreement. That's an incredible accomplishment. But if you think that makes you a hero to the people of Refuge, think again. Do you mean the people, or the humans? I said sourly. Or just the Tau board and Draco? Who do you think they really hate more, you or me? He frowned, his mouth thinning. No doubt they hate me because I represent the power to actually make change happen. But that power also protects me. I can't guarantee you the same kind of safety. I'm not asking you to, I said. I can take care of myself. Sand made a soft noise of amusement as he glanced at my bare, scarred wrist. All that aside, he said, not only will neither Draco nor Tau take responsibility for your safety if you remain here, we have the legal right to deport you. Under corporate law, you are guilty of everything from using profanity in public to sedition. If you were to stay on Refuge, we would have to prosecute you on all charges. He shrugged. Borisage got what he deserved, he murmured. Consider yourself lucky. The agreement said amnesty for all harm members, but you're not Hydran. You're a registered citizen of the Federation. We didn't take your databand away from you after all. You lost it. Tau's CorpSec tortured me. I was illegally detained as a contract laborer. You want to talk about crimes? He held up his hand. Spare me. Spare yourself. The decision has already been made. It will not be changed. Now, if you'll excuse me. He walked away and left us standing there. I faced Ronan again. They don't have the right. Tell him. Ronan's eyes were nothing but shadow. I can't do anything. It's one of the compromises we had to make during the treaty negotiations. In order to get your record cleared of the Tau criminal charges against you, we had to agree that you would leave Refuge. You son of a bitch, I said. You can't do this to me. You broke the laws of this world, damn it, he said, his voice rising. You saved my life, but you also broke the law. I got you everything you wanted for the Hydrans, to the best of my ability. But to do that, I had to make compromises. That's how it works. That's not good enough. My eyes blurred. I looked away. Mia. I'm sorry, he murmured. I wish it was. And I knew from his voice that he was thinking just like I was of Mia and Joby. He'd seen us together. He knew what they meant to me. He understood what this was going to do to us. And he was sorry. But that didn't change anything. God damn! I turned away, filled with a pain so deep and sudden that it made me want to cry out.
I searched the building and my thoughts for Mia, but she'd disappeared from my mind as she'd disappeared from the room. All of her thoughts focused on death, on her sister. Ronan was silent for a long moment behind me, as if he was waiting until I got control of myself. Or maybe he just had no idea of what to do next, any more than I did. I turned back finally because I couldn't stand alone in this empty hall any longer, with Ronan hovering at my back like a bug, hypnotized by a light, turning my grief into some kind of freak show. "I've got to find Mia," I said, managing to keep my voice steady as long as I didn't look at him. I started for the doorway that Mia had gone through. "Cat!" Ronan called behind me. I stopped, my hands tightening into fists, but I didn't turn back. "What?" A holographic image of Natan Isplanaski appeared suddenly in the air in front of me. "I wanted to thank you," he said. His disembodied head looked straight into my eyes as if he could actually see me. "And I wanted to ask whether you'd consider doing the kind of work Ronan does, for me, for the FTA. I turned back to Ronan. "You know something?" I said. "The last time the FTA asked me to work for them, they just shafted me too." He looked at me blankly. "The Talhassium mines, on Cinder. A combined conspiracy, a scion terrorist named Quicksilver. The FTA used some freaks, and I mean used, to bring him down. Maybe you remember." He remembered. "That was you? You were one of them? Tell Isplanaski he's mistaken me for somebody who gives a shit," I said, turning away again. "He told me what you did for Lady Elnir Taming," Ronan called out. "I know what you did here. I don't think he's mistaken." I stopped again, not turning back this time. "You've been wrong before," I said thickly. I passed through Isplanaski's image as if it was smoke and went on across the room. "Think about it," Ronan called. "Just think about it." I forced my hands open at my sides. I reached the doorway without breaking down and went on through. 3 faces looked up at me together from where 3 people crouched like one around Neo's body. Natasha was gone, and he'd taken Joby with him. I realized from what showed on the faces of Hanjin and Perimead as they got to their feet that they already knew what I'd just learned about my future, or lack of one. I choked on the wet ash of guilt and pity in their stares, and a tremor ran through me. Mia looked up at me, and I felt her incomprehension, dulled by grief. She caught my strengthless hand, pulling herself up, and her mind opened floodgates of love, loss, pain, need, love. And then she made a small strangled sound. "No," she whispered, looking at Hanjin in disbelief, looking back at me as his nod confirmed the truth. "No, no!" She lunged at him. Her fingers dug into his clothes, his flesh, as if they were lies she could tear away. Hanjin stood passively, grimacing but not trying to protect himself, until at last she clung to him, strengthless, hopeless. I took her away from him into my arms. We held each other for a long time. Finally, I felt someone else's hands separate us with gentle insistence. Mia looked up at Hanjin, her eyes bleak. "Leave us alone," she said bitterly, out loud. "Why can't you—" "Mia," he murmured. "The treaty is our last chance for survival as a people. The way I have walked all my life was leading me to this, the way that we both shared for so long. I know now that Beyond walked it with us." He looked at me. I did all that I could to stop this, but I couldn't stop it. Not if it meant losing everything." Her head jerked once, a nod, and I knew that she believed him, even though she didn't answer him, even if she'd never forgive him. "We must take care of your sister," he murmured, "before the humans return and try to take her body away." I realized there was no sign of Borisage's body. The corpses must have taken him out already. "What will you do now?" Perimead asked him awkwardly. "Is there anything I can do to help?" He didn't make the same offer to Mia or to me. He didn't even meet our eyes. Maybe as far as he was concerned, we were beyond help. "We will take her back across the river to rejoin the earth," Hanjin said, the formality of the words barely holding them together. "I'll arrange for Wauno to take you back." "We have no need for that," Hanjin said gently. "But thank you, Janus." He bowed, a sign of honor and respect, and it wasn't meaningless this time. "You have become the advocate and true friend that you were meant to be. That I always should have been, Perimead murmured, glancing down. That I always wanted to be, really. He looked up again, at us all. I turned my back on him. I want to go with you, I said softly to Mia. Let me come with you. I looked away from Mia and Hanjin to Neo's motionless body. Cat, Perimead began, and glancing back I saw the fear in his eyes that I meant to go for good. That my anger or Mia's might knock the scales out of precarious balance again, now that they had finally begun to weigh fairly between Hydrans and humans. Shut up, I said, glaring at him. I need a chance to say goodbye. You have to give me that much. That much time. I won't make trouble. Glancing at Hanjin, at Mia. I'll do what you want. But all of you owe me that much. Perimead took a deep breath and nodded. Hanjin nodded too, with a solemn lack of expression that could have meant anything or nothing as he mind-spoke with Mia, and then said aloud to Perimead, We will return tomorrow. Perimead watched silently as Hanjin and Mia gathered themselves for the difficult jump. I felt Mia's grip on my arm, on my mind, tighten. Perimead and the room did a fade to black. Suddenly we were standing on the river shore, with the shadowed reefs rising up around us. I shook the echoes of the Erie out of my head, looked at Mia, realizing that we'd returned to the Shui where Grandmother had taken us once, to seek answers that already lay inside us. Mia and Hanjin kneeled down on the stones of the shore beside Neo's body, gazing at it in perfect stillness, as if they were praying. But the only sound I heard was the sound of the river flowing past. I took the few hard human steps to Mia's side and touched her. She didn't startle, didn't move, except to reach up and take my hand. The circuit of contact between us opened, and I felt the words flow into my head, filling my thoughts with a song of completion, of sorrow, regret, longing, and finally of relief that one more journey on the spiral way had ended, and a soul had returned to its starting point, signaling the beginning of yet another journey. The talons of my own fresh, sudden loss tore my concentration apart. I looked away along the shore, wondering whether we were going to make the journey by boat into the hidden heart of the reefs, wondering how the Hydrans buried their dead. All I'd seen were artifacts inside the holy place, no trace of their owners. No trace. I looked up at the reefs, down at Neo's body, at Mia and Hanjin, as their prayers filled my head like the voiceless song of angels, or of ancestors. This time I found the courage to listen, letting the words touch me, the morning have its weight. The dreamfall of Mia's memories fell silently, softly inside me, until I didn't know any more whether I was looking at her or looking at myself, until the death mask that I secretly saw whenever I looked in the mirror became the mirror, the shadows became light, and I saw my face in hers and hers in mine. Namaste, Hanjin murmured. Mia echoed it, and I echoed it. We are one. The prayers for the dead were finished, and in the stillness that followed, my thoughts ignited with a burst of psi energy that blacked out my vision from the inside. When my sight cleared, Mia and Hanjin were still kneeling on the stones, and the space between them was empty. Neo was gone. Before I could ask where, the answer filled my eyes. Into the reefs. To join her ancestors cast off flesh, and the cloud whales cast off dreams, a tradition that must have had meaning for generations beyond remembering. Mia looked up at last. Her eyes were clear until they met mine. And as she looked at me, I realized that she could have stopped her sister. She had protected herself and me from the recoil of Neo's death wish, but she could have done more. She could have stopped it, as surely as she could have stopped her sister from stepping off a cliff. And yet she hadn't. I didn't ask her why. I knew as surely as I knew that she'd had a choice and made it. She touched my cheek, and her eyes filled with tears again. I raised my hand, surprised to feel wetness on my face, tracks of stinging heat in the cold wind. I wondered how long they'd been there. Namaste, she thought, and her tears fell harder. Hanjin stayed where he was, kneeling on the empty shore. He watched us only for long enough to let me feel his guilt, his anger, frustration at fate. The emotions that wouldn't even grant me the satisfaction of hating him for what he'd done. He looked down again, tracing designs in the pebbles. I didn't know whether it was some final ritual act or whether he was simply trying to grant us a privacy his presence made impossible. It didn't matter any more than it mattered whether he understood what we were feeling. All that mattered now was that tomorrow I'd be gone from Refuge more completely than Nao, and right now I didn't know how I was going to bear it. Namaste, I thought, while the tears went on running down my face, because it was nothing but a lie. 31. I looked out the transport's wide window as we left Tau Riverton, watching the spectacular panorama of the reefs, the sheer-walled karst-formed peaks, the shining thread of the river, as it widened and fell away. I remembered seeing the same view as we'd flown in from First Fall. My mind had been a blank slate then. It had been a striking view, nothing more. It seemed impossible to me now that I could have been so naive, so blind only weeks ago. Cat. Mia's presence stirred in my mind. Mia, I thought, still holding her inside me the way I'd wanted to hold her this morning in the open square by the waiting transport, while they all watched. Hanjin and Perimead, Sand and Natasha. Cassandra held Wauno's arm in a death grip, anchoring herself as if she was afraid the same unseen force that was tearing me loose from Refuge might suddenly lay its hands on her. Joby had been there too, in Mia's arms, in mine, and there'd been tears on his face as I kissed his forehead and told him goodbye. And he'd wanted to know why, and he'd wanted to know when would I come back. And I couldn't think of an answer to either of those things that he would have understood. Instead, I handed him the Cloud Watcher's lenses that Wauno had given to me, and told him to watch the sky, because soon the Enlir would come back to Riverton, his home. And he'd asked me, "Then will you come back too?" And I couldn't answer that any more than I could ask Mia the only thing I'd wanted to ask her all through the sleepless hours of last night. Come with me? Because she wouldn't, because she couldn't, because no matter how much we needed each other, to heal, to make ourselves whole, Joby needed her more than I did, and we both knew it. You didn't ask her to come with you? Wauno said finally, breaking the silence he'd kept ever since the transport had lifted from the square. I shook my head. I realized that the thought must actually have reached his mind, and I didn't even care. Why not? He asked softly, almost diffidently. I looked over at him, surprised, because it wasn't like him to ask that kind of question. Joby, I said finally, and looked away again. He grimaced as if he realized he should have known that without having to ask. After a while he said, "What you did here, what you started, will be good for everyone. Someday even Tau will be able to see that. Hell will freeze over first," I said, frowning at the empty sky. "No good deed ever goes unpunished." He shook his head. "The system will forget about you personally a long time before that. Most people have short memories. Wait a little till things shake out here. Then you can come back." "The net doesn't forget," I said. "Ever. I'd trip some flag in Tau's security programming if I ever tried to set foot on Refuge again. Even I knew that much about the system." The system. The thought echoed in my head. Like a ghost in the machine. Mia? I thought, remembering suddenly what she knew, what I'd taught her. If the restrictions on Hydrans using technology were lifted, someday she might find a way to make even a thinking machine forget. I breathed on an ember of hope, trying to keep it alive in the wasteland of my thoughts. My telepathic link with Mia was beginning to fray as the distance between us grew. With every breath I seemed to lose another shining filament of contact, until at last she disappeared into the static hiss of blood through my arteries and veins. Wauno didn't say anything more, or if he did, I didn't hear him. I watched the land below change and change again, listening through the static in my head for any last trace of Mia, any stray thought, drinking the bittersweet dregs of longing. By now the land below me looked completely unfamiliar. I could already have been on another world as I felt Mia's last straining fingertip of thought slip from mine and vanish into the trackless silence where all humans lived forever. I went on staring out at the day, at the surface of Refuge flowing past beneath us, still searching for some fragile trace of the light no eye could see. Wauno nudged me finally, and I realized that he'd been trying to get my attention. I looked at him, feeling a kind of disbelief, as if I'd actually forgotten he existed. He pressed his cloud spotter's lenses into my hands and pointed. I held the lenses up to my eyes and saw the Enlir.
They moved across the face of the sun, their formless bodies haloed with sundogs, colors bleeding through the spectrum across their ever-changing faces. I watched the surreal silver rain of their cast-off thoughts. I wondered then whether the truth the creators had meant for us, both hydrants and humans, to understand every time we looked up, had been just the opposite of the message they'd left us in the monument. The monument was sterile, changeless perfection, a shrine to universal law. The cloud whale's endless metamorphosis said that nothing was fixed in our individual lives, that every moment our fates changed. At any moment they could change again. That the things that made us what we were, that made our lives worth living, were always intangible and insubstantial, at least by human standards. That if we didn't see that, too often our lives wound up nothing but a refuse heap of half-glimpsed futures, half-formed relationships, broken hearts and dreams. That in the end our lives were Dreamfall. The best we could hope for was that someday, somewhere, some random cast-off dream might ease someone else's pain or live on in someone else's memory. I held the lenses pressed against my eyes for a long time, long past the time when the cloud whales had drifted beyond sight, long past the time when my eyes had stopped seeing, long past the time when unshed tears left me too blind to watch the starport slowly expanding to fill my vision, as it swallowed the sky and the land that had once belonged to a different people, a world as green as the memory of her eyes. The world was called Refuge, but I couldn't imagine why. End of Dreamfall by Joan D. Vinge. Read by Bruce Huntey, in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, May 1998. Published by Warner Books, Incorporated, 1271 Avenue of the Americas, New York, New York, 10020. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.